The story unfolds on a rainy night inside a building where three men have gathered. Outside, guards stand watch. Inside, two men sit engaged in an important conversation while a third, a servant, stands by one of the seated men. Jin Libong, the supreme chief of Rare Goods Merchant Association, recounts his bitter encounter with a man he describes as a wicked bastard. This man not only seized all of Libong's assets but also cut off his fingers. Libong warns the other man, known as the Ghost Slayer, who is widely regarded as the best assassin in Jianghu, not to underestimate this demon, as he is formidable enough to warrant hiring Ghost Slayer for revenge. Ghost Slayer, ever the professional, inquires whether Libong has any identifying details about this wicked demon, perhaps a portrait or a sketch. Libong hesitates momentarily before revealing that the only striking characteristic is the demon's handsomeness. He continues recounting how he first encountered the demon by chance at a drinking party. The demon's charm, kindness, and wit were far from ordinary, especially for someone only 20 years old. His vast knowledge and travels across the Central Plains made him an intriguing figure. For 2 months, Libong spent time with this man, but it was only once, during a drunken display of martial arts, that Libong realized the man's true nature, revealing to Ghost Slayer a mark left behind by the so-called wicked demon. After his demonstration, the mark was the unmistakable trace of the Thunderbolt Sword, a secret martial technique of Nain Lisang, one of the 10 greatest martial masters of Jianghu. Ghost Slayer is astonished, having only heard rumors about the Thunderbolt Sword. Libong elaborates, explaining that Lisang had disappeared years ago during the Great War between the Orthodox Alliance and the demonic cult, vanishing after the conflict ended 20 years ago. At first, Libong couldn't believe the connection either, but his suspicions were confirmed when he saw the martial arts manual in the wicked bastard's possession. Libong is certain that this man must have killed Nain Lisang and stolen his secret technique, a treasure worth more than 1,000 gold coins. The Sword of Life and Death was coveted by the top 100 martial masters of Jianghu, including Cheon Wak, the renowned demon sword master, who sought the demon but none returned. Libong recounts his frustration, telling Ghost Slayer that each time he sent someone after the wicked demon, the man would find them. Not only did he sever Libong's fingers and take his fortune, but he also had the audacity to claim that it felt good and there was no reason he shouldn't take everything. Libong laments his predicament. Ghost Slayer, shocked yet contemplative, reflects on the story. It's hard to believe a 20-year-old could defeat someone like Cheon Wak, but Libong's missing fingers tell no lies. Libong implores Ghost Slayer to kill this wicked demon, whose name is Jeek Legion, and restore justice. In another scene, Ghost Slayer approaches a servant sweeping the compound and asks to be shown the room where Legion once stayed. The servant obliges, leading Ghost Slayer through the building and speaking highly of Legion, mentioning how considerate he had been to even lowly servants during his stay. Ghost Slayer, however, remains skeptical, mentally noting how some see Legion as a warm-hearted person while others paint a very different picture. Ghost Slayer had already conducted his own investigations, questioning other servants about the man. Some call him the elegant young master, while others remember him as a wealthy man who lost all his assets to someone. He's also known as a fool who gambles away his money, claiming it's all for his future fortune. The final piece of information Ghost Slayer receives is that Legion competed in the Murim tournament. Ghost Slayer's attempts to discern the true nature of the enigmatic Legion. He grew more convoluted. Legion appeared to possess many faces, each one deepening Ghost Slayer's irritation as he struggled to uncover the man's identity. A servant leading him paused before a door and mentioned that the room ahead had once been occupied by Master Legion, advising Ghost Slayer to take his time exploring it. Upon entering, Ghost Slayer scanned the space for anything unusual. The only item of interest was a map on the wall with a specific point circled and labeled Conquer Hubei. This discovery excited Ghost Slayer, giving him a sense of progress in deciphering Legion's plans. He deduced that Hubei, where 2 Murim tournaments were scheduled that year, might be Legion's next destination. A sudden voice behind him interrupted his thoughts. Startled, Ghost Slayer turned but was swiftly struck unconscious before he could react. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself pinned to the wall, facing 3 individuals seated casually and drinking tea. One of them inquired why Legion had gone to Hubei. Another man shrugged, remarking that no one could fathom the workings of Legion's mind. The lone woman in the group suggested traveling to Hubei themselves, as they had little else to occupy their time. However, the man seated to her right advised against it, warning that Jianghu would descend into chaos if she made an appearance. Turning her attention to Ghost Slayer, the woman offered him a drink. As Ghost Slayer observed her energy and the scythe secured at her waist, realization struck. She was none other than the supreme demon empress, Yang Huayang, once the most trusted ally of the heavenly demon. His gaze then shifted to the symbol on another man's sword, identifying him as Nain Li Sang, the Thunderbolt sword, who had been in hiding. Shocked, Ghost Slayer understood he was in the presence of some of Jianghu's most formidable figures, including Qion Muak, the demon sword, who radiated a dark, demonic aura. Their gathering revealed a clear alliance with Legion. Ghost Slayer demanded to know why they had not killed him. The old woman calmly explained that they had promised not to take lives without Legion's consent. However, they had already destroyed his inner energy center and severed a tendon in his leg. When Ghost Slayer showed no outward reaction, she added with a cold smile that assassins often concealed poisonous pills in their teeth to evade capture. Understanding the implication, Ghost Slayer offered a sad smile, realizing his fate was sealed. Resigned, he bit down on the pill hidden in his mouth. As the poison took effect, he bitterly remarked that Legion was fortunate to have protectors like them. The three figures responded that Legion required no protection. With those words lingering, Ghost Slayer succumbed to the poison. In the following scene, Legion appeared with two swords strapped to his back, facing a group of martial artists. As expected, these adversaries exuded arrogance, believing they held the upper hand. One of them, brimming with confidence, declared that they had finally found him and demanded the book containing the secret technique. His superior, however, cautioned against overconfidence, reminding the group that many masters had met their end in their pursuit of Legion. He unsheathed his sword and stepped forward, his voice dripping with mockery as he taunted Legion for displaying such fearlessness despite his advanced age. However, before the man could complete his sentence, Legion struck with blinding speed. The force of the blow sent the man flying, killing him instantly. Witnessing their leader's sudden death, the remaining group, consumed by rage, charged at Legion. With effortless precision, Legion blocked their swords using nothing more than a single finger. In swift and calculated movements, he dispatched the first two attackers, and one by one, the others fell. Their resistance proved futile, and within mere seconds, they were all defeated. Remarkably, Legion had not even drawn his swords. He relied solely on his bare hands. After the battle, he mused to himself, lost in thought, recounting the great war that had unfolded between the Orthodox faction and the demonic cult. This devastating conflict spanned 13 years, leaving behind a harrowing legacy of tears, bloodshed, and despair. Yet, the war came to an abrupt end with an unexpected truce. The details of this mysterious agreement remained shrouded in secrecy, even 2 decades later. Since then, both the Heavenly Demon Cult and the Orthodox Alliance had maintained their silence. As the years passed, new factions emerged within Jianghu, while others, weakened by the war, struggled to reclaim their former strength. Among these was the Righteous Sword Sect, a once proud family, now striving to restore its glory. Within its ranks, a young woman named Zhang Cherian dedicated herself to relentless training. Frustrated by her inability to break through to the Seven Stars realm, she practiced the Scarlet Trace sword art with determination, but felt trapped in her progress. Her sister, Hong Weryong, and brother-in-law approached her during one of these moments of frustration. Weryong, the eldest daughter of the sect's leader, brought unexpected news. A swordsman from the Palm Essence Union, named Jang, had arrived and wished to partner with Cherian in the upcoming Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Cherian, shocked by the proposal, recognized the tournament as one of the 2 most prestigious martial arts competitions in the Central Plains. Unlike the Heavenly Dragon Tournament, where honor and life were at stake, the Dragon and Phoenix tournament focused on young martial artists competing in pairs. The idea of partnering with Jang infuriated Cherian. She regarded him as a perverted scoundrel and outright refused, her anger directed at her sister. Weryong, maintaining her composure, urged her younger sibling to consider the opportunity carefully. She reminded Cherian of her desire to restore their clan's honor, emphasizing that participation in the tournament could bring immense prestige. Yet, before Weryong could finish, Cherian, overwhelmed with anger, stormed away. Elsewhere, in a bustling marketplace, merchants were busy showcasing their wares. Under the shade of an umbrella, a group of men conversed animatedly about recent events. They expressed joy at hearing that the Grandmaster had lost yet another finger, viewing it as an act of long-awaited justice. Amid their chatter, Cherian passed by, her weariness evident. She muttered quietly to herself, pondering the potential consequences of retaliation from the Palm Essence Union. The thought weighed heavily on her mind. Did those who held power believe they could act with impunity? Cherian's thoughts grew increasingly somber as she observed the people of Jianghu. Schemes, deception, and cruelty seemed to define their interactions. Trickery had become pervasive, and she began to question the ideals she once held dear. She stood still, lost in contemplation, wondering if this was truly the Jianghu she had dreamed and longed of. Her musings were interrupted by the sudden presence of Legion, who appeared seemingly out of nowhere. He had overheard her internal turmoil and added his perspective. He remarked that he, too, had questioned the nature of Jianghu, noting that the heavenly demon's 9 calamities, also known as the invincible demon art, could not be defeated in a one-on-one battle. The fact that the great war between the Orthodox alliance and the demonic cult had ended so abruptly seemed to him like the conclusion of a ludicrous play. Cherian turned to face him, startled by the stranger who seemed to possess such deep knowledge. She wondered silently who this man could be. Legion, maintaining a calm demeanor, suggested they grab a drink, asking her to guide him since it was his first time in Wuhan. Firmly, she declined, chastising him for acting like a vagrant and stating that she had more pressing matters to attend to. As she turned to leave, Legion stopped her with a pointed question. He asked if she truly believed that the current Jianghu held any real value. Caught off guard, Cherian paused and turned back to him, demanding clarification. Legion explained his view, stating that ideals and chivalry had long been abandoned, leaving behind a Jianghu that was nothing more than a pathetic facade. Though his words insulted her perception of Jianghu, Cherian remained composed. Instead of becoming angry, she challenged him by asking why he continued to live in Jianghu if he thought so poorly of it. She then walked away, muttering to herself that Jianghu was not as hopeless as Legion claimed. Her words lingered in Legion's mind as the two parted ways, and he couldn't help but reflect on her perspective. Later, inside the bustling Huayang Inn, patrons filled the space with lively chatter. One man eagerly boasted to his companions about the upcoming Dragon and Phoenix tournament, confidently asserting that the top contender this year would undoubtedly be swordsmen of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. His companions disagreed, arguing that swordsmen from the Southern Peak Alliance should not be underestimated. The debate grew animated as excitement for the tournament spread. Cherian entered the inn amidst the lively atmosphere, curious about the commotion. As she hesitated near the entrance, looking slightly lost, an attendant approached her. Recognizing her, he addressed her as the young Lady Zhang of the Righteous Sword Sect and asked why she had come alone. Cherian replied that she was simply looking for a light drink, attempting to avoid drawing attention to herself. The attendant, slightly disappointed, informed her that only seats in the special room were available. However, as a gesture of respect for Wuhan's best, he offered her a discount. Hearing herself referred to as Wuhan's best caused a wave of attention to ripple through the room. The entire crowd turned to look at her, and Cherian felt a surge of awkwardness under their scrutiny. She wondered silently who had spread such exaggerated rumors about her prowess. To her surprise, Cherian spotted the same strange man again. Legion greeted her with a grin, teasing that if he had known they would meet again, he would have accompanied her earlier. Cherian, inwardly lamenting her peculiar luck that day, found herself sitting at a table feeling slightly down. After a brief silence, Legion picked up a chicken thigh and asked casually if she knew how to register for the tournament. She was taken aback, not only by the sudden question, but also by the sheer amount of food Legion was consuming. With an incredulous tone, she asked if he was seriously thinking about entering the tournament. Legion smirked and responded that he had been traveling for 10 years, and everywhere he went, women chased after him. Cherian stared at him, stunned. His demeanor seemed entirely different from the man she had met earlier. Was he always this kind of flirt, or had she misjudged him completely? As Legion took another bite of his chicken thigh, he remarked that despite having seen countless beautiful women in Jianghu, he had come to realize that the most beautiful woman was his mother. Cherian, raising an eyebrow, asked sarcastically if he was really sure it was his mother. Legion's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing dangerously as he demanded to know if she was disrespecting his mother simply because of her age. Startled and flustered, Cherian quickly waved her hands, denying any disrespect. Legion, his demeanor calm once more, picked up a shrimp from his plate and mentioned that he had been feeling nervous about an upcoming event. Their conversation was interrupted when a man entered the room, his voice cutting through the air. He announced that he thought he had recognized a familiar voice. Turning his attention to Cherian, he identified her as the young lady of the Righteous Sword Sect and noted that it had been some time since they last met. The man, Jang Ingeol, was the young master of the Palm Essence Union. He had entered with his younger sister, Jang Ingeol, clearly intending to drink in the same room. Fixing his gaze on Cherian, Ingeol asked how she had been. Cherian, feeling uncomfortable, thought to herself that Ingeol's habit of scanning her up and down was as persistent as ever. Suppressing the urge to strike him, she remained silent. Noticing her lack of response, Ingeol turned his attention to Legion, who remained seated calmly at the table. Ingeol approached Legion, pulled a gold coin from his pocket, and tossed it onto the table. He declared that it should cover the bill and suggested Legion leave if he was finished eating. Legion gave him a piercing look but made no move to leave. Instead, he calmly remarked that the coin wouldn't suffice as there was still more food coming. Taken aback, Ingeol sneered and demanded that Legion leave while he was still being nice. His gaze shifted to Legion's weapon, and he laughed, assuming the man was showing off because he was a Jianghu fighter. Curious, Ingeol reached out to lift the sword, but it remained immovable. Shocked, he attempted again, this time channeling his internal energy, managing to raise it only a few inches off the ground before giving up. Laughing weakly, he tried to mask his embarrassment by suggesting that the sword must be a training tool used to build muscles. The others in the room murmured their agreement, doubting the sword could truly be so heavy. Legion, unfazed, effortlessly lifted the weapon, placed it on his shoulder, and stated plainly that it was not for training. Ingeol, growing increasingly agitated, snapped back, accusing Legion of lying and insisting that it was clearly a training sword. The two exchanged sharp words until Ingeol, furious, unleashed his energy, causing the tension in the room to escalate rapidly. Cherian stepped in abruptly, demanding that the others cease their actions. Her unexpected intervention left everyone in the room stunned, including Ingeol. He directed a smirk toward her, his gaze sharp with curiosity. The expression on his face seemed to question her motives as he spoke, suggesting with a playful tone that she might be interested in him. Without hesitation, he grabbed her hand and remarked that they would be participating together in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. It would be wise, he added, for them to get acquainted beforehand. Cherian wasted no time in pulling her hand away. She responded firmly, announcing her decision to join the tournament with someone else. Ingeol, visibly taken aback by the rejection, questioned her reasoning. Her reply was unwavering as she criticized his reliance on his family's influence, labeling it as petty and dishonorable. His composure faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained it and inquired about the identity of her chosen partner. Before Cherian could respond, Legion interjected nonchalantly, stating that they would be participating together. Ingeol's confusion deepened, and his sister, Ingeol, stepped forward, addressing Legion directly. She asked if he even understood who he was speaking to. Legion, completely unbothered, responded with indifference, asking if she knew who he was. Ingeol, unimpressed, admitted she did not. Legion leaned back, his gaze steady as he spoke. He remarked that people tend to react in one of two ways when confronted with the unknown, either by dismissing it or by fearing it. He accused her of doing both, ignoring him because of her lack of knowledge while simultaneously hoping he was afraid of her. Ingeol, intrigued by his boldness, offered a cold reply, neither confirming nor denying his assessment. Ingeol's anger surged as he growled in frustration, accusing Legion of audacity. Legion merely shrugged, his demeanor calm as he quipped about the connection between eating well and speaking boldly. He straightened his attire, composed himself, and turned to Cherian. With a confident tone, he assured her they would meet again at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament before storming out of the room. Ingeol lingered briefly, her gaze fixed on Legion, and promised softly that they would see each other again. As silence fell, Cherian's thoughts raced. She realized the gravity of the situation and worried about the consequences of Ingeol's temper. Her concern extended to Legion's safety, but he seemed completely undisturbed. With a casual air, he declared that their participation in the tournament was settled. Cherian, perplexed, asked if he had not already planned to enter. Legion confirmed, but admitted that adjustments to his plans were now necessary. Her eyes widened as she guessed his intentions. When she asked if he had referred to the Heavenly Dragon tournament earlier, he confirmed her suspicion with a simple acknowledgement. Stunned, Cherian pressed further, questioning why he had not retaliated when insulted earlier, especially given his evident martial prowess. Legion met her gaze seriously, explaining that he refrains from fighting children. His sincerity caught her off guard, and though she initially thought he was making excuses, his honesty moved her. Meanwhile, outside the inn, Ingeol's companions trailed behind him, offering consoling remarks. One of them commented on Cherian's apparent lack of ambition, noting her decision to reject Ingeol and team up with someone seemingly unimpressive. Ingeol, however, dismissed the notion of Legion being laughable. He could not ignore the skill demonstrated by the blade he had struggled to pick up earlier. It was the first time he had encountered Legion, and he found himself wondering about the stranger's identity. His thoughts turned bitter as he vowed to make both Cherian and Legion regret their actions. Anger simmered within him as he departed, his determination palpable. Inside the Righteous Sword Sect, Weryong's anger was evident as she expressed her frustration to her mother. She spoke of Cherian's outright rejection of young Master Jang's offer, mentioning that Ingeol was reportedly causing chaos at a brothel out of anger. Her mother, Ansui, the sect leader's wife, responded with concern, stating that she had already been worried about the rumors surrounding Ingeol. As the argument continued, Zhang Lichu, the leader of the Righteous Sword Sect, reflected silently. His thoughts were heavy with guilt, believing that his family's current struggles were a result of his own failures. He lamented that had he mastered the Scarlet Tray sword art, the sect would have been strong enough to avoid such situations. Weryong turned back to her mother, emphasizing that if Cherian had indeed rejected Ingeol, their family faced a significant problem. At that moment, Cherian entered the room, assuring them there was no need to search for her. She confirmed the rumors about her decision and introduced the individual standing behind her. Announcing that she would be participating in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament with Legion, she left everyone stunned. Legion stepped forward politely, introducing himself with composure. Noticing a porcelain vase on display, he commented on its origin, inquiring if it was from the Fujian region. After hearing that it had cost 150 niang, he smiled and remarked that he could have secured it for only 120 niang had he been present. The sect leader, still reeling from the revelation about Cherian's partner, struggled to comprehend the situation. Weryong, equally shocked, questioned Legion directly about his sect affiliation. His casual response revealed that he belonged to no sect, explaining instead that his parents sold fruit near the human gate. The room fell silent in disbelief as the sect members processed the information. The sect leader's gaze shifted to the weapons Legion carried. Observing both a sword and a blade, he inquired if Legion had mastered both arts. Though the leader initially dismissed the notion as a mere facade, Legion's straightforward affirmation shattered those assumptions. The leader pressed further, asking who had taught him martial arts. Legion's reply, his parents, the fruit sellers, stirred incredulity in the room. Weryong approached Cherian urgently, whispering that she needed to apologize to young Master Ingeol at once. She argued that it was unthinkable to fight alongside someone whose martial training came from parents who sold fruit. Later that night, Cherian walked along a quiet path, her mind filled with unease. Her thoughts centered on her decision to bring Legion home, believing it necessary to protect him from Ingeol. When she turned to Legion, she asked if he was unable to sleep. He admitted that changing locations often disrupted his rest, but added, with an unsettling calmness, that he had something to take care of that night, sending a few people to the afterlife. His casual tone left her unsure whether he was joking. Curious about his background, Cherian asked about his parents. She mentioned hearing that his mother was beautiful and inquired about his father. Legion paused before describing his father as a man bound by strict adherence to rules, which often caused frustration in their relationship. He explained that while his parents were opposed to his involvement in the Jianghu, their concerns extended beyond just him. This statement led Cherian to believe his parents were merely worried for his safety, likening it to her own parents' protective nature. Shifting the topic, Legion remarked with a playful tone that his vegetable dinner felt light enough to be already digested. He asked if meat would be served the following day. Cherian, amused by his remarks, told him to stop being silly and advised him to leave after breakfast. Legion turned his gaze to Cherian and calmly inquired if she was concerned about him. Flustered by the unexpected question, she quickly turned away, denying that she was worried about him. Instead, she claimed her concern lay with the people he might encounter in the future. Elsewhere, in front of a building cloaked in red mist, thugs gathered around a fire. One spoke grimly about a young man who had trembled while wielding a sword, seeking vengeance for his father. With a mocking grin, the thug recounted how he had sent the boy to join his father in death, claiming he had no other choice. The group erupted in laughter as another thug jested that they had spared the boy from becoming an orphan. Their mirth was interrupted by Legion's arrival. Surprised by his appearance, they demanded to know his identity and whether he understood the danger of where he stood. Legion responded calmly, acknowledging that he was aware this was the black market, a place infamous as the wandering market. The men laughed at his audacity, taunting him for entering such a perilous place knowingly, then remarked that the world must be going soft for even children to wander here. Legion, unbothered, warned them with a serious tone that calling him a child again would be their last mistake. The thugs, stunned by his boldness, grew angry. One unsheathed his sword, growling that he had been lenient because of Legion's apparent youth, but his patience had now run out. With a roar, the man charged, intending to end Legion's life. Before the blade could strike, Legion unleashed a technique, releasing energy from his palm. The moment passed too quickly for anyone to comprehend. One of the remaining thugs mocked their companion, suggesting he had been bested by a child, but their shock turned to horror as the man collapsed, lifeless. Legion addressed the group with cold resolve, declaring that this day marked a crucial step toward his future. He stated that he had no choice but to steel himself for what lay ahead. Enraged and bewildered, the remaining thugs drew their weapons, dismissing his cryptic words as nonsense. Legion charged because this day was so important to him. He vowed those he might normally spare would have to die. With one swift motion, Legion severed their limbs effortlessly, slicing through arms and legs as if they were paper. The carnage continued as Legion moved through the building, cutting down anyone in his path. Corpses littered the floors as he ascended to the top. Reaching the highest level, he kicked open the door to reveal a corpulent man surrounded by women who massaged and fanned him. This man, known as the Gluttonous Emperor, leader of the black market, appeared unfazed by Legion's sudden entrance. The maid smiled seductively, sensing his presence. Legion, noting the atmosphere, remarked on the ambience, his tone laced with dry humor. The Gluttonous Emperor slammed his hand on his chair, demanding to know if Legion was a guest and who he intended to purchase. Smirking, the Emperor mocked him, asking who he thought he could afford in a place like this. Legion responded without hesitation, stating that he had come to buy the most expensive person in the room. The Emperor burst into laughter, ridiculing the idea that someone so young could afford him. Playing along, the Emperor set the price at 500,000 niang. To the Emperor's shock, Legion dropped the full amount in notes onto the floor, asking if the deal was sealed. Taken aback, the Emperor, who had assumed Legion was bluffing, noticed more money in the bag. With greed in his eyes, he inquired if Legion could still pay if the price were raised. Legion replied coldly, expressing that he would be disappointed if the Emperor resorted to such tactics. Irritated, the Emperor's expression darkened, and he threatened to kill Legion and take the money instead. Legion, unfazed, responded with a calm stare, stating that such an action would disappoint him even more. The Emperor, deciding to act, ordered his maids forward. They released a seductive aura, unleashing their charm technique, confident that no ordinary man could resist it. The Gluttonous Emperor, watching intently, believed Legion was doomed the moment he entered the room. The maid's illusory blissful dance, a technique unparalleled in its sorcery, began to paralyze reason itself. As a maid launched her strike, Legion effortlessly blocked her attack with his hand. Observing their movements, he remarked calmly that it was a fine dance, but insufficient to kill him. Taking a hairpin from the maids, he flicked it toward a pillar, breaking the lamp above the Emperor's head. The Gluttonous Emperor, now visibly startled, realized Legion had seen through their soul manipulation sorcery. The maids, stunned, could scarcely believe their enchantment had been shattered. Legion turned his gaze to the women and asked if any of them genuinely harbored affection for the Emperor. Their silence provided the answer. Understanding they had been forced into service, he encouraged them to leave, assuring them they need not fear the consequences. Though hesitant and fearful of leaving in front of their master, Legion urged them to muster their courage and live freely. After a moment, the women began to move, inspired by his words. The Emperor interrupted their departure with loud laughter, sarcastically applauding Legion's speech. He warned that they would not be allowed to leave without having their limbs cut off. For the first time, Legion's expression darkened, his anger evident. Taking a step forward, he spoke coldly, promising that if the Emperor truly intended to dismember the women, he would repay the cruelty by slicing the Emperor apart piece by piece. The gluttonous Emperor, shocked by Legion's deadly tone, momentarily trapped, sensing an unfathomable murderous intent emanating from him. The maids, filled with gratitude, thanked Legion as they escaped. They promised never to forget his kindness, especially after he provided them with a large sum of money to aid their fresh start. Legion, maintaining his calm demeanor, reminded them to live well, emphasizing the importance of their newfound freedom. The Emperor stood frozen, unable to stop their departure, seething with rage as he watched his authority crumble. Internally, he fumed at the thought of being reduced to such a state by what he perceived as a mere brat. Determined to reclaim control, the gluttonous Emperor performed a technique that caused his body to expand to 3 times its original size. With a booming voice, he declared that Legion would die by his special technique, the body protection art. Legion, undeterred, replied confidently that the Emperor would need to endure quite a beating if he planned on growing even larger. The battle began as the Emperor lunged forward, but Legion dodged effortlessly, moving behind him with precision. The Emperor swung his massive arm in an attempt to strike Legion, but each blow missed its mark. Legion's calm smile only further enraged him. Frustrated by his inability to land a single hit, the Emperor vowed to reduce Legion to dust. Legion, remaining airborne, taunted him with disdain, expressing his hatred for men like him. With a single powerful kick to the Emperor's chest, Legion sent the massive figure flying through several walls, breaking his body in the process. The Emperor, coughing blood, managed to stand and summoned energy to his hand, intending to strike back. Before he could attack, Legion spat in disgust, calling him a filthy pig for imprisoning the women. Flicking a small stone with incredible speed and precision, Legion shattered the Emperor's hand, leaving him incapable of continuing the fight. The Emperor stumbled to his knees, his confidence shattered. For the first time, he began to recognize that the young man before him was a true master. Refusing to accept defeat, the Emperor gathered his remaining energy, shrinking in size while doubling his power. Before he could make a move, Legion appeared in front of him in an instant, his hand radiating with energy. With a single devastating strike to the Emperor's stomach, Legion released energy that tore through the man's body, destroying everything in its path. The Emperor collapsed, brought to his knees. Legion stood over him, declaring that he had paid for his life and would now take him away. Weakly, the Emperor asked where Legion intended to take his dying body. Legion's response was cold, stating that he had not been speaking to the Emperor. Realizing his fate was sealed, the Emperor let out a bitter laugh, admitting there was nothing he could do now. He questioned why Legion had bothered confronting him when someone of his skill could have simply stolen away unnoticed. Legion replied with chilling honesty that he had needed a reason to kill him. The Emperor, accepting his fate, admitted that Legion might be a worse man than himself. Legion acknowledged this possibility, but added that good people never fell into his trap. With those final words, the gluttonous Emperor succumbed to his wounds. His reign of terror brought to an end. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. Legion then turned toward a hunchback man standing nearby and addressed him. He stated that their long-awaited meeting had finally arrived and referred to the man as Manhwa. With a calm yet deliberate tone, Legion added that perhaps it would be more fitting to call him by his true name, Jang Ingeol. Realizing that his identity had been uncovered, the hunchback man dropped all pretenses. This man, Ingeol, was none other than the former patriarch of Steel Ghost Manor. Legion remarked with measured curiosity that it was surprising to find such a genius in formation arts and engineering in a place like this. He acknowledged that it had taken considerable effort to locate him and suggested that recovering from that incident must have been no small task. Mukiel, taken aback, was momentarily speechless. The incident in question referred to the tragic event that had marred Mukiel's life. Years ago, Steel Ghost Manor had gained renown for its exceptional mechanical techniques. As a scion of a prestigious family and an individual of extraordinary talent, Mukiel had lived a life envied by many. However, that life was shattered when his only daughter tampered with an incomplete device. The resulting catastrophe claimed the lives of his entire family, including his daughter. Overwhelmed by guilt, Mukiel had altered his appearance and gone into hiding, blaming himself for the tragedy. Tears streaming down his face, Mukiel confessed to Legion that the memory of that day had never left him. To his astonishment, Legion spoke with an air of understanding, acknowledging Mukiel's enduring grief. Legion remarked that it was rare to find someone who had borne such immense pain for a decade out of love and sorrow for their family. Mukiel, deeply moved, reflected that no one had ever spoken to him in such a way before. No one had ever risked their life to save him, a man they had only just met. Finally, Mukiel asked what Legion intended to do with him after purchasing him. Legion's response was filled with conviction. He declared that he would use Mukiel to dominate the Jianghu. At first, Mukiel was speechless, but soon he laughed and knelt before Legion. Accepting his new fate, Mukiel swore on his name to serve Legion as his master and dedicate the rest of his life to him. Legion smiled and asked if they should begin. Mukiel, still confused, had no idea what Legion meant. With a wicked grin, Legion activated fire in both hands. Meanwhile, outside the building, someone landed gracefully on a tree branch under the moonlight, wondering if the young master was still in battle. Minutes later, Mukiel's body returned to its original state. Shock overwhelmed him as he realized that his altered form, believed to be irreversible under the Great Law, had reverted. Overcome with gratitude and disbelief, he sincerely thanked Legion. Smiling kindly, Legion told Mukiel not to offer such deep thanks just yet. He reminded him that from this point forward, there would be hard work ahead, and the time for gratitude would come later. As they spoke, another man approached with admiration in his eyes. He greeted Legion, acknowledging his success and calling him Young Master. This man was Myong, Legion's personal guard. Seeing Myong, Legion couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark, teasing him about needing a shave and joking that he was starting to look older than his age. Myong, feigning injury, pretended to cough up blood at the playful insult. Legion then introduced Myong to Mukiel, explaining that Myong was his trusted guard and would be responsible for guiding Mukiel through everything from that point onward. Legion announced an unexpected change of plans, stating that their mission would now begin with the Palm Essence Union. This revelation left Myong visibly shocked. Myong questioned Legion about the sudden shift, pointing out that he had previously dismissed the Palm Essence Union clan as unworthy of their effort. Myong asked what had changed and why Legion was now entering the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. In response, Legion remarked in a casual tone that people's minds could change at any time. Unsatisfied with the explanation, Myong countered by stating that it sounded like the kind of excuse a playboy would give. For a moment, Legion was speechless but soon regained his composure, grinning as he accused Myong of being jealous of his popularity. Myong immediately denied the accusation, retorting that having many admirers did not equate to being fortunate in love. True fortune, Myong added, lay in marrying the right woman. Legion, still playful, teased that Myong's jealousy was obvious. Nearby, Mukiel observed the exchange in complete bewilderment, utterly clueless about the tension between the two. Once morning arrived at the Palm Essence Union, where Cherian and her father, Lichu, had come to meet the young master, Ingeol. At the gate, the guards informed them that both the union leader and the young master were away. Lichu, maintaining his politeness, inquired about their return, but the guards admitted they had no information. Quietly muttering to himself, Lichu acknowledged the need to apologize before the situation worsened. He then requested the guards to pass along a message, explaining that they had come to pay a visit. As they were preparing to leave, a man stepped out, known Hyukki, famously known as the Eight Flying Hands due to his martial arts skills. He greeted Li Chu with a broad smile, explaining that he was visiting the Union under the leader's invitation and was pleasantly surprised to encounter a familiar face. Li Chu returned the greeting courteously, inwardly noting that the Palm Essence Union leader seemed very selective in choosing skilled individuals for his circle. Hyukki, still smiling, suggested they take advantage of their free time to have a drink, generously offering to cover the expenses. Unbeknownst to Li Chu, Ingeol was watching them from inside with a sinister expression. Later, they arrived at the Spring Breeze Inn, where Hyukki poured a drink in Li Chu's cup, urging him to try it. Hyukki mentioned that the drink was bear bile wine, a rare and prized delicacy. Li Chu, wanting to remain gracious, thanked Hyukki for the opportunity to taste such an esteemed beverage. During their conversation, Hyukki casually remarked that the Palm Essence Union leader seemed quite upset. Alarmed, Li Chu asked Hyukki to intercede on their behalf, if possible. Hyukki laughed, reassuring Li Chu not to worry, and dismissed the matter, likening it to a trivial squabble among children. Meanwhile, Cherian was deep in thought, recalling how she had prepared food for Legion that morning. She had gone to neatly put them on the table, only to be told by a maid that Legion had left without notice. Annoyed, she muttered to herself about how Legion had been whining about wanting food, only to disappear. She speculated he might already be gone. Once they are done, Li Chu expressed his gratitude to Hyukki for the meal and the fine wine, mentioning that he had enjoyed the evening. He was about to offer to host Hyukki next time when Hyukki suddenly seemed alarmed and muttered about forgetting something urgent. Without warning, Hyukki dashed out of the inn, leaving Li Chu stunned. Moments later, the inn's attendant handed Li Chu the bill, which revealed an outrageous cost: 120 niang for the wine alone, with the side dishes similarly overpriced. Li Chu sighed deeply and explained to the attendant that he didn't have the money at the moment, but promised to return the next day to settle the bill. The attendant, however, boldly stated that credit was not accepted. She added that, under the circumstances, Cherian could remain at the inn as collateral until the payment was made. Li Chu, frustrated and seething with anger, demanded to know if the woman truly intended to hold his daughter hostage. The woman, with an icy demeanor, retorted that it should be thought of as collateral. If the payment could not be made, she stated, the daughter could entertain guests during her stay. Li Chu stood in stunned silence, questioning whether the woman had lost her mind. It dawned on him that this establishment was no ordinary wine house. Observing the guards stationed at the inn, he realized their presence exuded a menacing aura, likely surpassing his own strength. At that moment, the entrance of another figure drew attention. It was Legion, casually holding a bottle of wine. Cherian, surprised, asked what business brought him there. Legion grinned and responded nonchalantly, stating his intention to drink. Placing the bottle on the table, he turned to the attendant and remarked that the wine had a peculiar taste, insinuating that something might have been added to it. The attendant, attempting to maintain composure, asked for clarification. In a calm tone, Legion mentioned hearing that important figures frequented the establishment and questioned whether fake wine was also served to them. The attendant, growing visibly uneasy, tried to deflect the accusation, claiming he was drunk and urging him to lower his voice to avoid causing a scene. Undeterred, Legion declared loudly that the bear, while wine being served, was counterfeit. His bold claim quickly drew the attention of bystanders, eager to witness the commotion. With confidence, he proposed a wager. If the wine was proven to be fake, he would take everything the establishment had earned that day. Conversely, if he were mistaken, he would offer his own gallbladder for brewing liquor. The crowd followed as he led them to a small, run-down storehouse behind the inn, an area few had expected to exist. Whispers of curiosity spread as people speculated on what evidence Legion could possibly reveal. Standing before the locked storehouse door, Legion pointed out the oddity of storing wine in such a concealed location, secured with iron locks. The attendant attempted to counter, claiming that trade secrets, not wine, were stored there. Before she could finish, Legion shattered the door with his bare hands. He retrieved a large jar of wine and placed it on the ground, confidently announcing it as the true source of the establishment's prized wine. The attendant, panicked, muttered to herself that the situation had to be stopped. In desperation, she decided to act, took out a thin, sharp needle from her mouth and launching it at Legion in an attempt to silence him. However, Legion, having anticipated the attack, raised the wine jar as a shield. The needle struck the jar, shattering it into countless pieces. To everyone's horror, as the wine spilled, small, strange insects emerged, writhing in the liquid. Legion, wearing a sinister smile, looked around at the crowd and mockingly asked if anyone wanted to sample the wine. Holding up a small cup, he repeated the offer, but the crowd, repelled by the sight of the insects, grimaced in disgust. Several muttered refusals, while others nervously inspected their own cups, horrified by what they saw. Legion, fully committed to his demonstration, expressed frustration at the lack of takers, declaring that he needed someone to confirm his claim. A voice from the back shouted for him to stop, labeling him a lunatic and dismissing the notion that bear, bile wine could involve such insects. Unfazed, Legion brought one of the insects closer to his face, explaining that it was called the black painted insect, named for the artistic pattern on its back. The skeptic asked what significance the insect held, prompting Legion to reveal that its excretions closely mimicked the taste of bear bile, so much so that ordinary palates could scarcely detect the difference. The revelation that the crowd had unknowingly consumed the insect's secretions caused widespread distress. Suddenly, a man of imposing stature entered the scene. His mere presence commanded respect, even from the madam, and it soon became evident that he was the leader of the Southern Peak Alliance, Jang Ingeol. This figure had gained prominence following the conclusion of the 13-year-long Great Orthodox Demonic War, during which the 9 great sects and the 4 great families sealed their doors while the demonic cult retreated into seclusion. In the power vacuum that followed, major factions like the Northern Heaven Supreme Family and the Southern Peak Alliance rose to prominence, with the latter becoming one of the strongest forces in the martial world. The reverence shown by others confirmed that this seemingly ordinary old man was among the most powerful figures in existence. The elder scrutinized Legion and asked how he knew about the black-painted insect, a creature said to exist only in the southern regions. Legion, appearing both calm and slightly surprised by the reaction, replied that he had traveled extensively since his youth. The elder, intrigued, remarked on Legion's vast knowledge and questioned his true identity. Legion smiled and introduced himself as the eldest son of drifting clouds and flowing water. The old man muttered the names, drifting clouds and flowing water, as if trying to recall their significance. With a grin, Legion elaborated, describing them as the best fruit merchants on the outskirts. The old man and his servants appeared visibly surprised by this unexpected answer. After a moment, Ingeol burst into hearty laughter. Internally, he wondered if Legion was intentionally concealing his true identity and admired the cleverness of the move. Meanwhile, Legion continued to offer the wine with the insect to anyone brave enough to try it. Behind the old man, one of his subordinates appeared deep in thought, observing the interaction. The servant, the White Tiger Squad leader of the Southern Peak Alliance, Makwi, found it peculiar that the Alliance leader was taking an interest in this young man. Speaking up, Makwi offered to taste the wine, seeking approval from the old man, who nodded in agreement. He took a few sips of the wine and, with a disgusted expression, turned to a woman nearby and exclaimed that it was identical to what had been served earlier. His words caused an uproar among the crowd, many of whom were horrified to realize what they had consumed. The group demanded answers, shouting in disbelief. The madam, growing frantic, protested her innocence, claiming she was being framed. Her lies, however, failed to quell the outrage. The crowd pressed further, demanding either the real wine or her head. Her guards hesitated, visibly intimidated by the presence of the Southern Peak Alliance leader and the White Tiger Squad leader. Seeing their hesitation, the madam issued a desperate warning, declaring that those opposing her would face dire consequences due to the powerful individuals backing her. Her threats only fueled the chaos. Amidst the commotion, Legion maintained a calm smile. Li Chu turned to him, clasping his hand in gratitude, and acknowledged that if not for Legion's intervention, they would have been in grave trouble. Legion, in his usual nonchalant manner, replied that, naturally, no one else could pull off something as extraordinary as this. His casual response left Li Chu even more surprised. Legion then added, with a hint of playful arrogance, that he now expected to be treated as their savior. Ingeol observed Legion intently, and Makwi beside him remarked on how intriguing Legion was. Ingeol responded thoughtfully, stating that Legion was more than just interesting. Puzzled, Makwi sought clarification. A surge of energy coursed through the old man as he continued to watch Legion. He admitted that from the moment he saw the young man, a long-forgotten feeling had resurfaced, one that blended pleasure, excitement, desperation, and ambition. It stirred within him just as it had on the day he had conquered the Southern Peak Alliance. Despite his vast experience, Young confessed that he could not explain why Legion evoked such a reaction. Makwi, perplexed, reflected on the situation. Knowing the Alliance leader's remarkable insight and ability to see through nearly anyone, he found it astonishing that even the old man admitted uncertainty. This acknowledgement left him wondering if Legion was truly as exceptional as he appeared to be. Later that night, under the cover of darkness, a man ran frantically through the forest, his clothes soaked in blood. Desperation etched on his face. He muttered to himself about the urgency of alerting others at any cost. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside him, prompting an instinctive reach for his sword. His pursuer had caught up. The bloodied man immediately recognized the badge worn by his pursuer came from the Orthodox Alliance, while the man belonged to the Northern Heaven Supreme family. The man spoke with urgency, explaining the need to cancel both the Dragon and Phoenix tournament and the Heavenly Dragon tournament. A conspiracy was in motion, orchestrated by the Flying Swallow Association. The pursuer, pointing out that the tournament was hosted by the Northern Heaven Supreme family and questioning why the man sought to warn the Orthodox Alliance rather than reporting to their superiors. The man revealed that a spy was among them, rendering trust impossible. Before they could proceed, the sound of others approaching filled the air. The man cursed their predicament, devising a plan to act as bait while urging the pursuer to escape and deliver the warning. Relieved to have shared the burden, the wounded man acknowledged the gravity of the situation. However, the relief was short-lived. The pursuer's expression darkened, and with a sinister grin, he revealed a betrayal. Before the wounded man could react, his neck was already sliced cleanly, blood splattering across the forest floor. As the head rolled away, the pursuer coldly remarked that their pursuers were not from the Flying Swallow Association, but the Flying Swallowtail Association. Amidst the eerie forest, butterflies fluttered around, and a woman perched delicately on a branch observed the scene. The man is 16th Butterfly. He knelt before her, addressing her as the leader. She inquired about the others, and the man reported that the 14th Butterfly had already handled them. With a fan in her hand and a seemingly innocent gleam in her eyes, she expressed confidence in their actions. She declared that the Dragon and Phoenix tournament would be a nightmare. Elsewhere that same night, Legion and Cherion walked together, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Legion remarked on his anticipation of the delicious meat the Sect leader planned to buy, while Cherion teased him about his constant hunger. Legion explained that his appetite was fueled by his thoughts, which included plans to conquer Hubei. Cherion inquired further, prompting him to grin and mention other matters as well. However, his mood abruptly shifted, his expression darkening as a sense of loneliness in a foreign land seemed to weigh on him. As they continued walking, Cherion stopped to thank him for his earlier help, recounting an incident involving the young master of a family who had provoked Legion. She reflected on the absurdity of considering participation in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament with such a volatile individual. Legion encouraged her to enter the tournament with him, promising victory. Though skeptical, Cherion agreed, driven by a desire to put certain individuals in their place. Both resolved to do their best, the pale moonlight illuminating their path. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a man who had once fled after leaving them to pay for his meal. He taunted them, accusing Legion of ruining the plans of young Master Jang. Legion, unperturbed, questioned the man's tendency to backtrack on assassination orders. The man laughed darkly, confirming the order to kill both of them. Hyukki's wide grin and menacing aura unsettled Cherion, who whispered her fear of his murderous intent. Doubt crept in her mind about their ability to defeat him, especially given her lack of real combat experience. Trembling, she gripped her sword and asked Legion if he had faced true combat before. Surprisingly, Legion stood just behind Cherion, pleading for protection as he hid behind her. Cherion broke into a cold sweat as the situation grew increasingly dire. The man confronting them was revealed to be a master of palm techniques, so skilled that his hands seemed to multiply into 8, earning him the title 8 Flying Hands. Once a hero with dreams of a better Jianghu, Hyukki had abandoned his ideals, disillusioned by the prosperity of villains. Casting aside the distinction between good and evil, he had become a villain himself. Now, he loomed ominously before the two young martial artists. Cherion's body trembled as she faced the overwhelming gap in skill and experience, which seemed as vast as heaven and earth. Sensing her fear, Legion leaned close and instructed her to draw her sword. She complied, unsheathing her blade with determination, vowing not to stand idly by. The tense standoff among the three unfolded, with Hyukki smirking and mocking her eagerness to die. He activated his palm techniques, lunging at her with the intent to end the fight swiftly. Both Legion and Cherion dodged the attack, though Cherion was struck by his incredible speed. She attempted to use her movement technique but lost her balance, crashing into a tree trunk. As she fell against the bark, Hyukki launched another palm attack. She barely ducked in time, the tree obliterated by the force of his strike. Fear overwhelmed Cherion as she grappled with the realization that this was nothing like her training. Hyukki's ominous gaze bore into her mind, and she was certain she was facing death. Legion, noticing her panic, calmly advised her to stop relying on her movement technique and instead let her body flow naturally with her sword. His words prompted her to focus on her weapon, repeating to herself his instruction, the sword first, then the feet. She centered herself, her mind clearing as she concentrated. Hyukki sneered at Legion, ridiculing him for hiding behind a woman. Taking advantage of the distraction, Cherion launched an attack, but Hyukki deflected it with ease, barely exerting himself. Desperation filled her as she realized that failure would mean death for both of them. She continued her strikes, each one stronger than the last, but the man parried them effortlessly. Mocking her attempts, he lunged for her face with a palm strike. She ducked and retreated, blood trickling from her shoulder. Legion observed her struggle and questioned her swordplay. He pointed out that her usually heavy movements had become overly delicate. Confused, Cherion reflected on his criticism, considering whether her years of training in the Scarlet Tray-sword art might have flaws. Legion urged her to move fluidly, like water. The comment resonated, as she recalled the feeling of being blocked since reaching the 7 stars level. Determined, she decided to try his suggestion. Her movements became graceful and flowing, her stance shifting seamlessly. With a single strike, she sliced a few strands of the man's hair, gaining newfound confidence. Agitated, Hyukki gritted his teeth and poured more power into his palm techniques. He attacked with ferocity, blowing Cherion backward and disarming her. She blasted away, blood spilling from her mouth as she failed to defend against the attack. Screaming to her, Hyukki declared his intent to end the battle. His eyes glowed with malice as he stared skyward in confusion. Cherion had vanished. Baffled, he muttered to himself, questioning her sudden disappearance. A voice spoke from behind him, and he turned to find Legion airborne, holding Cherion. Bathed in moonlight, Legion exuded an aura of an unfathomable being. He revealed that he had used a skill similar to Void Step, which is Falling Blossom Step from the Heavenly Thunder Steps. He explained that the technique was a martial art passed down from his father, rarely revealed to others. The revelation left Hyukki trembling in disbelief. Sinking to his knees, Hyukki acknowledged the mastery of such an elusive art. Legion gently set Cherion near a tree before explaining his parents' love story, mentioning that he had never believed in love at first sight until that moment. Shaking, Hyukki stammered, struggling to comprehend how someone so young could master the reverse flow of such a wondrous martial art. With a single, devastating punch, Legion caved in Hyukki's skull, the force of the blow sending Hyukki crashing through a tree before slamming hard into the ground. Blood spattered as Hyukki gasped and coughed, realizing the terrifying truth. Legion's power was far beyond his comprehension. Staring at the shattered remains of the tree, Hyukki begged for his life, pleading desperately for mercy. Legion responded with cold detachment, expressing his disdain for his father. He mused aloud that his father would have urged forgiveness, an approach that had always been frustratingly idealistic to him. Hyukki, panicking at Legion's tone, thought the man must be insane. Desperation drove him to flee, but Legion continued, reflecting on his mother's teachings. Unlike his father, his mother had always advised him never to adopt such lenient ways. As Legion's demeanor darkened, he unsheathed his blade. The cloth wrapping the sword began to tear away, revealing the weapon bit by bit. He declared his intent to follow his mother's path, even if his father's way was considered the righteous one. The blade emerged, glowing with a fiery red light, its guard engraved with the skull of a demon. This was the infamous Northern Hellblade. Flames enveloped Legion's hands as he wielded the weapon with power, summoning forth demons with a single swing. The air filled with ghostly wails as the spirits lunged toward Hyukki, who froze in terror. In an instant, Hyukki's body was shredded into hundreds of pieces before he could even comprehend what had happened. Hyukki now rests in pieces. Blood spread throughout as Legion stared coldly at the lifeless remains. His crimson eyes burned with intensity as he muttered that his father's path was simply too dull to follow. Legion then began humming a melancholic tune, speaking of paths and the unknown futures they might bring. On a windswept cliff, he envisioned singing his song to no one but a solitary flower that lent an ear. At that moment, Cherian stirred from unconsciousness, her eyes fluttering open. Noticing her movement, Legion asked if she was awake. Cherian, surprised, realized she was being carried on his back. She asked him to let her down, but he insisted on carrying her due to her injuries. Still groggy, Cherian struggled to recall what had happened. Legion explained, in a teasing tone, that the man she had struck blindly was struck down by his sword. Her face turned pale with shock as she pieced the events together, realizing her role in the man's death. Legion, with a mischievous grin, attempted to scare her further, stating that the man couldn't possibly be alive after being stabbed in the heart. Her trembling grip tightened on his shoulders, but Legion reassured her there was no need to feel guilt. The man deserved his fate. He added solemnly that drawing a sword without the resolve to use it was an insult to the blade itself. Cherian remained uncertain, viewing Legion as an enigmatic figure. Though he often displayed a carefree demeanor, his actions revealed a much darker and dangerous side. As they continued their journey, Legion grinned and spoke of the future, mentioning the Dragon and Phoenix tournament and the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament. With determination, he hinted at grand ambitions of conquering the world. Cherian, still on his back, glanced over his shoulder, her gaze lingering on his face as their intertwined destinies led them toward an uncertain path. Meanwhile, in another part of the continent, two elderly figures and a middle-aged man were deep in conversation. The old lady carried a pair of scythes that radiated ominous auras, their power palpable, while the old man carried a sword appeared ordinary but emanated an energy equal in intensity to the others. The group's sharp gazes fixed on a middle-aged man. One of the elders asked the middle-aged man if he had made the purchase. In response, the man presented a wooden box containing 6 dumplings. The elderly woman took a bite, her expression softening as she reflected on the slow pace of their travels. She remarked that the journey brought back memories of her youth. The old man, clearly uncomfortable, grumbled about her habit of revisiting the past. She recalled a dramatic moment when he had drawn his sword in battle, his voice lowering as he recounted the details. The memory unfolded vividly in his mind, showing the pair locked in fierce romance of combat. The woman's face turned somber as the scene shifted, adding an almost haunting weight to her recollection. The old man, frustrated, ran a hand through his hair, lamenting his reckless younger self. This earned a laugh from the middle-aged man, who nearly spat out his drink. The group's laughter subsided as the middle-aged man asked about the young master they had mentioned earlier. The woman's smile grew fond as she spoke of Legion's father, prompting the old man to chuckle. They marveled at how quickly Legion had grown, now preparing to take part in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Reflecting on the passage of time, they expressed a mix of pride and apprehension for the challenges ahead. A lot of young children were bound to get hurt this time, the old lady mused with a hearty laugh. The old man explained that Legion typically avoided harming children unless they had done something to deserve punishment. Someone like Ingeol, who had once sent an assassin after Legion. His expression darkened as he commented that the lunatic was still alive, referring to Legion. A servant confirmed this, stating that Legion had left the Righteous Sword Sect accompanied by Cherian. Ingeol's face twisted in disbelief as he questioned what the assassin he had hired was doing. It appeared Hyukki couldn't handle a single opponent. The servant praised Hyukki as a great warrior, but noted that he had not returned since leaving the previous night. Fear began to creep into Ingeol's expression as he processed the news. His thoughts raced as he wondered where Hyukki had disappeared to. Could he be dead? Impossible, Ingeol thought, then began laughing out loud in a mixture of disbelief and unease. He refused to believe Legion could have defeated such a master. As he reflected, he recalled Legion's survival, whether through luck or skill, and became determined to uncover the truth during the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. The scene shifted to the day of the tournament. Firecrackers illuminated the sky with vibrant colors and loud bursts. Banners celebrating the event and the hosting family lined the streets, while guards stood vigilant at every corner. The grand arena, a massive pit prepared for the tournament, dominated the scene. Participants began arriving. The male martial artists, referred to as dragons, and the female martial artists called phoenixes. Spectators buzzed with excitement as they discussed the competitors. A piercing scream from a girl drew attention as she spotted a figure wearing a mesmerizing robe. The young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, Imhagi, heir to his clan. Accompanying him was a young lady from the renowned Sima clan. The crowd speculated whether the four great clans were finally making their move. Their focus shifted again as another notable figure arrived. Yang, the young master of the Southern Peak Alliance, widely expected to win the tournament. Beside him was Seol Biokwa, proclaimed as the most beautiful woman in the land and daughter of the Green Water Mountain Manor. The crowd admired her beauty and cheered for the pair. Meanwhile, Legion raised his hand confidently, as though acknowledging cheers that were for him. Speaking with conviction, he declared his intention to win. The crowd, bewildered, questioned his audacity. One person shouted for him to leave, while another begrudgingly admitted to envying his indifference. Legion remarked on the lavish decorations, assuming that the Northern Heaven Supreme family must be profiting handsomely. She chuckled at Legion's casual observations and softly called his name. Legion glanced at her, and she smiled warmly, encouraging him to do their best together. He smiled back, radiating charm. As the 8 participating teams prepared to comply with the referee's instructions, he warned them not to touch anything and to simply wait. Legion smirked, interpreting the remark as a reverse invitation. Cherian, confused, asked what he meant, but Legion gave no explanation. Inside the designated room, tension hung in the air as participants speculated how many would advance to the next round. Cherian, still unsure, questioned their purpose there, wondering if they would be asked to face the first challenge immediately. Legion, distracted by a painting on the wall, said nothing. The match began as Cherian asked what had caught his attention. Legion, reading the sign accompanying the painting, smirked, realizing the tournament had already commenced. He folded his hands and guided Cherian toward the artwork, asking if she noticed anything unusual. She stared at it, puzzled. The painting depicted a group of warriors locked in combat, each wielding a traditional Chinese martial arts weapon. After a moment of contemplation, she began to explain the significance of the 18 weapons, but was cut off by Legion, who dismissed her interpretation as a distraction. Legion suggested taking a closer look. Cherian examined the painting again and noticed something peculiar. The warriors, despite appearing engaged in combat, all had their eyes fixed on a glowing incense burner held by one of the figures. Her realization deepened as she connected the image to the incense burner in the room, placed on a table just as in the painting. The participants were explicitly warned that touching anything could result in immediate disqualification. The examiners watched closely, ensuring no one violated the rules, even by accident. Cherian, concerned, warned Legion to be cautious as his hand inched closer to the incense burner. Despite the warning, a loud noise echoed as Legion grabbed the burner. The room fell silent as everyone stared, stunned. A man wielding a red sword glared at Legion, his expression conveying disbelief and irritation. Unfazed, Legion examined the burner, tilting it to reveal an inscription underneath. The words Dragon and Phoenix Hall were carved into the base. Legion pointed this out to Cherian, who asked what it meant. He explained that the match began upon entry and declared that the first stage had already started. Behind them, a trembling man muttered something unintelligible as Legion and Cherian prepared to proceed. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. A man, holding a red blade and accompanied by a young girl, pointed at Legion and Cherian. He questioned whether they had ignored the rules, accusing them of reckless behavior. His tone was self-righteous, as though he owned the space. The man directed his anger at Legion, chastising him for actions that he claimed could jeopardize everyone present. Growing more irate, He demanded Legion put the incense burner down immediately. Legion, accustomed to dealing with people like this, responded calmly. He remarked that something seemed gravely wrong with the man and questioned why someone so young would live solely by the rules. Cherian, observing the exchange, noted that the man appeared to be about their age. Legion attempted to offer a new perspective, encouraging the man to challenge the existing order. However, the man dismissed his words as childish excuses, his anger escalating. The man's voice rose as he rambled on, casting a glance toward the emotionless instructors observing the scene. A smug smile formed on his face as he decided to subdue Legion, believing it would earn him favor. Declaring there were no rules against drawing his sword, he unsheathed his weapon and threatened Legion. His companion, sensing danger, tried to de-escalate the situation, but the man was resolute. Assessing Legion, he assured his companion that he would only teach him a lesson. Before the man could act, a sudden force slammed his sword back into its scabbard. Legion had moved swiftly, giving the man no chance to react. Stepping forward with calm but undeniable power, Legion overwhelmed the man with his presence. Terror spread across the man's face as he stammered, recognizing the overwhelming strength in Legion's subtle movement. Legion's ominous smile, one that heralded destruction, emerged once more. Legion moved even closer, leaning in to tell the man to avoid humiliating himself and to listen to his little sister. Sweat poured from the man as he realized he could not move, paralyzed by Legion's intent. The onlookers watched intently as the young girl approached her brother, touching his wrist and softly reprimanding him for pointing his sword recklessly at the powerless. Her words confused the man, who questioned who the powerless one truly was. Bowing her head, the girl apologized to Legion for their rudeness. Legion, appearing satisfied, took a breath and smiled. He placed the incense burner back on the table and called Cherian to follow him. Although the girl seemed unaware of the gravity of the situation, Cherian had caught a glimpse of Legion's dangerous nature and appeared distressed. A guard then warned Legion that leaving without permission would result in elimination. Legion, undeterred, responded nonchalantly, agreeing to the condition. As Legion left, the other participants were stunned by his actions. Turning back briefly, he addressed the man and his sister, offering them a chance to advance to the second gate if they chose to follow him. The brother, gritting his teeth, reminded Legion of the disqualification rule. Legion, chuckling, exited the hall without hesitation. Onlookers continued to watch the unfolding events, captivated by Legion's audacity. Legion and Cherian finally arrived at the Dragon and Phoenix Hall. Cherian, who had initially harbored doubts, now expressed her realization that the Dragon and Phoenix Hall truly existed. Legion pulled the heavy door open, remarking that the riddle was indeed a challenging problem. As she speculated that only 2 people might have managed to solve it, her hopes were dashed upon seeing the reality. Hundreds of pairs had already gathered inside the hall. Stunned by the sheer number of participants, Cherian could only glance around in disbelief. Struggling to comprehend how so many had managed to solve the riddle, Cherian voiced her confusion. Legion, scanning the room, noted the presence of individuals from high nobility, including prominent successors such as the young master of the Southern Peak Alliance. He commented that the prestigious Orthodox factions wouldn't let something this significant pass without intervention. Cherian, realizing the implications, asked Legion if he was suggesting corruption. Legion pointed toward the crowd, speculating that the information had likely been shared exclusively with the influential clans. His gaze then settled on a familiar face, Ingeol, whom he identified as the same person who had previously tried to kill them. Calling Ingeol an idiot, Legion's tone carried a hint of amusement, while Cherian looked at him with wide eyes, processing the gravity of the situation. Ingeol, in turn, noticed Legion and began to sense something amiss. His thoughts raced, questioning whether Legion had backing or if the assassin he had hired had betrayed him. As Ingeol glanced at his sister, he noticed her dazed expression, her eyes full of admiration directed at Legion. Frustrated, he turned away, inwardly fuming about her reaction. The atmosphere shifted as a rhythmic bell silenced the room, drawing everyone's attention to a new arrival. A robed figure entered, his commanding presence captivating the crowd. This man, Bong Suchan, introduced himself as an elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family and the organizer of the tournament. He congratulated the participants for passing the first gate, igniting excitement among the gathered competitors. Even Cherian, brimming with enthusiasm, acknowledged Legion's earlier insight. However, the celebration was interrupted by the angry voice of the young man who had clashed with Legion earlier. He and his sister, stopped by the guards, drew attention as the man loudly objected, claiming that the test had been unfair. He pointed toward Legion and accused him of breaking the rules by touching the incense burner. Though others in the crowd didn't agree with the sentiment and the test's outcome was as intended. The examiner, who had been silent until now, finally erupted. His sharp voice cut through the room, commanding everyone's attention. With a scornful glare, he chastised the complainers, declaring that the affairs of the Jianghu were no trivial matter. He reminded them that in the Jianghu, danger was constant, and vigilance was a necessity. His words carried a brutal lesson. There would be no one to complain to if an assassin took their lives. He mocked the idea of crying out to the ruler of hell for justice. Meanwhile, Legion turned his attention to Cherian as she asked how he had known the incense burner was the key. Was it merely a coincidence? Legion corrected her gently, explaining that there were no coincidences in the Jianghu. Cherian reflected on his words, realizing the dangers of the world they were navigating and how close she might have been to failure without Legion's guidance. Nearby, the young brother and sister, defeated and tearful, consoled each other. The girl lamented that they had only followed the instructions given to them. The disparity between their actions and the tournament's harsh rules highlighted the unforgiving nature of the Jianghu. Cherian couldn't help but consider how easily she might have faced the same fate if she weren't with Legion. As the siblings prepared to leave, the examiner grinned ominously. He announced that those eliminated should consider themselves lucky, for the Dragon and Phoenix tournament was about to transform into hell. As evening descended, Legion offered a skewer of grilled meat to someone, encouraging her to take a bite. The recipient eagerly tried the food. It was Cherian's youngest sister, Jang Ingeol. Delighted, she exclaimed how delicious it was. Legion, smiling brightly, responded confidently, boasting that his grilling elevated even the simplest meat to another level. He mentioned that while his mother excelled in nearly everything, cooking was her sole weakness, forcing him to learn the skill himself to avoid bland meals. To him, the joy of eating, along with other pleasures like alcohol and women, defined the richness of life. Suryan listened intently, beginning to grasp Legion's philosophy. Even Cherian admitted that his cooking surpassed hers despite her own expertise. Observing her sister's excitement, Cherian gently reminded her to chew properly. Her sister replied that the food melted in her mouth before she could chew. Cherian noted how lively her sister seemed, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. It was revealed that Suryan had been a healthy child until mysteriously falling ill at the age of 7. Despite the efforts of the best physicians, no cause or cure had been found. Cherian wondered if her sister would ever recover, as her condition seemed to worsen with time. Their clan leader, observing his daughter's rare enthusiasm, expressed gratitude to Legion for making the day exceptional. He also thanked him for helping her through the first round of the tournament. Legion confidently assured him that he could be relied upon for the second round as well. Initially dismissive of such bold claims, Li Chu now saw Legion in a different light, recognizing his extraordinary nature. Quietly, Li Chu pondered who this young man truly was. As night deepened, Legion walked across a flower-strewn field. His steps were deliberate, his mind both focused and wandering. Suddenly, a faint sensation caught his attention, followed by the ground trembling violently. Rocks flew into the air as the serene field transformed into a harsh, deserted ground, fit for only the most skilled martial artists. Legion, taking in the sight, remarked with a smile that it looked incredible. Before him stood Mukiel, the manor master, alongside Myong. Mukiel revealed that the transformation was caused by the activation of the 9 Palaces' exquisite flower formation, the lightest of the manor's 3 formations. He explained that the second formation was the 5 Elements and 7 Stars formation, while the last, the Celestial King of Light formation, was so powerful that even a martial master would find escape impossible without dismantling it. Legion acknowledged the formation's strength, but corrected Mukiel, explaining that certain martial arts could break formations without dismantling them. Mukiel, astonished, listened as Legion confidently added that one day he would understand. As the night continued, Myong informed Legion of a new mechanism, the 7-step path to the Grim Reaper, soon to be installed alongside other structures nearing completion. This, Legion noted, marked one more step toward creating Jianghu's strongest sect. Legion glanced at Myong, who returned the look with confidence. Myong confirmed that the Wind God's location had been discovered, as Legion had predicted. Legion announced his intention to visit the Wind God the following day. Sensing more to the decision, Myong hinted, asking if there was someone for whom Legion wished to offer them to. Legion, catching the sarcasm, replied that asking questions while already knowing the answer was a bad habit. Realizing his mistake, Myong apologized, explaining that he couldn't help it. Standing in the stillness of the night, Legion remarked on how the night view always thrilled him, though he couldn't explain why. Reflecting aloud, he jokingly asked if there was some hidden story from his childhood, such as falling into a well and being trapped in darkness for days. Myong dismissed the idea, replying that even if something like that had happened, Legion would have found a way out on his own. Legion, momentarily introspective, called Myong by name. Myong responded respectfully, addressing him as young master. Gazing out over the vast expanse of Jianghu, Legion asked softly if he could claim all the light for himself. Myong looked at him thoughtfully before replying that in Jianghu, no one else could do a better job of it than Legion. In the bustling streets of the marketplace, Legion and Cherian walked side by side. Cherian, curious about their destination, inquired where they were headed. Legion responded with a calm expression, stating his intent to procure a real weapon for her. This statement puzzled her, and she wondered aloud what he meant by a real weapon. In the past, Legion had noticed her poor judgment when choosing weapons, often prioritizing appearance and price over functionality. She had even considered to spend her entire pocket money, but her whimsical choices had reached his limit. Determined to change this, he informed her that they were heading to a reputable establishment. The pair arrived at their destination, where lanterns illuminated walls filled with an impressive array of spears, each showcasing different handling styles. A stern-looking man in a blacksmith's robe stood nearby, exuding an intimidating presence. Cherian, uneasy, scanned a room filled with hundreds of weapons and felt out of place. She recalled that Legion had once claimed never to have visited Wuhan, which made her question how he knew of the Dark Arms Merchant, a secret establishment dealing in rare and dangerous weaponry. Legion examined the room intently before addressing the merchant, asking if the displayed weapons were all they had. The merchant studied Legion, noting the unusual aura surrounding his blades. Smiling, the merchant offered something special, reserved for distinguished guests. Opening a box, he revealed the frozen jaded dagger, its frosty aura chilling the air and radiating energy. Legion observed the weapon closely, muttering under his breath, while Cherian, entranced by its beauty, gasped. However, her awe turned to shock upon hearing the price: 15,000 niang. This exorbitant amount left her stunned, more so than even the prospect of death had ever done. Attempting to negotiate, Legion inquired about a possible bonus for the purchase. Cherian was taken aback by the casual request. The merchant, intrigued, asked if Legion had something specific in mind. In response, Legion suggested selecting another item from the display. Recognizing Legion's awareness of the weapon's extraordinary nature, the merchant considered the request, his curiosity about this unusual young man growing. As Legion made his choice, the merchant's eyes widened, realizing the significance of the selection. Cherian, caught off guard, displayed her surprise openly. Observing the interaction, the merchant laughed before turning serious, asking for Legion's name. Upon hearing it, the merchant, unfamiliar with the name, wondered how someone so young could recognize such a unique weapon, hinting at an extraordinary background or abilities. As the merchant's thoughts trailed off, he speculated about the origins of Legion's blades. A grin spread across his face as he pondered whether Legion was the true master of such a weapon. Asking if they would meet again, the merchant received a darkened look from Legion, who thanked him for his generosity in adding a bonus. Both exchanged grins, laughing as equals, though Cherian struggled to understand the moment. Later, Legion was seen washing something while Cherian expressed her outrage at the 15,000 niang expenditure on a dagger. Adding to her frustration, he had even requested a pair of old gloves as a bonus. She clutched her head, muttering in exasperation that Legion was either a fool, a madman, or both. Finally, with a mix of humor and disbelief, she settled on calling him a crazy fool. Curious, She questioned where he had obtained so much money, playfully suggesting he might be the son of a wealthy family or involved in something shady. Legion, weary of her speculations, asked for her hand. When she tried to refuse, he explained that the gloves might help her improve her martial arts, particularly since she was stuck at the 7 stars level. Shocked by his knowledge of her rank, she questioned him further, but he simply remarked that there was little about her he did not know. Still skeptical, Cherian asked if the glove would genuinely help or if he was merely teasing her. Legion reassured her, taking her hand and advising her to respect even the smallest objects, as each holds its own unique energy. He guided her to sense its presence. Mesmerized by his words, she allowed him to place the glove on her hand. The glove began to turn transparent, radiating a mysterious energy that created gusts of wind. As the intensity grew, Cherian, amazed, asked about the energy emanating from the one she wore. The glove absorbed the surrounding power, casting a bright yellow glow that enveloped her in a swirling wind. Overwhelmed, she realized the gloves were far from ordinary. Legion, pleased, observed the glove's reaction, remarking that it had accepted her and noting her talent after all. Cherian pondered aloud about the meaning of its acceptance, her gaze fixed on her hand, where the word wind was now inscribed. Breaking the silence, Legion explained that she should greet the wind god, adding that he possessed the second glove. He revealed that when the 2 gloves were near each other, they would resonate, though her weak internal energy currently prevented the full effect. Assuring her of the glove's exceptional craftsmanship, Legion elaborated that their materials were far from ordinary. He went on to describe their original owner, the Wind God, the greatest martial master of Jianghu from over 300 years ago, emphasizing that the gloves were treasures among treasures. Perplexed, Cherian questioned why such a priceless item had been hidden in the Dark Arms merchant's collection. Legion speculated that the merchant might have been waiting for someone who could recognize its true value. With these gloves, he explained, she would even be able to block a sword barehanded. However, he cautioned that given her current level, she would still sustain injuries, though her hands would at least remain intact. Sincerely curious, she finally asked why he treated her with such kindness. Legion fell silent at the question, then smiled, his expression reminiscent of an old soul in a young body. As rain began to fall across the plains, preparations for the Dragon and Phoenix tournament were underway. The next day, Legion and Cherian sat side by side, observing the grounds. She pointed to a long stone slab with footprints etched into its surface and wondered about them. The examiner then announced the second round of the tournament, the test of striding. The task, he explained, was simple. Participants must traverse the length of the stone slab while adhering to 2 rules. First, they must step only on the marked footprints, and second, they must cooperate with their partner. Some participants murmured that the challenge seemed easy, with the young master of the Southern Peak Alliance loudly declaring it to be child's play. The examiner, unimpressed, inwardly scoffed, reflecting that this loudmouth, the Southern Peak Alliance's successor, was pitiful. At this stage, no special privileges were given, as the examiners held no allegiance to any clan or sect. Legion muttered that the task would not be easy, drawing a surprised glance from Cherian. He explained that everyone had unique habits in martial arts, especially with something as intricate as striding. Overthinking each step, he added, would disrupt one's natural rhythm. The challenge became even greater due to the required cooperation between partners. One participant wondered if the pairs who completed the test would leave afterward, but the examiner clarified that it would be conducted in front of everyone. The crowd realized that going later might be advantageous, allowing them to observe and learn from earlier participants' mistakes. Cherian recognized the value of observing others, hoping to gain insights from any errors made by those who went first. Suddenly, someone stepped forward to accept the challenge. Cherian's pupils dilated as she watched in awe. It was the young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, renowned for his martial prowess, preparing to begin. Legion observed him with a grin, remarking that it was a bold move. He noted the value in going first, as it offered an opportunity to set the standard. As rain cloaked the pavilion, the scene shifted to the successor of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, preparing for the second round of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Spectators murmured in awe, questioning the young challenger's confidence in stepping forward first. Yet, given his reputation, his decisions seemed fitting. The young master, well-regarded and commanding respect, attracted every gaze. Legion and Charian observed him intently, each pondering the striding art he might employ. Legion seemed pleased with the bold move, casting a satisfied glance at the challenger. Smiling faintly, he asked his companion's opinion while the young master steadied himself, planting his feet firmly on the engraved pavement. The poised figures radiated energy, capturing the attention of all present. The crowd marveled at the young master's composure. Women were entranced by his presence, while men watched in astonishment, murmuring about his elegance. With swift, deliberate steps, the young master moved forward in mere seconds, his unshakable focus and graceful precision leaving the audience in awe. Charian couldn't help but admire his incredible speed, though Legion appeared slightly disappointed. Even the elderly whispered praises, commending his flawless technique as befitting the heir of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Meanwhile, the woman accompanying the young master struggled to keep pace, but pushed onward with determination. Reaching the finish line with ease, the young master landed gracefully, arms folded behind his back as though it had been child's play. The crowd erupted in applause, impressed by the display. Yet, not all shared the enthusiasm. A youth from the Southern Peak Alliance appeared displeased, though the woman beside him seemed intrigued by the performance. As the cheers rang out, Legion turned his attention to Charian, who looked at him anxiously. She admitted with sincerity that she felt nervous and questioned whether they could pass the challenge. Legion smiled, but answered with unexpected candor. No. Taken aback, Charian faltered as Legion adjusted his blades and stated they needed to practice, beckoning her to follow. When she hesitated, questioning why they were no longer observing, he dismissed the idea. He explained that most participants would likely try to replicate the young master's striding art, only to fail. This test, he emphasized, required finding one's own unique steps, not copying those of others. His tone carried an unusual seriousness, his expression unreadable under the rainy sky. The pair arrived at a secluded courtyard, a quiet spot away from prying eyes. Legion declared it perfect and instructed Charian to demonstrate the Scarlet Trace sword art. He promised to guide her, but warned that her current 7 stars realm proficiency would not suffice to pass the test. Charian, baffled, questioned his confidence. She wondered aloud if he truly believed he could refine her technique after seeing it only once, suspecting that he might already be a master. Standing under the rain with his sword resting on his back, Legion smiled knowingly and replied that he was good enough to teach her. His tone was firm yet enigmatic, leaving Charian speechless. After a moment's hesitation, she drew her sword and resolved to try, even if she did not fully understand his intentions. Raindrops glistened on her blade as she gracefully assumed her stances, her movements flowing with elegance. Legion mirrored her every step, observing her closely and matching her rhythm with precision. As Charian wielded her sword with determination, Legion's thoughtful gaze lingered on her final stance. After a pause, his expression softened with approval. Suddenly, he called for her to wait, startling her. Curious, Charian paused and looked to him for insight. Legion instructed her to slow one part of her movement by half a breath, his tone steady and instructive. Following his advice, Charian adjusted her rhythm. Almost instantly, the aura surrounding her doubled in intensity, and her eyes widened in disbelief. She had only slowed her movement slightly, yet the flow and energy of the sword felt entirely transformed. Legion nodded with satisfaction, silently conveying pride in her progress. Minutes passed as Charian demonstrated her refined technique, her blade cutting through the air with increased precision. Legion issued corrections swiftly yet precisely, guiding her with instructions such as bringing her arms closer and adjusting her left foot. Each word refined her technique further, elevating her skill in ways she had never imagined. Charian began to realize the profound impact of his guidance, acknowledging its invaluable nature. As the rain finally ceased, her movements reflected in the water beneath her feet, her martial arts exuding a completely different essence. Her final stance radiated grace and elegance, a testament to her transformation. Observing her progress, Legion smiled, proud of what had been achieved through his guidance. Still holding her sword, Charian trembled with disbelief. The technique she had just executed felt like a completely different art. She wondered if this was truly the Scarlet Trace sword art she had known. Her gaze shifted toward Legion, whose calm smile deepened her bewilderment. Legion congratulated her warmly, explaining that her Scarlet Trace sword art had surpassed the 7 stars realm and reached the 9 stars realm. Cherion's pupils dilated in shock as thoughts raced through her mind, attempting to comprehend the extent of his skill. Finally, she asked, her voice tinged with surprise, whether martial arts were merely a joke to him. In the midst of the forest, with rainwater still dripping from the trees, a lone figure stood. It was Legion's personal guard, Myong, whose cold, sharp gaze remained fixed on a nearby pathway. Moments later, 3 elders emerged from the shadows: Huayang, Li Sang, and Chenwak. Their auras were dense and ominous, radiating palpable tension. Myong greeted them politely, his voice steady as he noted their arrival after a long absence. Huayang responded with a faint smirk, acknowledging the time passed. As Myong informed them that the young master was participating in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament and offered to escort them to the competition hall, Huayang examined him closely, remarking that his unshaven appearance made him look older. Li Sang added a verbal jab, estimating that he looked 5 years older, with even Chenwak nodding in agreement. Their words visibly affected Myong, leaving him metaphorically wounded as the trio walked away. As they departed, Huayang murmured her curiosity about Legion's participation in the tournament, suggesting he might be planning something unusual. Quickening their pace, they headed toward the hall. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, an announcement echoed through the space, declaring the next challengers. The crowd turned their attention to Legion and Cherion, whispering in surprise at their presence. Legion stepped forward confidently, introducing himself as Legion of the Drifting Clouds and Flowing Water. Cherion followed with equal poise, identifying herself as a member of the Righteous Sword Sect. Murmurs rippled through the audience, with some skeptically noting that Drifting Clouds and Flowing Water seemed unrelated to any established clan. Legion turned to Cherion with a faint smile, remarking that with her Scarlet Trace sword art reaching the 9 stars realm, this challenge should be straightforward. Cherion's disbelief deepened as she considered the possibility, realizing that her technique had indeed improved to that level after his corrections. Legion chuckled, teasing that this was what he had heard. Her confusion lingered as she watched him, and with a playful grin, he inquired if she knew the operation name for their challenge. When she repeated the term in puzzlement, Legion leaped forward, enthusiastically declaring the name Operation Dragon and Phoenix Shine Together as he moved across the stage. Cherion shook her head in amusement, but followed closely behind. Under the clearing skies, the two moved gracefully along the stone pavement, their elegance and speed captivating the audience. Legion glanced at her mid-movement, casually noting her improvement. Cherion responded with a light, free expression, her gratitude evident as she acknowledged the role he had played in her progress. As Cherion moved, an unfamiliar lightness filled her body, as though she were dancing for the first time. She marveled at the newfound harmony between her mind and body, astonished by how her body moved. Legion, still in action beside her, explained that with sight, the mind comprehends principles and the body channels them into action. This, he stated, was the essence of martial arts. Cherion reflected on his words, silently repeating the phrase. Landing smoothly, she found herself astonished by the newfound ease of her movements. Glancing down, she realized they had already reached the end of the stage. Beside her, Legion also finished with equal composure, a satisfied smile gracing his face as they stood victorious. Cherion turned to him, her voice tinged with disbelief as she admitted she hadn't even realized how she had made it to the end. Legion simply smiled, his expression lighthearted, and remarked that their execution of Operation Dragon and Phoenix Shine Together had been impressive. Cherion returned his smile, her features softening as his words sank in. The examiner's voice echoed through the hall, announcing their success in passing the second round of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Outside, the streets buzzed with excitement. Conversations filled the air, all centered on martial arts and the ongoing tournament. Amid the lively atmosphere, Legion strode purposefully through the crowd, his focus unwavering. Soon, he arrived at a secluded area where the 3 elders awaited him. As his gaze met theirs, his typically cold demeanor softened into a youthful smile. Stretching his arms wide, he approached Huayang, exclaiming warmly and with childlike enthusiasm, "Grandmother!" Before he could embrace her, Huayang raised her scythe, drawing a small cut on his forehead to stop him. Huayang sneered, calling him a disgusting lunatic and mocking that anyone would think he was her real grandson. The surrounding elders chuckled, teasing him further for his overly familiar behavior. Their laughter, though mocking, created an oddly cheerful atmosphere. Legion, feigning a pout, wiped the blood from his forehead and lamented the cold reception. He jokingly chided Wayang for her harshness, exaggerating his dismay at the lack of warmth. Wayang, shaking her head, questioned his motives sharply, yet with an undertone of amusement. She asked what he was planning after causing so much commotion with claims of establishing a martial sect. Legion's smile faded, replaced by a calm determination. He stated plainly that he intended to devour the Jianghu. Wayang's expression turned serious as she warned him of the complexity of such an endeavor. She pointed out the 4 hegemon, the 9 great sects, the 4 major clans, and the divine cult, whose power rivaled even the Orthodox alliance. For a moment, the mention of the divine cult caused the air to grow heavy, and Legion's composure seemed to waver. However, his calmness quickly returned as he replied nonchalantly that he wouldn't concern himself with what hadn't yet occurred. The tension eased, and the elders sighed as Wayang muttered about his audacity, wondering whom he took after. Legion instructed Myong to escort the elders, and when Myong asked where he was headed, Legion, with a sly smile, replied that he had to deal with an ugly lunatic. The scene shifted to a mesmerizing landscape of cliffs and valleys. Cherion's voice broke the quiet, expressing disbelief at what she was seeing. Legion's grin widened as he assured her he wasn't joking. Ahead of them stretched the life and death bridge, a rickety and weathered structure suspended precariously over a deep chasm. Cherion's face paled as fear gripped her. She admitted her hesitation, insisting she couldn't cross it. Legion, indifferent to her protests, stated that she would regret it if she didn't. As they approached the bridge, Legion casually explained that the lunatic he sought was connected to her, then stepped onto the bridge with ease, likening it to walking on flat ground. Cherion froze, horrified by the sight of him standing above the treacherous cliffs. She shouted a warning, fearing he could fall at any moment. Turning to her, Legion responded calmly, explaining that such fear separated novices from experts. To an expert, he said the bridge was no different from solid ground. His words struck a chord with Cherion, and she muttered her understanding, embarrassed yet determined. Gathering her courage, she stepped onto the bridge, gripping the ropes tightly. Her heart raced, but she pushed forward. To her surprise, it was not as terrifying as she had imagined, though every step felt significant. Reaching closer toward the middle, where Legion waited, she felt a mix of relief and accomplishment. Legion, wearing a mischievous grin, turned to her and casually mentioned that the wind tended to blow frequently on the bridge. Cherion's eyes widened in alarm as a powerful gust tore through the valley. The bridge swayed violently, and the wind howled with unrelenting force. Legion remained unshaken, standing steady amidst the turbulence, his figure exuding composure. In contrast, Cherion struggled to maintain her balance, gripping the ropes tighter as the wind whipped around her. At that moment, Legion appeared untouchable while she was caught in the fury of the storm. A sudden surge of wind barreled toward her with deliberate force, lifting her off the ground. The bridge swayed violently beneath her, and her body hung suspended in the air. Her face froze in shock, unable to comprehend the reality of her situation. Legion's voice rang out, steady and commanding, urging her not to be afraid and to think of the bridge as flat land. Desperately, she clung to his words, repeating the mantra in her mind. Yet the chasm below her felt far too real, and fear gripped her heart. Her breath hitched, and she squeezed her eyes shut, convinced that she was about to fall to her death. In that critical moment, Legion's pupils contracted sharply, his irises glowing with an eerie crimson light. A dark, purplish aura began radiating from him, shadowy tendrils coiling and twisting around his form. Summoning an extraordinary energy, he unleashed a precise control technique. The shadowy aura extended toward Cherion, wrapping around her midair form like protective tendrils. Cherion, awestruck, watched in disbelief as the aura cradled her, gently bringing her back to the bridge. Her feet touched the swaying planks, but her body trembled, the terror of the moment still clinging to her. Staring down at the abyss below and the unstable ropes beneath her, The bridge now felt like a true life-and-death challenge. Legion stood before her, his expression calm and unreadable. Overwhelmed by fear, Cherion's legs refused to move. Then, Legion's voice softened, his words cutting through the lingering panic. He spoke with uncharacteristic tenderness, confessing that the first time he saw her, he had thought his heart had stopped beating. Her pupils widened in disbelief, her mind racing as she wondered if that had been a confession. Extending his hand toward her, Legion added, with a slight smile, that he liked her. Cherion's face flushed with surprise, her thoughts spiraling as memories of their interactions flooded her mind. His charm, the women drawn to him, the time he spent at her house. She stumbled forward in a daze, unthinking, her steps robotic. By the time she reached solid ground, her mind was still consumed by his words. She blinked, questioning whether she had heard him correctly. Legion's voice broke through her thoughts, teasing her about how quickly she had crossed. Cherion, however, was fixated on his earlier statement. With shy urgency, she asked if what he had said was true. Legion smiled innocently, feigning ignorance, and asked what she meant. Blushing furiously, she pressed on, asking if his words had only been a distraction for her fear. A mischievous glint appeared in Legion's eyes as he remarked on her cleverness, teasing her with a grin. Realization dawned on Cherion, her face reddening with frustration and embarrassment. She shouted at him, calling him a jerk, and punched a nearby bridge post to vent her feelings. Her fists rained down on the wood as she demanded to know how he could toy with someone's emotions so easily. Suddenly, a booming voice interrupted, chastising her for striking the sacred ground. Cherion froze, startled, and turned to see a bald man approaching with a stern expression. Realizing her mistake, she quickly bowed and apologized earnestly. Legion, however, turned his attention to the man, scrutinizing him with narrowed eyes. The monk, noticing Legion's gaze, faltered, his stern demeanor crumbling into nervousness. Letting out an awkward laugh, the monk stammered an excuse, urging them to carry on. Legion's voice cut through his retreat, dark and sharp, accusing the monk of wearing a convincing disguise. The monk froze, alarm spreading across his face as Legion's expression darkened. With a devilish intensity in his gaze, Legion called him an ugly lunatic, his presence radiating power and menace. In front of a solemn Buddhist statue, incense burned steadily, its soft smoke curling into the air. A monk sat nearby, his hand resting on his head in visible distress. Addressing Legion and Cherion, who were seated before him, he lamented Buddha's indifference as he began tearing pieces off his mask. He voiced frustration over the monstrous nature of the individual who had been sent to this place. The monster in question, as the monk revealed, was none other than Legion himself. Cherion observed Legion with curiosity, her attention drawn to the masked monk. She questioned him about the man's identity, prompting Legion to describe the monk as a con artist, a quack, and a thief with 8 utterly useless skills to his name. Legion smirked as he spoke, but Cherion's surprise was evident. The mention of 8 distinct talents struck her, and she began to wonder if the man might be someone significant. Her pupils dilated in realization, and she exclaimed in disbelief, identifying him as the infamous Unbounded Handsome. The monk, however, tore away the last remnants of his mask, revealing his true face and shocking everyone. His real moniker, it became clear, was Unbounded Grotesquerie. He muttered disdainfully about the young women around him, questioning whether they understood the rules of the Jianghu. Suddenly, a sharp smack landed on his head, courtesy of Legion, who chuckled as he announced that the monk was in fact his disciple. Cherion's expression shifted to shock, and she asked for an explanation. Legion, grinning, explained that the monk had lost a bet to him, with the terms requiring the loser to become the winner's disciple. Cherion, curious, asked what kind of bet it had been. Legion recounted how it started as a simple game of checkers, during which the monk accused him of using telepathy to cheat. The dispute escalated into a fraudulent duel, and eventually, a legitimate fight, all of which the monk lost. Fuming, the monk insisted that Legion must have used underhanded tricks, perhaps even poison, to win. As Cherion listened, she mused that poison and trickery were indeed the monk's specialties, yet Legion had bested him even in those areas. Legion, with a sly smile, announced a request, acknowledging the monk's skill as a quack but a useful one. He asked for help treating a patient. The monk protested angrily, declaring he did not treat just anyone and reminding Legion of the wealthy individuals who had perished because he refused to treat them. Undeterred, Legion offered a deal. If the monk treated this patient, their bet would be nullified. The monk's eyes lit up in surprise, and he stood upright with renewed energy, agreeing to end their unpleasant connection once and for all. As they prepared to leave, Cherian nervously inquired about the patient's identity. Legion responded with a reassuring smile, but remained cryptic. Soon, Cherian realized the truth. The patient was her younger sister, Suryan. Sometimes later, Unbounded Grotesquerie carefully examined Suryan, who had been suffering from an undiagnosed condition for years. His sharp, discerning eyes scanned her for signs of illness. Suryan, mesmerized by his skill, felt a spark of hope she hadn't experienced in years. Cherian watched silently, her emotions wavering between disappointment from past failures and cautious optimism. After a tense pause, Legion respectfully asked the monk about Suryan's condition. For once, the monk spoke seriously, explaining that Suryan had been stung by a venomous insect called the blood bee, a rare and deadly creature. The revelation stunned her parents, who listened intently as the monk outlined the treatment. He prescribed a medicinal brew to be taken for 15 days, followed by proper nutrition and regular exercise. With these measures, he assured them, Suryan would recover fully within a year. The simplicity of the treatment, coupled with its life-changing implications, left everyone in awe. Suryan was captivated by the monk's brilliance, while her parents and Cherian were overwhelmed with relief. For the first time, they dared to hope for her survival. Overcome with emotion, Suryan's father knelt before the monk, thanking him profusely and praising him as the great unbounded grotesquerie. The atmosphere grew deeply emotional, especially for Cherian, who had never dared to dream of her sister's recovery. Suryan's mother turned to Legion, expressing heartfelt gratitude for bringing such a skilled individual to their aid and promising to repay his kindness. As the tension in the room dissipated, it was replaced with an air of hope and newfound faith. Legion, smiling warmly, dismissed their thanks, emphasizing that it's because of Cherian's determination and courage. Turning to Cherian, he added gently that it was all thanks to her efforts. Cherian, overcome with emotion, struggled to hold back tears, her voice trembling as she softly thanked him. Legion watched her silently, his expression soft, as she tried to gather herself. The room radiated joy as Suryan's mother embraced her daughter, their bond evident in their expressions. After a short while, Legion clasped his hands together and, with a hint of humor, apologized to Unbounded Grotesquerie, acknowledging the completion of his task and dismissing him. The monk smirked, replying that while Legion was straightforward and amusing to be around, he doubted this was the only reason Legion had sought him out. His tone grew stern as he scrutinized Legion, awaiting an honest answer. Legion nodded earnestly, acknowledging that the statement was not incorrect. He admitted that, initially, his goal had been to seek assistance in conquering Jianghu. However, he confessed that the life of the child had become more important. The monk regarded Legion thoughtfully, remarking on how even a single child's life seemed precious to him. Reflecting on the past, the monk recalled an incident from 3 years ago when Legion, then a reckless youth, had voiced a similar sentiment. Back then, Legion had spoken of a dream to create a great Jianghu. At the time, the monk had dismissed those words as the immature musings of a child. Now, after pausing to observe Legion carefully, the monk noted how much he seemed to have grown and asked whether he still held on to that dream. Legion responded firmly that he did. The monk's gaze sharpened, as though peering into Legion's very soul, and he challenged him to prove this vision of a great Jianghu. If Legion could demonstrate it, the monk declared his willingness to help. Legion's expression grew serious as he warned that the endeavor would require risking one's life, questioning if the monk was certain he wouldn't regret such a choice. The monk smirked confidently, asserting that he would not. Legion chuckled slightly, teasing that the monk should be prepared to call him young master. The monk snorted, retorting that it was preferable to calling him simply master. With a casual tone, he added that he was curious about what Legion might accomplish, then inquired about what was next on the agenda. Legion smiled, a glint of determination in his eyes, and stated that he had gained a new companion. The next day, at a small island, the site of the third trial in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, A massive crowd of dragons and phoenixes had gathered after successfully completing the second round. Despite their accomplishments, confusion rippled through the group. Cherian turned to Legion, commenting on her surprise that the third trial was set on an island. Nearby, three figures argued loudly with a messenger. Intrigued, Legion and Cherian turned their attention toward the commotion. The successor of the Southern Peak Alliance appeared to be at the center of the dispute, visibly agitated. He loudly questioned how the instructor could expect him to remain on the desolate island without his guards. The messenger attempted to calm him, explaining that the leader of the Southern Peak Alliance had already agreed to the trial's fairness. Legion smirked, muttering that such immature behavior was typical of those individuals. His words, however, did little to ease Cherian's concerns, and she worried about their safety in such a precarious situation. Legion reassured her by mentioning the expertise of the Northern Heaven Supreme family's members, whom the instructor had referenced. Cherian expressed astonishment at Legion's ability to sense their presence. Legion cautioned that, even so, they could not afford to let their guard down. As a ship approached the island, a girl on board guarded herself, her eyes wide with fear. Right beside her, the sound of a plate shattering echoed, followed by her terrified screams. Outside the cabin, someone fled the scene in a frantic hurry, leaving chaos in their wake. Boarding the ship, a man lounged on a bed, his demeanor grotesque. Grumbling about the lack of attractive individuals, he sneered and questioned the duration of the journey. A voice from beyond the door informed him they were 15 minutes away from arrival. Licking his lips, the man lay back, speculating on the differences between women from noble families and others. A beige flag adorned with the emblem of a dragon and phoenix fluttered under a clear blue sky. Yom Chung, the assessor for this stage, stepped into view, creating a stir among the participants. His presence inspired awe, with one participant murmuring about his heroic reputation and another marveling at the fact that a master of his caliber was overseeing the trial. Cherian turned to Legion, questioning whether the third trial was a flag capture battle. Her inquiry was met with a cryptic response, as Legion explained that it wasn't strictly about fighting for the flag. Assessor Chung gestured toward two gates at the island's edge, explaining that entering through the left gate would lead participants around the island, eventually bringing them to the right gate. Essentially, the entire island was the third gate. Participants would not need to follow any predetermined path, as they could forge their own. The trial took an unexpected turn when Chung announced that the first 4 pairs to return to the starting point would claim the flags. The stunned participants quickly grasped the challenge's gravity, realizing that only 8 individuals, 4 pairs in total, would succeed. Among the murmurs, one girl speculated aloud that the trial might test quick movement skills. Her observation startled another participant who had not been paying attention. Smiling, the girl introduced herself as Jianghu of the Blood Royal Sect and mentioned her senior brother. Her senior brother greeted the group politely, bowing as he clasped his hand together. Jianghu addressed Cherian, recognizing her as a member of the Zhang Righteous Sword Sect. Cherian appeared startled that she had deduced this, but Jianghu interjected, teasing that her senior brother had apparently fallen for Cherian. Flustered, the senior brother protested, denying the claim and calling it a misunderstanding. Their awkward exchange caught the examiner's attention, prompting a sharp reprimand to stop fooling around. Embarrassed, they all apologized, and Legion chuckled as he observed the unfolding scene. The examiner continued, explaining that quick movement skills alone would not guarantee success. The island was riddled with mechanical traps, though the arrow tips were wooden and not designed to cause real harm. Participants were instructed to call for the nearest instructor if they became trapped. The head instructor wished them luck, and the trial officially began. Legion and Cherian chose an untraveled path, venturing where no one else had dared to go. As they walked, Cherian glanced around at the unfamiliar scenery, noting aloud that no one else had chosen this path. Legion responded with a knowing smile, remarking that walking a path untaken by others often carried a deeper meaning. Curious, Cherian asked if it was true that he had started traveling at the age of 10. She speculated that he must have visited countless places. Legion nodded, stating that there were very few places he had not been. Hearing this, Cherian remarked with a dull expression that he was lucky and that it must have been amazing. Privately, she reflected that his remarkable skills likely stemmed from his vast experiences. Looking down, She murmured that being near him made her feel like a frog in a well. Legion glanced at her and, with a warm tone, reassured her that he would take her to many places in the future. His bright smile caused her to blush as her mind swirled with the promise. Just as she was about to respond, Legion interrupted, reminding her that the instructors were supposed to be everywhere. Cherian paused, asking why he had brought it up. Legion's tone grew serious as he revealed that he could not sense anyone nearby. This revelation left Cherian stunned, her face paling as she stammered in disbelief. They stopped walking, scanning their surroundings cautiously. Trying to mask her unease, Cherian spun around nervously, suggesting they keep moving. Her pace quickened, but Legion remained rooted, deep in thought. Suddenly, a rustling sound broke the quiet. Cherian reacted instantly, unsheathing her sword and adopting a defensive stance. In a flash, an object hurtled toward her. She blocked it with her sword, but the impact forced her to take several steps back. As the commotion settled, she noticed an arrow on the ground and murmured in relief that it was a trap mechanism. Turning toward Legion, she saw him standing calmly, holding another arrow, one that had been aimed at her back, caught in his bare hand. Her shock was evident as she expressed her gratitude. Cherian frowned, noting that, at such speed, even wooden arrows would be dangerous. Then Legion pointed out that this arrow was not wooden. Cherian stared at him in confusion as he flipped the arrow to reveal its sharp metallic tip. Gravely, he explained that it was a real arrow. Both realized that someone had tampered with the traps. Before they could process this revelation, a rattling sound and a scream echoed through the air. Legion's expression hardened, and he declared they needed to investigate. He dashed toward the noise, with Cherian closely following, her blade still drawn. Meanwhile, at the island's port, the ship boarding the infamous lecherous demonic scourge arrived. Two instructors stationed nearby observed the unexpected vessel. One furrowed his brows, questioning whether anyone had reported the boat's arrival. The other shook his head, but had no chance to respond before a strange object hurtled toward them. As it landed, their eyes widened in horror. It was a severed head rolling across the ground. The lifeless gaze of a fellow instructor stared back at them, leaving them frozen in shock. From the shadows, a sinister voice echoed, drawing closer. The voice spoke of sending subordinates to eliminate the instructors earlier and expressed irritation at more pests appearing. Emerging into view, the lecherous demonic scourge was smeared with blood as if fresh from a gruesome feast. His menacing aura struck fear into the air. One instructor, trembling, unsheathed his sword and shouted for his companion to inform the examiner immediately. The second instructor turned to flee, but barely took a step before a chain weapon flew through the air, wrapping around his neck. In an instant, the chain tore his head from his body, sending blood spraying. His lifeless body crumpled to the ground while his head landed a few feet away. The surviving instructor stared in terror, but the chain lashed out again before he could utter a word. It struck with brutal efficiency, ending his life. Blood stained the ground as the lecherous demonic scourge lazily swung his weapon, stepping over the fallen instructors. Muttering about women waiting, he grinned twistedly and moved on. Elsewhere, Legion and Cherian arrived at the source of the earlier scream. They found a group of participants gathered in the forest. The scene was grim. Someone was crying uncontrollably, while others stood with their hands covering their faces, struggling to process the horror. Legion halted abruptly, startled by the gruesome sight. Cherian peered over his shoulder, equally shocked. Among the group was Jianghu, sobbing over her senior brother, whose mutilated body was barely recognizable. The brutal sight cast an even darker shadow over the already grim atmosphere. The successor of the Southern Peak Alliance stood frozen, unable to speak. Cherian approached Jianghu, beginning to comfort her, but her voice faltered as her own emotions threatened to overwhelm her. Legion's sharp gaze caught something unusual nearby. Embedded in a tree was a long blade, its edge gleaming with fresh blood. He focused his eyes, examining it carefully. Amid the chaos, one participant broke down, his voice trembling as he cried out that he had not signed up for such a competition. His panic reverberated through the group, heightening the already palpable tension. His partner, equally terrified, responded with desperation, expressing a desire to abandon the pursuit of the dragon and phoenix flag and simply leave the island. Another participant began yelling frantically for an instructor, calling out for help, but no one came. The grim realization began to set in. The instructors were either dead or unable to respond. The group gathered around the mangled body, fear and uncertainty gripping them as the weight of their precarious situation sank in. Legion remained silent, his expression unreadable, deep in thought. Cherian watched him intently, her worry growing with each passing moment. Finally, unable to bear the tension, she approached and asked softly if something was wrong and whether they should consider heading back. Legion's expression hardened as he responded firmly. Turning to her, he explained that they could not retreat. He reasoned that the entire island had likely been turned into a massive trap. If this situation was part of someone's deliberate plan, they had probably anticipated an attempt to return, setting the strongest traps near the return paths. He warned that straying from their current path would likely lead them into a formation trap. The gravity of his words sank in, leaving the group with the chilling realization that they were surrounded and without a clear escape. Cherian, her voice trembling with fear, asked what they should do. Without hesitation, Legion declared that the only option was to keep moving forward, no matter the risks. His resolute tone brought a fragile sense of direction amid the tension, as the group collectively tried to steady their fraying nerves. The group remained acutely aware of the possibility of a formation array spread across their surroundings, compounding their unease. Turning to Legion, Cherian asked if there was any way to dismantle such arrays. Legion, his expression as cold and unmoving as stone, responded that all mechanical devices or formation constructs could theoretically be neutralized. They were, after all, the work of human hands. Cherian struggled to grasp the full implications of his statement, prompting him to elaborate further. He explained that even the creators of such arrays, aware of the possibility of being ensnared themselves, would embed a failsafe or solution to ensure their escape. Humans, he asserted, detest problems with no solutions. Intrigued but still uncertain, Cherian pressed him further, asking if this meant the nearby formation array could be disassembled. Legion's tone darkened with resignation as he admitted that dismantling an array was no simple task, even for someone of his skill level. His words left the group uneasy, though some, Baiokwa accompanying the Southern Peak Alliance young master, privately questioned whether Legion was exaggerating his abilities. Despite her doubts, Baiokwa acknowledged Legion's competence, far surpassing her partner. While he was trembling and muttering about needing to inform his grandfather, the young master seemed on the verge of collapse. Overhead, the sky loomed somber and menacing, shrouded in ominous clouds. Flocks of birds fled the area, sensing the approaching peril. With no alternatives, the group pressed forward cautiously. Legion and Cherian walked side by side, their gazes darting about as they remained hyper-aware of their surroundings. The paths were marked with dragon and phoenix symbols, yet all roads appeared to converge toward the same destination. Cherian glanced at Legion and asked if the convergence of the paths signified that they were nearing the exit. Legion admitted it was possible, though his unease deepened. The absence of traps so far felt unervingly like the calm before a storm. As they proceeded, Legion's instincts sharpened. He became acutely aware of something amiss. The ground beneath them felt peculiar, as if unnaturally hollow. Suddenly, the faint sound of chains rattling echoed from below. Without warning, the ground fractured and collapsed, engulfing Legion and Cherian in a chaotic descent. Gripped by fear, Cherian shut her eyes tightly, her thoughts racing as she concluded that they had fallen into a trap and were doomed. Meanwhile, Legion held her firmly, his demeanor unyielding in the face of the turmoil. The others, equally panicked, experienced the same disorienting plummet. However, as the dust settled, they realized they were not in an endless abyss, but in a surreal and treacherous environment. They found themselves perched precariously along a mud-filled area, the air heavy with disconcerting silence. The group collectively struggled to process the abrupt and unsettling transition into this strange and dangerous setting. She noted internally that it appeared to be the original mechanism for the third gate, and found it had been tampered with. However, her light-hearted musings were interrupted when Legion, exuding seriousness, sharply interjected. His abrupt "no" was enough to halt her movements entirely. With a grim expression, he elaborated that the swamp they were in was not an ordinary trap. Cherian, her tone lined by both dread and confusion, questioned the implications of the swamp's nature. Legion responded somberly, explaining that the sand severed spiritual energy, disrupting inner power, and ensuring that the more one struggled, the more they were ensnared. Though clearly affected by the predicament, Legion outwardly displayed a composed facade. Extending a hand, he attempted to gauge the energy around him, only to find his internal strength unresponsive. Suddenly, the group, immobilized in the mud, turned their frightened gazes toward the monstrous mechanism, a towering pillar crowned by a colossal inverted blade. Its immense size dwarfed the trapped individuals, rendering them insignificant in comparison. A man nearby, trembling, pointed toward the mechanism with a shaking hand, his voice filled with fear. The blade gleamed ominously, appearing designed solely for execution. Its presence exuded an aura of death, and as it shifted slightly, its deadly intent became unmistakably clear. One of the bystanders, barely audible, remarked on the unnatural blade. Overwhelmed by the danger, Cherian turned to Legion and wanted to know what the mechanism was. Legion remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the device, calculating their next move. A sudden, harsh metallic screech shattered the tense silence as the blade descended with terrifying speed, slamming into the ground with a deafening crash. The impact sent tremors through the swamp, narrowly missing several trapped individuals whose screams echoed through the chaos. The force of the blade's descent left the group reeling, their hearts pounding as its crash reverberated ominously. One woman, gasping in disbelief, muttered tremblingly that the blade was real. As it slowly ascended back to its original position, a fleeting moment of relief washed over the group. Yet, the reprieve was short-lived as the entire structure began to tremble, and the blade started rotating horizontally, its movements becoming increasingly erratic and menacing. Cherian's alarm was evident as she observed the change in direction, while Legion silently analyzed the shifting mechanism. Nearby, a trapped man, desperate and clinging to Ingeol's clothing, pleaded frantically for assistance. Ingeol, visibly panicked, darted his eyes around for help, but none came. His sister, frozen in fear, shouted at him to let her brother go, her voice breaking under the strain. Torn between self-preservation and the man's cries, Ingeol hesitated as the swamp dragged them all deeper into its deadly embrace. The mechanism roared ominously once more, signaling the blade's imminent descent. All eyes remained fixed on the terrifying apparatus as the blade approached with lethal precision. The atmosphere was thick with tension, the air itself seeming to tremble in anticipation. When the blade finally descended, it tore through the mechanism with unrelenting speed, its impact devastating. Ingeol's expression contorted into one of abject terror as he realized too late that he was directly within the blade's deadly path. A raw, primal scream erupted from the man, but was drowned out by the deafening cacophony of destruction. Blood sprayed across the swamp, painting it in grotesque crimson streaks. Agonized cries echoed hauntingly, resonating like an eerie symphony of despair, until the scene was consumed by an oppressive darkness. As clarity returned, the ghastly tableau that unfolded was enough to unsettle even the strongest of stomachs. The lunatic and his sister stood motionless, their bodies and clothing drenched in blood. Clutched tightly in Ingeol's trembling hands was a blood-streaked sword, its blade still dripping crimson. The scene revealed the full extent of his desperate actions. In a frenzy to escape, he had severed the arms of the man who had clung to him in a futile attempt to survive. What initially appeared to be the blade's merciless work was, in part, the result of Ingeol's own ruthless decision. The lifeless body, mutilated and broken, bore testament to the grim sequence of events. Those who witnessed the spectacle recoiled, their expressions a mix of revulsion and fear. The siblings' cold, unyielding gazes remained fixed on the macabre scene before them. While the blade had certainly claimed its victim, Ingeol's actions had ensured the man's demise. Overcome by panic and self-doubt, Ingeol muttered internally, attempting to justify his actions. He reassured himself that the man had been doomed regardless, reasoning that the victim had nearly dragged him down as well. Nearby, the young master of the Northern Heaven Supreme family observed the unfolding drama with a calm, detached demeanor. His icy gaze locked onto Ingeol as he spoke in an even, measured tone, stating that the decision had been the correct one. Ingeol, clinging desperately to those words, found his hollow smile faltering. Beads of sweat traced down his face as he whispered to himself, repeating the sentiment like a fragile mantra. Yet, the blood staining his hands betrayed the turmoil within him, as darker thoughts began to cloud his mind. Legion and Cherian, standing some distance away, watched in silence. Cherian, her voice subdued and tinged with unease, remarked that Ingeol had gone too far. Doubt flickered in her expression as she turned to Legion and confessed her own feelings. She admitted that she could never have made such a choice, wondering aloud if that made her weak or even a bad person. Shame colored her tone as her gaze fell to the ground. Legion, maintaining his stoic composure, offered a rare moment of reassurance. He explained that her feelings of remorse reflected her strong character and that such compassion was a rarity in their world. His words rekindled a faint spark of confidence within her, though his warning about the danger of losing oneself to moral questioning lingered heavily. Their exchange was interrupted by a sudden, panicked shout that drew all attention back to the massive mechanism. The device groaned ominously as it shifted once again, its movements accompanied by an air of dread. Cherian watched the towering contraption with growing anxiety, yet an inexplicable sense of calm rooted itself in her thoughts. She found herself believing that as long as Legion was nearby, everything would somehow be okay. Turning toward him, she resolved to find a way to escape and began to speak. Before her sentence could fully form, however, her words faltered, her face twisting into disbelief. The swamp, once teeming with chaos and bodies, now felt eerily desolate. An oppressive silence hung in the air, made heavier by Legion's sudden and unexplainable absence. Panic gripped Cherian as she called his name, her voice trembling with urgency. The echo of her plea faded unanswered into the oppressive void. Trying to steady herself, she reasoned that he must have gone to seek help, but her attempts at reassurance faltered under the weight of the unease pressing down on her. An ominous shadow enveloped her, prompting her to look upward. The mechanism above had realigned, and the enormous blade now hovered directly above her, its gleaming surface catching the dim light with a sinister glow. As the horrifying reality set in, her breath caught in her throat. The sharp metallic screech of the device activating shattered the silence, and the blade plunged downward like a meteor. Cherian could barely register the unfolding nightmare, let alone react to it. At the last possible moment, the ground beneath her swelled unnaturally, displacing her from the deadly path. To her astonishment, the mud that had held her legs captive released her, freeing her from its grip. Relief surged through her body, but it was fleeting. Without warning, a powerful force pulled her downward, dragging her into the earth at an alarming speed. The world around her blurred into chaos as she was drawn deeper, leaving the blade and its deadly descent behind. The onlookers could do nothing but gape in horror as she disappeared into the ground, as though the earth itself had claimed her. Her thoughts spiraled wildly as she descended, the suffocating darkness pressing against her senses. The blade that had loomed so menacingly above her became a distant memory, swallowed by the mysterious forces pulling her into the unknown. Through layers of dense mud and earth, she sank until the crushing darkness abruptly gave way to an unexpected brilliance. Cherian's eyes widened in shock as she found herself submerged in an expansive subterranean river. The cool, serene water calmed her frayed nerves, and a faint energy coursing through her body brought a renewed sense of vitality. Flexing her fingers, she noted the subtle return of her internal power. The oppressive forces of the swamp above had no hold in this place, and the water seemed to restore what had been lost. Reassured by this discovery, she took in her surroundings. The luminous blue hue of the water was almost otherworldly, its clarity offering a moment of respite from the nightmare above. Cherian floated in what appeared to be an endless cavernous expanse, the subterranean river shimmering with an ethereal glow. The soft, otherworldly light filtered gently from above, illuminating the water's surface with a serene beauty. Before she could fully take in the scene, a presence nearby caught her attention. Turning her head, she froze, her gaze locking onto a familiar figure. Legion stood close, holding her wrist with a firm but gentle grip. His calm and reassuring expression, combined with the way his hair swayed in the current, gave him an almost celestial appearance. As Legion pulled her in closer, her reaction shifted abruptly. Her voice rose in alarm, demanding that he let her go, but her words were cut short as a surge of energy pushed her upward. At the same time, Legion was pushed deeper into the water, his form disappearing slowly but steadily into the depths. A sudden burst of light erupted from the swamp above, startling everyone. The source of the light became clear moments later. It was Cherian. She emerged high into the sky, steadying herself as she hovered above the scene. From her elevated position, Cherian stared at the ominous mechanism below. A commanding voice broke through her thoughts, urging her to destroy the device. The realization struck her. It was Legion's voice transmitted. Gathering herself, she descended rapidly, drawing her sword mid-fall. She aimed directly for the towering contraption. Her landing was barely controlled. The stench of blood filled her senses as she steadied herself. The sight around her was horrific. A young girl screamed in agony while others frantically tried to stop the bleeding from her severed leg. Cherian averted her eyes, her gaze falling instead on the bodies strewn across the swamp. Bloodied and mutilated, many lay lifeless, while the few survivors writhed in pain and cried out for help. Her grip on her sword faltered momentarily as doubt began to creep in. But she reminded herself that she was the only one capable of taking action. The others were too wounded, too helpless. She had to do something. Climbing onto the device, Cherian hesitated, memories of Legion's earlier advice flashing in her mind. He had explained the difference between a martial artist and a master, emphasizing the importance of focus and belief in one's abilities. Taking a deep breath, she silenced the chaos around her, tuning out the screams and cries of despair. Instead, she drew upon the years of relentless training she had undergone. Since the first day she held a sword, she had not let a single day pass without honing her skills. Her eyes glimmered with newfound confidence as she channeled every ounce of her energy into one decisive strike. Her body began to glow faintly, a surge of raw power emanating from within. Even the wind god's gloves, a gift from Legion, radiated with heat as her internal energy surged. With a sharp exhale, Cherian launched her attack, her blade connecting with the mechanism in a powerful strike. The device wavered, groaning under the force of her blow. To her astonishment, the mechanism split apart, severed cleanly by her sword. The survivors stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched onto their faces. Slowly, the realization dawned. They were free. Cheers and cries of relief echoed across the swamp as those who had endured the ordeal began to celebrate their survival. Cherian, breathless and overwhelmed, was approached by one of the survivors who thanked her profusely for destroying the device and saving their lives. She waved off the gratitude, glancing toward Legion, whose quiet smile hinted at the true orchestrator behind their survival. As the group made their way across the swamp, Cherian couldn't contain her curiosity. She turned to Legion, her voice low but insistent, questioning why he had downplayed his involvement. He merely smiled, explaining that it wasn't yet time for him to draw attention. The ambiguity of his response left her wondering. His composure, even amid such carnage, hinted at plans far beyond the current chaos. Cherian's thoughts shifted as she considered the events that had unfolded. The scale of the massacre and the precision of the trap seemed too calculated to be a coincidence. Turning to Legion, she voiced her suspicions. He replied with a grave expression, stating that there were no coincidences in Jianghu. Although he didn't know the full extent of the conspiracy, he was certain that the attack was not the work of a lone individual. His suspicions pointed to an organized group with enough resources to target the Phoenixes and the Dragons, and even the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Somewhere else, a woman of striking beauty rested in a tranquil chamber. Her aura was as elegant as it was commanding, her movements slow and deliberate as she fanned herself. Butterflies flitted around her, adding to the serene atmosphere. Addressing the old man seated across from her, she remarked casually that her people had already begun their operation. The man, expressionless and blunt, didn't respond to her statement. Instead, he questioned her judgment in hiring the lecherous demonic scourge for such a delicate task. Her gaze lingered on him for a moment before she dismissed his concerns, her tone indifferent as she closed her eyes and resumed fanning herself. Meanwhile, the group continued their journey through the dense jungle. The tension in the air gradually lifted as they pressed forward, until a man suddenly shouted in excitement. Their path had led them to an exit, and hope surged anew among the survivors. Though physically and emotionally exhausted, the group began to move towards safety, their steps driven by the promise of escape. The survivors, upon seeing the gate, broke into a desperate sprint, believing they had finally made it out alive. Cherian turned to Legion, asking if it was truly over. Legion, however, remained silent, his eyes focused ahead. The first group to pass through the gate came to a sudden halt as a horrifying sight met them. A head examiner hung lifelessly from a tree. Below him, a pile of bodies belonging to the other examiners lay in grotesque disarray. A group of assailants stood nearby, reveling in their macabre triumph. Shock rippled through the survivors as they realized the gravity of the situation. Even the most composed among them began to shiver, unable to comprehend that the Grandmaster himself was dead. Legion, his expression darkening, understood immediately that this was far from the end. His gaze sharpened as they came face to face with the group of assailants. The atmosphere grew heavier as a man in a red robe turned toward the survivors. Introducing himself with a twisted grin, he declared that most knew him as the lecherous demonic scourge. The name struck the group like a thunderbolt. Faces stiffened, and whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Even Legion and Cherian focused their attention entirely on the man. Yet, the lecherous demon laughed dismissively, calling his title an empty moniker. Cherian, unsettled, leaned toward Legion and quietly asked if this man's infamy was connected to his treatment of women. Legion confirmed her suspicions, explaining that the lecherous demon was infamous for his depraved actions, violating countless women and using them as human cauldrons to absorb their vital energy and enhance his power. He further elaborated that those targeted by the lecherous demon were left in a state neither truly alive nor dead. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Legion joked that he was glad not to be a woman, though Cherian chastised him, reminding him that it wasn't the time for humor. As the exchange continued, Legion noticed an eerie gaze fixed on him. A decrepit old hag stared hungrily, murmuring something about him being a feast. Meanwhile, the lecherous demon scourge addressed the group, explaining that his employer had tasked them with showcasing true hell. Cherian, confused, asked Legion if this was the organization he had previously mentioned. Legion surmised that their actions were less about ambition and more about vengeance. The lecherous demon continued to mock the group, commenting that while there were many women present, he could only absorb so much energy in a single day, leaving him to decide whom to target. Ingeol whispered to Imhagi about teaming up to eliminate the lecherous demon, but Imhagi dismissed the idea, stating that they would be killed instantly if they tried. Meanwhile, young Master Yang drew his sword and charged at the lecherous demon in a burst of bravado. The lecherous demon barely reacted, smiling as his hand snaked out to grab Yang's arm, twisting it with a sickening crack. Yang screamed in agony as his arm bent unnaturally, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. The lecherous demon lifted the young master by the neck with ease, mocking him for being all bark and no bite. Yang, defiant even in pain, cursed the scourge, calling him a coward. The scourge, amused, began slapping him repeatedly, each blow drawing blood and further humiliating the young master. The group could only watch in stunned silence as the lecherous demon continued his assault. Cherian, horrified, suggested that if everyone attacked together, they might stand a chance. Legion, however, stopped her, warning that such an attempt would be futile. He added coldly that this experience, though brutal, would ultimately strengthen Yang in the long run. As the young master's strength gave out and his gaze dropped, the lecherous demon mockingly commented that he should have submitted sooner. Tossing Yang's limp body to the ground, the lecherous demon chuckled at his handiwork. Just as he turned away, Baiokwa stepped forward to help the fallen Yang. The lecherous demon's attention shifted to her, his expression turning predatory. He asked for her name, which she provided without hesitation or fear. His grin widened as he declared her to be the most beautiful woman in Jianghu, adding that, as a member of the prestigious Greenwater Mountain Manor, her internal energy must be pure and chaste. His greed unsated, the lecherous demon turned back to the crowd, announcing that one woman would not be enough to satisfy him. His gaze fell on Cherian, and he expressed his interest in her, causing her to recoil in shock. The lecherous demon ordered his subordinates to seize the women he had chosen, instructing them to keep the rest under watch. However, one of his subordinates hesitated, reminding him that their orders were to capture everyone and leave the island discreetly. Enraged by the defiance, the Scourge grabbed the subordinate by the collar and snarled that he had waited too long for this moment. His tone grew darker as he threatened to kill anyone who dared to oppose him. The tension in the air was palpable, with the Scourge's unpredictable actions keeping the survivors on edge. As his subordinates hesitated under his wrath, the survivors realized that the true nightmare was just beginning. A voice broke through the tense air, silencing all conversation. It was Legion. One of the lackeys, unable to tolerate Legion's composure, charged forward, shouting indignantly about his arrogance. However, Legion, his voice calm yet firm, declared that Cherian was his Phoenix partner and that they would live and die together. His statement, spoken with an almost romantic tone, caused even the lecherous demon to pause, his laughter tinged with psychosis. Legion continued, stating that if they intended to take Cherian, they would have to take him as well. The lecherous demon regarded Legion with a mix of amusement and disbelief, labeling him a lunatic. With a cruel grin, he ordered his henchmen to bring both Legion and Cherian along, claiming he had interesting plans for them. The group was eventually led to a dark, cavernous space. The lecherous demon, basking in the moment, remarked that he had never seen women as beautiful as Cherian and Bioqua. Staring at the group of 4 captives, he sneered, calling himself lucky to have 2 snacks at once. His attention turned back to Legion and Cherian, commenting that they appeared to be lovers. Legion merely smiled faintly in response. The lecherous demon, relishing his own story, recounted a past moment when a man had been forced to watch helplessly as he tormented his partner. Approaching Cherian, he whispered that he looked forward to today being just as enjoyable. Before he could act, however, the light illuminating the cave suddenly extinguished, plunging the space into darkness. In an instant, the other pair fell to the ground and found his blood vessels sealed. The lecherous demon, startled, drew his weapon, scanning the pitch-black cave for the culprit. His gaze landed briefly on Cherian, but he quickly deduced it wasn't her. A flicker of movement caught his eye, and his suspicions turned toward Legion, who stood with a faint smile, his calm demeanor betraying nothing. Enraged, the lecherous demon lunged at Legion, weapon poised. Legion didn't flinch. Instead, he leapt gracefully into the air, avoiding the strike with ease. The sight shocked the lecherous demon, who was unprepared for such agility. Legion landed on a chain suspended in the cave and immediately countered, closing the distance between them with a lightning-quick attack. Though the lecherous demon managed to block the strike, the force left him rattled. He laughed hollowly, acknowledging Legion's strength but dismissing him as merely an upstart. Unperturbed, Legion countered with humor, mocking the demon's overconfidence. In retaliation, the lecherous demon unleashed a barrage of attacks, his weapon destroying the cave's surroundings. Meanwhile, Cherian carried the unconscious young Master Yang and Bioqua to safety as the structure began to collapse under the force of the attacks. Amid the chaos of crumbling rock and swirling dust, the lecherous demon lost sight of Legion. When he turned to search, Legion appeared behind him, launching a near-fatal strike. Sensing the danger at the last second, the lecherous demon narrowly avoided it, countering by ensnaring Legion's arm with his chains. Furious at the wound Legion had inflicted on his face, he tossed Legion into the air, but Legion landed effortlessly, balanced and unshaken. Legion retaliated with a devastating kick that sent the lecherous demon staggering, blood pouring from his mouth. The demon, now agitated and desperate, launched a powerful attack. Legion met it head-on, shattering the demon's attacks with his bare hand. The lecherous demon continued his relentless assault, but Legion deflected every strike with precision. Cherian, watching from a distance, was in disbelief at the intensity of the battle. She had known Legion was strong, but not to this degree. The lecherous demon, overwhelmed by Legion's onslaught, began to falter. His thoughts spiraled, questioning how someone so young could possess such overwhelming power. Realizing that Legion was channeling a palm technique, the demon grew confident, believing his own mastery of energy would overwhelm Legion. He collided with Legion's strike, their palms meeting in a deafening explosion of energy that shook the cave to its core. At first, the lecherous demon was certain of his victory, relying on the decades of energy he had accumulated. But as the exchange continued, he noticed that Legion was unaffected. Panic set in as he realized his energy reserves were draining rapidly, while Legion remained steadfast. Veins bulged across the demon's face as he pushed himself to his limit, causing the entire cave to collapse under the strain. As moonlight broke through the disintegrating cave, illuminating the battlefield, the lecherous demon stood visibly shaken. The full weight of Legion's strength pressed down on him like an insurmountable wall. Cherion, seeing the cave's imminent collapse, in surprise, though unscathed. Legion, his tone calm but cutting, condemned the demon for sacrificing countless lives for such fleeting power. With a sudden surge of energy, Legion struck the demon, sending him crashing into a wall with enough force to shatter it. Blood gushed from the demon's mouth as he tried to recover. Realizing he had no chance of victory, the demon turned his sights on Cherion, planning to take her hostage. The demon's weapon flew toward Cherion at lightning speed, but before it could reach her, Legion unleashed his demonic sword. The blade severed the demon's chains midair, its overwhelming power shocking everyone. Legion instructed Cherion to close her eyes as he struck the ground. The lecherous demon, unable to process what was happening, attempted to dodge. Blood sprayed as both his arms were severed in one swift motion. The lecherous demon collapsed to his knees, staring at Legion with a mix of terror and disbelief. Legion, his gaze piercing, stepped forward as the demon attempted to crawl away. Cherion, frozen in shock, watched as Legion raised his sword. Calmly, Legion declared that the demon had no chance of escaping. Legion swung his large sword, the blade landing directly on the lecherous demon. The swift attack split the demon in half, leaving him so helpless that his cries for aid filled the cave. But Legion had already made his decision. He continued slashing relentlessly as the demon's cries echoed, his eyes turning a deep red as the sword's spirit engulfed him. With one final strike, so powerful it decapitated the demon, the battle ended in a gruesome display. Blood splattered across Legion's face as he stood motionless. One of his pupils retained its natural yellow color, while the other burned a bloodshot red. Cherion, witnessing the massacre from the sidelines, saw the demon's severed head flutter through the air. Legion's expression was solemn, unmoved by the chaos around him. In the demon's final breath, he questioned who Legion truly was, but there was no answer. Moments later, a group arrived at the cave, drawn by the strange, thunderous sounds reverberating from within. As they entered, their eyes fell upon the blood-soaked carnage and the lifeless body of their once mighty leader. The group struggled to comprehend how someone so powerful had met such a brutal end. Their gazes shifted to Legion, standing amidst the devastation, his sword dripping with blood. His calm but deadly demeanor seemed almost surreal. Refusing to believe that this young man had single-handedly defeated their leader, one of them stepped forward, snarling with rage and disbelief. The accusation that Legion was responsible carried an undertone of disdain. Denial fueled their outrage as one man swung his sword, intending to strike Legion down. In the blink of an eye, the attacker was cut in half. The precision was so swift that death arrived before comprehension. His body collapsed, spilling blood in a gruesome fountain. The others faltered at the sight of their comrade's instantaneous demise, their confidence evaporating as blood pooled like an ominous tide toward them. Legion wasted no time. Gripping his demonic sword with unwavering determination, he launched into action. His movements were a blur of lethal precision, each strike devastating. In mere moments, the remaining assailants fell, their bodies crumbling under his relentless assault. Blood painted the walls and pooled on the ground, transforming the cave into a grotesque scene of despair, a grim testament to Legion's unmatched fury. Amid the carnage, Cherion stood paralyzed by the horror unfolding before her. Her mind struggled to process the massacre she had just witnessed. This was no ordinary fight. It was an annihilation, a performance of destruction reminiscent of the death god himself. Legion, soaked head to toe in blood, stood over the corpses like a demon incarnate. Cherion's chest tightened as her thoughts raced. Was this truly the same man she had laughed with, the one who had shared quiet, simple moments in her home? The warmth of those memories clashed violently with the nightmare before her. Legion turned his gaze toward her, breaking the tense silence. The sight of his crimson and yellow eyes sent chills down her spine. His voice, calm yet unsettling, reminded her of his earlier words. She should have closed her eyes. Slowly, his expression softened, and his demeanor shifted back to the comforting self she recognized. The red in his eyes faded, and a familiar smile appeared, jarring in its contrast to the bloodthirsty demon he had been moments earlier. Sheathing his sword, though its energy still radiated ominously, Legion confessed his inability to control himself when he wielded it. Frustration and self-awareness laced his words as he explained that the weapon's immense power far exceeded his mastery, making it dangerous not only to his enemies, but to himself as well. As Cherian processed his confession, Legion revealed an unexpected truth. The weapon had once belonged to his mother. The revelation added a layer of mystery to his origins. Observing the terrifying blade, Cherian reflected on how such an instrument of destruction could be tied to someone as insignificant as his mother. Sensing her unease, Legion shifted the topic, mentioning his father's weapon, a sword he carried but refused to draw. Declaring his intent to conquer the world using only his mother's weapon, he dismissed the other blade entirely, hinting at deeper, unresolved conflict with his father. When Cherian wondered why he carried the sword if he had no intention of using it, Legion then asked if she was all right. Her gaze lingered on the corpses strewn across the cave. After a brief pause, she reassured him. Though her mind remained fixated on reconciling the warm, kind Legion she knew with the blood-soaked warrior before her. She thought to herself that, no matter the version of him she saw, he was still Legion. As the night wore on, a group of survivors arrived, their voices filled with gratitude. They thanked someone profusely, bowing repeatedly for saving them. The object of their gratitude was none other than the young Master Yang of the Southern Peak Alliance. Awakening to find himself holding a sword amid the bodies of his enemies, Yang, bewildered, assumed he must have slain them in a trance. Legion and Cherian supported this misunderstanding, fabricating a story that the lecherous demon and his subordinates were already dead when they regained consciousness. Gullible and eager to believe in his own greatness, Yang concluded that his grandfather must have imbued him with unparalleled martial arts skills. Clenching his fist in dramatic manner, he imagined his grandfather's proud face and muttered thanks to him, fully convinced of his newfound strength. A scene where the crowd revered their supposed savior while Legion and Cherian exchanged knowing glances. On the other hand, Cherian's attention shifted to Legion, who stood quietly by the lakeside, the moonlight casting a serene glow on him and his blade. She remarked on how absurd it was for Yang to take credit for the massacre, but Legion merely smirked. He expected nothing less from someone like Yang, whose pride and status meant everything. Cherian contemplated the significance of his words, wondering if such matters truly held as much importance as he implied. Their exchange was abruptly interrupted when someone announced the arrival of a ship. The announcement described the vessel as a small but imposing ship approaching the coast. This unexpected incident set off a ripple of changes, and Legion, with his resolute demeanor, appeared acutely aware of the shifting circumstances. Meanwhile, the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, already fraught with dramatic twists, reached an abrupt and mesmerizing conclusion. At the Northern Peak Alliance, Makwi approached In-myung, commending him on exterminating the lecherous demonic scourge and rescuing the people involved. He added that In-myung's grandson had performed exceptionally. However, Makwi seemed unaware of the truth. In-myung, with his head lowered, understood the reality and clarified that his grandson was not responsible. Makwi, puzzled by the revelation, sought clarification. In-myung elaborated that while his grandson possessed formidable poison techniques, they were insufficient to defeat someone as powerful as the lecherous demonic scourge. With a resigned sigh, In-myung acknowledged his grandson's limitations. When Makwi inquired who could have achieved such a feat, In-myung recalled Legion and mentioned hearing about the young man's participation in the tournament. Intrigued, Makwi sought confirmation, and In-myung, lost in thought, nodded as memories of Legion resurfaced. Reflecting silently, In-myung questioned whether Legion could have single-handedly defeated the Scourge. The possibility seemed implausible, yet a lingering feeling tied Legion to the event. Makwi suggested investigating Legion discreetly, but In-myung dismissed the idea, stating that provoking the boy was unnecessary. He proposed maintaining a facade of ignorance while observing from afar. Makwi agreed, but remarked on the opportunity to tarnish the reputation of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Calmly, In-myung explained that pursuing the matter recklessly could lead to disastrous consequences. Makwi, shaken by the warning, recognized the potential for greater chaos. With a faint glow in his eye, In-myung resolved to play along with the unseen forces orchestrating the events. Elsewhere, amidst breathtaking landscapes of towering peaks and lush forests, a conversation arose about a place called New Wind Manor. As Legion and Cherian approached the site, Legion revealed it to be his home, leaving Cherian visibly astonished. Internally, she marveled at his ability to continually surprise her. As he opened the grand gates, Legion explained that the manor symbolized his vision of ushering a new era into Jianghu. When the gates creaked open, Cherian's pupils dilated in amazement at the stunning palace and courtyard within. Though smaller than her own home, its grandeur was undeniable. When Legion asked for her opinion, she expressed admiration but questioned the enormous scale. Legion explained his ambition to establish a new sect, which he named the Azure Heaven Sect. Her delight was evident as she praised the name. Strolling through a serene bamboo forest nearby, she complimented the picturesque back garden and asked when he began this ambitious endeavor. Legion replied casually that the project had started only a few months ago. Suddenly, Cherian halted as a dense fog rolled in. Her curiosity piqued. She identified it as an array, to which Legion casually confirmed it as a simple sound-blocking formation. They soon arrived at a massive door, and as Legion opened it, radiant light burst forth, illuminating an even larger plot under construction within the manor. Cherian stood speechless, taking in the vast, intricate structure. Legion explained that the real Azure Heaven Sect was being constructed deep within the heart of New Wind Manor. The future of Azure Heaven Sect sprawled majestically, a testament to the scale of its ambition and the determination driving its creation. Cherian stood in awe, finding it difficult to believe that such a vast and extraordinary space could exist behind what appeared to be an ordinary manor. Legion, visibly overjoyed, explained with enthusiasm that the New Wind Manor served as the entrance gate to the Azure Heaven Sect. He elaborated that the unique gourd-shaped terrain of the area was being utilized strategically, with plans to manage all operations from the manor as its front. Legion further revealed that the laborers who had been brought to the site had their eyes covered for their own safety, ensuring the location remained undisclosed. He shared his vision of constructing a training hall and dormitories capable of accommodating several thousand people. Cherian, perplexed by the sheer scale of his plans, considered it an incredibly ambitious endeavor, noting that few groups in Jianghu could manage such a vast assembly. She struggled to comprehend the full scope of Legion's intentions. With a resolute expression, Legion explained the purpose behind his grand ambition. He stated that for far too long, Jianghu had been under the dominance of the four hegemons. His goal, he declared, was to bring them all down. Cherian, stunned by his audacity, found his words almost unbelievable. Yet, as Legion stood before her exuding a graceful but unyielding aura, he proclaimed with unwavering confidence that he intended to take their place. At the Northern Heaven Supreme family within Wuhan branch, Ga Yunsang, the Blood King's sect leader, banged on the table, clearly expressing his anger. He addressed the head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, accusing him of failing to protect their children, suggesting that even if he had lost his own child, he would not have reacted in such a manner. The other individuals in the room considered intervening, believing that Ga Yunsang was crossing a line. The cause of his outburst was the loss of his greatest disciple and the youngest daughter, who had her feet cut off. Chance, the head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, began to speak, explaining that as a father with children, he understood the feelings of the other family heads. He added that his household would thoroughly investigate the incident, as he had anticipated such an event. Before the meeting, Ban Endari, the general military advisor, informed Chance that many children had lost their lives, and thus, the families would not remain silent. Chance considered it unfortunate that the incident occurred at the third gate, which had been prepared in secret, leading him to suspect a traitor within the household. He asked the advisor for guidance, and Ban Endari suggested transforming everyone who had made minor contributions, including Yang Suchong, into perfect heroes. This strategy would create a theory that the deceased children had died because they were weak, leading their families to face humiliation due to their losses. Chance found this idea promising, but acknowledged that those who did not cooperate would have to face unavoidable consequences. Returning to the present, Chance stated that he fully acknowledged the responsibility, but emphasized that the matter was also an issue of Jianghu. Even in the worst situations, most of the dragons and phoenixes had survived, with some saving their comrades and eliminating enemies. Ga Yunsang became enraged, declaring that if his grandson had died, he would have handled the matter differently. Chance grew impatient, questioning why Ga Yunsang kept mentioning his grandson and sternly asking if he should behead his grandson to satisfy him. Ga Yunsang was at a loss for words. Yang In-myung entered the conversation, informing Ga Yunsang that he understood his loss, but that anger could not solve everything. Ga Yunsang, now very emotional, thought that if they had hosted the tournament and their grandsons had had their feet severed, the Blood King sect would have been annihilated. Unable to act, Ga Yunsang screamed in frustration, unable to comprehend how many people Chance had trampled to reach his current position. The law of the jungle remained the most crucial essence of Jianghu. Yang In-myung believed that today might be the last day he would ever see the Blood King sect leader. Elsewhere, Legion informed Cherian about the Wind Mountain Group, a bandit faction operating under the guise of offering protection in exchange for money. With a warm smile, he stated his intention to eliminate them. Cherian, concerned about his impulsiveness, wondered if he would lose control and leave devastation in his wake. She questioned whether some bandits might have turned to this life out of desperation to survive. Legion dismissed the idea, asserting that good people would remain good regardless of their circumstances. As they neared the group's territory, two bandits stationed at the gate noticed them approaching. The guards remarked on Cherian's striking appearance, but decided they couldn't let the pair pass unchallenged. One bandit rushed forward, attempting to behead Legion. Unbothered, Legion casually asked Cherian whether he resembled a demonic murderer. Cherian, recognizing the danger, called out a warning for him to dodge. However, Legion caught the blade barehanded and used the blade to counter the attacker with such force that the man vomited blood and collapsed unconscious. Observing this, Cherian realized what he meant by not killing them. Another bandit considered attacking, but froze in fear as Legion locked eyes with him, releasing a manic smile. Legion leapt into the air and declared that he could have simply beaten them and let them go. Shortly afterward, they advanced to the camp, where the sounds of conflict echoed. Cherian skillfully took on several opponents at once. Legion, soaring through the air, reminded her to act decisively or risk her life. When an enemy attempted to strike her, she struck his neck, swiftly incapacitating him. Elated, she remarked on her improved martial arts skills. Meanwhile, Legion grabbed a bandit by the face, slamming him into the ground and mockingly asking if it felt satisfying. Turning his attention to Cherian, he encouraged her, insisting she could grow even stronger through these experiences. Suddenly, a hidden projectile flew toward her. Cherian reacted quickly, slicing it in half, but inhaled a strange powder that spread through the air. She immediately sensed its effects coursing through her body. A bandit leader emerged, observing their abilities and noting that they must be formidable martial artists to have taken down so many of his men. He explained that the powder she inhaled was a mixture of poison and an aphrodisiac, designed to inflame her body and compel her to seek a partner. Without mating, he warned the poison would be fatal. Li Gon seized the moment to reassure Cherian, suggesting with a grin that he was available to help her. His behavior unsettled Cherian, who hastily went ahead to beat the bandit for an antidote. Meanwhile, Legion laughing to himself as he looked at how unsettled she was. Cherian managed to subdue the man, who taunted her with the information that only one of 3 bottles contained the antidote. Growing anxious, she hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. Legion, still calm, offered a solution. With a serious expression, he suggested pouring the poison on him instead. He reasoned that his martial arts were weaker than hers, so he would succumb faster, forcing the bandit to reveal the antidote. Cherian, terrified, grappled with the moral weight of poisoning someone else for her own survival. Legion observed her trembling hand, exhaling in disappointment at her hesitation. Returning to his usual nonchalant demeanor, he remarked that his mother would have approved of her, noting that she reminded him of his father. He then approached the bandit leader, kicking him forcefully, while advising Cherian to follow his instructions and focus her energy inward. He asked if she could sense anything unfamiliar within her body. After a short while, she was astonished to feel the effects of the poison dissipate entirely. Legion reflected on Cherian's decision not to pour poison on the bandit and thought she had done well. She questioned whether he was serious, and Legion assured her that he admired her for being unable to bring herself to do it. Surprised by his words, she listened as he elaborated, explaining that in return, she needed to grow stronger. His unexpected kindness overwhelmed her, and he emphasized that true strength would allow her to protect her kind heart. He noted that in a world where kindness and righteousness had become outdated and frustrating, strength was the key to preserving such values. As night fell, the scene shifted to the Palm Essence Union, where Ingeol met with his father. Jang Daesan, the leader of the Palm Essence Union, remarked that he had heard about the girl from the Righteous Sword Sect performing exceptionally well in the recent Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Daesan asked his son if she was the one he was supposed to form an alliance with. Before Ingeol could respond, his sister, Manhwa, interrupted, teasing that Cherian hadn't even given them a glance. Giggling, she added that it was obvious since Legion was overwhelmingly handsome. Irritated by her comments, Ingeol grew angry, but Manhwa dismissed his reaction as pathetic, mocking him for fretting over an insignificant girl. Daesan scolded his son, calling him foolish for allowing himself to be disrespected by a family as inconsequential as Cherian's. However, he shifted focus, revealing intel that the Blood King sect leader was rumored to have departed to the underworld. Ingeol expressed disbelief at the notion that the leader had taken his own life. Manhwa, unimpressed, called her brother naive, asserting that the Northern Heavenly family must have been involved. Daesan agreed with her, pointing out that the Northern Heavenly family was ruthless enough to orchestrate such an act. With a sinister laugh, he assured his kids that their family had made the right connections by remaining loyal to the Northern Heavenly family, emphasizing the importance of not antagonizing them. Meanwhile, Legion and Myong were eavesdropping on the conversation from the roof. Dressed impeccably, Legion remarked with amusement on the absurdity of the discussion below. Myong commented that their laughter would cease once they realized what was about to transpire at the Ancient Sword Store, a property of the Palm Essence Union. Diverting from the topic, he noted that it had been a long time since Legion had dressed so formally. Legion, exuding an aura of unmatched confidence, replied that such effort was necessary to convincingly portray a Northern Heaven Supreme family inner hall leader. Legion asked Myong if he had brought the item, and Myong handed him a locked box. As Legion donned a human mask, Myong expressed amazement at the lifelike quality of the disguise. He marveled at how accurately Legion mimicked the voice, expressions, and mannerisms of the person he was impersonating. Legion remarked that if everything went smoothly, they wouldn't have to worry about money for a while. Moreover, they could successfully sow discord between the Palm Essence Union and the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Despite the confidence, Myong cautioned Legion to remain vigilant. Acknowledging the challenge, Legion admitted that perfect impersonation was impossible, but held up the box, noting its significance. He observed that if the box were presented to a greedy old man late at night, it would be enough to cloud his judgment entirely. Legion felt a wave of fear because his mother would undoubtedly be furious if she discovered what he had taken. Myong reassured him, suggesting that she might understand, but Legion dismissed the idea, remarking that it was easy for Myong to say since he had never experienced her wrath. Both laughed wholeheartedly at the remark. Myong then urged Legion to be careful, informing him that the inner hall leader was fast asleep at home and would not be leaving that night. Later that day, Legion, now in disguise, visited the Ancient Sword's office. The store manager, visibly tense, inquired about the purpose of the inner hall elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family visiting such a humble establishment. Legion placed a box on the table, wearing a sly expression, and instructed the manager to listen closely. He warned that what he was about to say must never be repeated and carried life-threatening importance. The manager, shocked and intrigued, assumed the matter was dangerous and thought it could bring him great profit. When asked to reveal the contents, Legion opened the box, which emitted a bright, dazzling light. The manager, stunned, recognized the object immediately. Its balanced beauty, intricate craftsmanship, and radiant glow marked it as the revered artifact of the heavenly demon divine cult, the divine demon Jade Buddha. He confirmed its authenticity, though he could scarcely believe it was genuine. His thoughts raced as he estimated its worth to be at least 500,000 niang. Imagining the profit he could make, he considered offering 400,000 niang, but realized it would be impossible to handle the item discreetly without the leader's involvement. Legion watched the manager's greed play out with amusement behind the mask. The manager eventually offered 200,000 niang, a figure Legion pretended to consider begrudgingly before agreeing. The manager, barely able to conceal his excitement, Legion quickly accepted the condition to pay in small, untraceable slips. After the transaction, Legion returned to Myong, who commended his efforts. Removing his mask, Legion revealed that the task had been straightforward. He explained that they would break into the ancient sword store's vault that night, retrieving the Jade Buddha along with several thousand niang. Myong cautioned Legion, mentioning the 12 unbreakable formations protecting the store. Legion dismissed the concern confidently, claiming no formation existed that he could not dismantle. He anticipated devastating losses for the Palm Essence Union and immense backlash, especially with the Northern Heaven Supreme family's Inner Hall Elder visiting the same day. However, Legion felt their plan to slowly bleed the Union dry like leeches was still incomplete. The following morning, chaos erupted within the Palm Essence Union. Daesan, the leader, was livid as the ancient sword store manager cowered before him, trembling. The manager reported that the vault mechanisms had been destroyed and all cash and antiques were missing. However, he also mentioned something peculiar. With a worried expression, he revealed that the Inner Hall Elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family had visited the store the previous day. Daesan, shocked, demanded an explanation for the visit. The storekeeper explained that the leader had left the divine demon Jade Buddha in his care. Daesan's eyes narrowed in suspicion. He found it strange that such a valuable item had been entrusted to the store, only for it to be stolen the same night. As suspicion mounted, Daesan considered whether the storekeeper had been involved, but he doubted the man had the courage to orchestrate such a heist. Thoughts turned to the elder, a shrewd and calculative individual, but even that seemed unlikely to align with the evidence at hand. This left only one possibility. The entire situation appeared to have been orchestrated by the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Daesan sat on the chair, holding his head in frustration. The Northern Heaven Supreme family had long maintained their business in Wuhan through the Palm Essence Union, fostering a close relationship over the years. The sudden betrayal was incomprehensible to him. As he brooded, another man burst into the room, announcing that a serious problem had arisen. The iron safe had been raided. Daesan, now visibly agitated, demanded to know what was happening and whether a significant number of weapons had been stolen. Meanwhile, a carriage filled with weapons, pulled by 2 horses, made its way through another part of the region. Legion, seated, expressed amazement at the high-quality weapons retrieved from the Palm Essence Union's iron safe. Myong explained that the quality likely stemmed from their intended delivery to the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Smiling cheerfully, Legion revealed that he had deliberately left traces in the iron safe, ensuring that suspicion would fall squarely on the Northern Heaven Supreme family. This, he reasoned, would place the Palm Essence Union leader in an untenable position. Myong acknowledged the likelihood of this outcome, but pointed out that confronting the Northern Heaven Supreme family outright was not an option. Legion mentioned hearing about the upcoming Dragon and Phoenix Awards ceremony hosted by the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Inspecting a finely crafted sword, he speculated that by the time of the ceremony, the Palm Essence Union leader's doubts and suspicions would have fully taken root. Myong added that the ceremony would honor individuals with notable achievements, naming Cherian, who had disabled the trap, and Yang Suchong, who had taken credit for Legion's efforts, as likely recipients. As the carriage moved forward, Legion explained that Cherian had stated her reluctance to accept the award, as she felt it was not her achievement. However, being recognized as the Phoenix would significantly benefit the Righteous Sword Sect. A few days later, the Dragon and Phoenix Awards ceremony commenced, and Cherian received numerous congratulations. She found the attention frustrating, thinking that Legion deserved the praise instead. She had not seen him for some time, recalling their last encounter a few days prior. During that meeting, Legion had informed her of his decision to stay at the Azure Heaven Sect, explaining with a straight face that he could no longer inconvenience her. Shocked by his words, she had questioned why he started to care about such matters. Legion had noted her disappointment, which was evident from her expression. She had pointed out that the Azure Heaven sect was far away, but he insisted on leaving regardless. Before departing, he reassured her not to refuse being named the Phoenix, emphasizing that disabling the mechanism was entirely her doing. He had encouraged her to accept the prize money, suggesting they could celebrate later with grilled meat. She had thought this a good idea and had asked why he had participated in the Dragon and Phoenix tournament with her, given his apparent disinterest in such events. Legion had smiled and explained that, on the first day they met, Ingeol had picked a fight with him. Despite being overshadowed by the Palm Essence Union's influence, Cherian had stood up for him, a gesture he had never experienced before. In his decade-long wandering through Jianghu, no stranger had ever defended him. Hearing this, her expression had softened, and she remarked that his journey must not have been as enjoyable as she had imagined. Laughing, he had admitted that Jianghu was quite different from what he had anticipated, leaving her unable to fully comprehend the experiences he had endured along the way. Cherian found herself lost in thought, her mind occupied with memories of Legion, while bystanders continued to praise her, marveling at her exceptional martial arts skills. Their words, however, barely registered with her, as her thoughts were elsewhere. The moment was interrupted by the arrival of Ingeol, who entered the scene with an accusatory demeanor. He began insinuating that her skills were not the sole reason for her recent achievements. Observing him with calm curiosity, Cherian silently wondered what he was trying to insinuate. He demanded to know how she had managed to escape the swamp unscathed. Pretending to remain composed, Ingeol pressed further, questioning how she could have cut through the enormous trap device, implying that such a feat was beyond her abilities. Cherian, now visibly unsettled, responded by attributing her success to sheer luck. Ingeol, unconvinced, concluded inwardly that her success must have been achieved through some sort of underhanded means. Without warning, Ingeol drew his sword, loudly declaring his intention to test her martial arts skills. He saw this as an opportunity to expose her supposed lack of ability. Cherian, caught off guard, tried to make sense of his sudden aggression. He declared that if she had truly destroyed the trap using her own strength, defeating him in a duel should be effortless. Challenging her to draw her sword, he demanded a fight. Cherian, confused by his provocations, asked why he was causing such a scene at the banquet. Ingeol responded that she could neither explain nor prove her actions through her skills alone. His accusations piqued the curiosity of those present, who began speculating about how she had managed to destroy the trap. Ingeol crossed the line by suggesting that the Righteous Sword Sect might be collaborating with criminals. To make matters worse, he accused her of associating with a mysterious individual before the tournament. At this, Cherian finally drew her sword, calmly stating that if it was a duel he wanted, she would gladly oblige. The spectators grew excited, anticipating a duel between the Phoenix and the Descendant of the Palm Essence Union. Before Cherian could fully prepare, Ingeol launched a sudden attack. Cherian, however, effortlessly dodged the strike, leaving Ingeol in disbelief at her quick reflexes. Without hesitation, she countered, aiming her sword at his neck. Trained extensively under Legion's guidance, her movements were precise and calculated. As her blade approached its target, Cherian reconsidered her action and altered the trajectory of her attack at the last moment. Instead of delivering a potentially lethal blow, she struck his cheek with the flat of her sword. The force caused Ingeol to lose his grip on his weapon, realizing in that moment that he had been utterly defeated. The room fell silent as the crowd processed what had just happened. Cherian calmly sheathed her sword and asked him if he was satisfied now that she had defeated him decisively. Murmurs spread through the crowd as spectators began discussing her skill, remarking that she had beaten him with a single strike. Many noted that had she been serious, Ingeol wouldn't have stood a chance. The consensus was that her decision to go easy on him was both gracious and humiliating for him. Meanwhile, Dason watched the spectacle from the sidelines, his disappointment palpable. He reflected on the shame of seeing his son lose so publicly, especially to someone like Cherian. As Dason's gaze shifted, he noticed the head of the Northern Heaven Supreme family openly praising Cherian's father for raising such an exceptional daughter. This observation deepened Dason's suspicions. Recent events, including the robbery of the ancient sword store and the iron safe, had already made him wary. Watching the growing camaraderie between the head of Northern Heaven Supreme and the Righteous Sword Sect leader, Daesun grew increasingly concerned. It seemed likely that their rising reputation would lead to an alliance, leaving his own faction abandoned and isolated. Daesun and his son, consumed by anger and humiliation, resolved that they could not allow the situation to persist. As their frustrations grew, both father and son cursed the Righteous Sword Sect, their thoughts turning toward a plan to destroy it that very night. Elsewhere, under the serene glow of the moonlit sky, Legion sat calmly with his personal guard, Myong. The atmosphere seemed tranquil, though Myong observed that Legion might be having trouble sleeping after the recent upheaval. Legion acknowledged this observation, but explained that his focus now rested entirely on elevating the sect. Myong, sensing an opportunity, asked whether things would have been different if Legion had chosen to stay with the Righteous Sword Sect. Legion reflected on the question, admitting that he had already made sense of the situation in his own way. However, Myong remained puzzled, unable to understand why Legion had not attended the award ceremony alongside Cherian. Legion explained that Cherian believed she had taken the prize for herself, and his presence might have made her uncomfortable in that moment. Myong silently considered this, realizing that it was the first time Legion had shown genuine concern for a woman. Breaking the silence, Legion commented on the stillness of the night, suggesting that Myong get some rest. He gazed at the moonlit sky, his expression calm yet contemplative. Despite the quiet surroundings, Legion couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, an unseen event brewing beyond his foresight. That very same night, Ingeol commanded Chung So to bring young Cherian, the one he called a wench. Chung So, his subordinate, sought clarification, questioning if the intention was to kidnap the second daughter of the Righteous Sword Sect. Ingeol expressed that merely killing her would not be sufficient. He intended to inflict pain worse than death, his eyes fixed on causing suffering. Daesun entered the scene, prompting Ingeol to exclaim to his father. He proclaimed that tonight marked the extermination of the Righteous Sword Sect, a stark warning to anyone daring to challenge their family's might. He instructed Chung So to join their mission, emphasizing the necessity of a high-ranking martial artist. Chung So complied without hesitation, acknowledging the command. Ingeol cast a final glance at Chung So, reinforcing the earlier directive before Daesun departed with Chung So trailing behind. Meanwhile, the Righteous Sword Sect remained unaware of the impending threat, resembling a calm before the storm. Abruptly, Cherian awoke, her senses instantly sharpening as she opened her eyes. Despite appearing unalarmed, a restless unease gnawed at her mind. Rising swiftly, she grasped her sword and dashed toward the front yard. Her acute perception immediately sensed a formidable killing intent. As she neared, she observed dozens encircling the sect. Determined to warn her family, she ran through the yard and was startled when a blade aimed at her neck suddenly appeared. Instinctively, she halted her sprint to evade the attack. Her martial prowess took over as she gripped her sword's handle, executing a swift maneuver toward the assailant's throat. Blood spurted as fate claimed the attacker. His lifeless body collapsed, blood splattering the wall fence. For a fleeting moment, fear trembled Cherian, her heart faltering as blood stained her nightgown. Determined not to be consumed by guilt over a life taken, she steadied her resolve and sought out her mother and sisters. On that same night, Legion stood atop a wooden structure, gazing down at the construction of his sect. Myong rushed toward him, his urgency evident as he relayed alarming news. The informant hired to monitor the Righteous Sword Sect had reported the presence of dozens of suspicious individuals launching an ambush against the sect. As Myong continued his explanation, dread etched itself onto Legion's face. A surge of killing intent began to emanate from him as the grim realization set in. By now, the Righteous Sword Sect was likely annihilated. Meanwhile, Cherian battled the assailants with unwavering determination, confronting multiple foes simultaneously and leaving a trail of fallen enemies with each precise strike. Flames began to engulf the sect as the sheer number of attackers overwhelmed her lone efforts. Her blood-soaked nightgown clung to her form as she dispatched 2 more assailants, her gaze steadfast despite her draining strength. The relentless wave of enemies seemed unending, undeterred by her victories. Her father lay unconscious from his wounds. Her mother cradled the youngest child, and the eldest stood behind her, sword in hand, all encircled by adversaries. Chung So, masked and composed, commended Cherian for her formidable skills, understanding why Ingeol prized her so highly. Her mother and eldest tried to hold their ground, but Chung So wondered aloud how long they could sustain their defense. Cherian thought to herself about holding on, as her father was injured defending the family, leaving her as the last stand. Chung So offered to spare everyone's lives if she surrendered, but Cherian smiled because Legion's words echoed in her mind, recalling his usual warm demeanor and alluring eyes. Feeling too weak to continue, Cherian glanced toward the gate for a chance he might come, but realized she couldn't depend on Legion. She steadied her nerves, reaffirming her determination to protect her family, and launched another strike at the nearest assailant. However, the attacker proved too strong, overpowering her strike and causing her to lose grip of her sword. He advanced toward her mother, and Chung So commanded his men to leave Cherian alone and kill the rest. The assailant lunged at Ansu, but Cherian's agility allowed her to intercept the strike with her hand, empowered by the wind god. Blood began to seep from her sealed lips before she finally collapsed to her knees, clutching her mouth and coughing up blood. Exhaustion overcame her, her body trembling with a desperate wish to be just a little bit stronger. Memories of Legion equipping her right hand with a protective glove resurfaced, explaining its ability to block sword energy at the cost of her own. Fueled by rage, the man raised his sword to strike her down. Ansu gasped, attempting to reach her second daughter, while Weryong swung her sword with closed eyes, her movements more akin to a mournful wail than a martial technique. Without warning, the man came to an abrupt halt. What loomed before him was no ordinary beast. It was a presence resembling a heavenly dragon descending into the mortal realm. The overwhelming pressure of its aura rooted him to the spot. The dragon's gaze bore into him with unrelenting intensity, its jaws opened wide as if prepared to swallow him whole. Cherian watched as Chung So and his subordinate, along with Ansu and Weryong, stood in stunned silence at the unfolding spectacle. The decisive strike had originated from Legion's left hand, a dragon tattoo faintly visible beneath the wind god despite the blood streaming down. A radiant light illuminated Cherian's face as she observed Legion's wide, towering back, bridging the distance between their sects with urgency. He rushed to her side without the aid of her mother's blade or her father's sword, inquiring if she was all right. Legion, hesitant to reveal his demonic nature to the girl he cared for, saw tears welling in Cherian's eyes as she murmured her affirmation. Amidst the blazing inferno, his pupils glowed crimson, his mind set on unleashing carnage once more. In the nick of time, Legion faced the group of assassins who sought to capture the girl he had sworn to protect. The sudden appearance of the young man prompted Chung So to question his identity, wondering where someone with such confidence could have come from. He barked an order to his men, demanding they eliminate him first. Two assassins surged forward, their swords poised to strike. In response, Legion drew his fist back, channeling his inner energy into it. With a swift motion, he struck the first attacker before the blade could descend. The force of the blow shattered ribs and pierced through the spine, sending the man to his death instantly. Another assassin lunged forward, cursing Legion as he closed the distance. But before the strike could land, Legion stomped down with brutal precision, shattering the man's leg. His scream cut short when Legion raised his leg once more. The shadow of the descending strike loomed in the assassin's eyes like the embrace of death itself. With a decisive motion, Legion's foot came down, reducing the man's head to a mangled ruin alongside the cracked earth beneath it. Blood splattered across the ground as the man crumpled. Chung So could do nothing but stand frozen, his mind reeling from the display of overwhelming strength. Frantically, he scanned his surroundings, but his gaze could not keep up with Legion's speed. The thought of being unable to track his movements filled him with dread. He is too fast, he thought, panic mounting. Where has he gone? What followed was a scene of pure carnage. The assassins fell one after another, their lives extinguished before they could even gasp for breath. Blood rained down in a grisly spectacle of one-sided annihilation. A sudden sense of presence made Chung So whirl around, swinging his sword in desperation. Yet Legion evaded the blow effortlessly, ducking low and driving a fist into his temple. Blood sprayed from Chung So's mouth as he lost his grip on his weapon. With calm and unyielding resolve, Legion addressed him. seizing the sword. He accused him of being a subordinate of Ingeol, his tone steady but carrying an aura of power that seemed to resonate with his very core. Legion swung it down toward Chungso's neck with unhesitating precision. Chungso screamed for mercy, the blade stopping mere inches from his throat as it embedded itself in the ground. Trembling, he began to beg for his life. Without any need for prompting, he revealed that the Palm Essence Union leader had ordered the massacre but intended to spare the young woman, Cherian. At this, Legion flinched, the revelation striking a chord. His voice carried menace as he demanded an explanation, forcing the terrified man to continue. Chungso, shuddering with fear, confessed that Ingeol had given separate orders to bring Cherian to him. Legion knelt beside him, his voice calmer now, but no less commanding, demanding to know Ingeol's location. Chungso, lying on his back with the sword still hovering near his neck, pleaded desperately for his life as he revealed that Ingeol awaited on the southern side of the forest. With an unflinching gaze, Legion responded. Words fell coldly from his lips, admonishing Chungso for forcing others to carry out acts he himself would never dare to attempt. His hand moved to the sword's hilt, pressing it down in one fluid motion. The blade sliced through flesh as though it were paper, blood surging forth in a crimson fountain as Chungso met his end. Legion remained still, his resolve unwavering. The debt owed to those slain had been paid in full. Cherian's family, watching from the distance, stood in awe of the man who had saved them. Their gratitude mingled with astonishment at the sheer power he wielded. Cherian, however, struggled to reconcile the kind soul she had come to know with the man who now stood among the bodies of the fallen, all of it done for her sake. Amid the smoldering ruins and the crimson-stained ground, Cherian, her nightgown soaked with blood, approached Legion. Her voice was soft, calm, and full of concern as she asked if he was all right. Legion's demeanor shifted as he replied, apologizing for his delay. Despite the carnage surrounding him, his tone became tender, and his expression softened, his eyes reflecting the longing he felt for her. Tears glimmered in Cherian's eyes as she smiled, her gratitude shining through. She questioned his apology, her voice trembling with emotion. Before she could speak further, another figure emerged from the chaos. Myong arrived, addressing Legion respectfully and expressing relief that he had come in time. He clasped his hands and turned to Cherian, offering words of reassurance. Though puzzled by the sudden appearance of this man who addressed Legion as young master, Cherian returned the gesture politely. Legion rose to his feet, issuing instructions with nonchalance. He ordered Myong to escort Cherian's family to the New Wind Manor and ensure their injuries were treated by the unbounded grotesquerie. After acknowledging the command, Myong began preparations. With determination etched on his face, Legion declared that the time had come to end the Palm Essence Union once and for all. Deep in the forest, Ingeol grew restless, muttering under his breath about Chungso's delay. The time was dragging on far longer than he anticipated, and unease began to gnaw at him. When the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears, he turned quickly, expecting Chungso. Instead, Legion appeared, his expression indifferent, betraying nothing of the events that had unfolded. The sight of him unsettled Ingeol, who questioned why Legion had come. With calculated calm, Legion urged him to leave immediately, warning that martial artists from the Northern Heaven Supreme family might already be on their way. He elaborated, describing how assassins had attacked the Righteous Sword Sect, but were swiftly dealt with by arriving martial artists, who then escorted the Sect members to safety. The revelation caught Ingeol off guard, his unease growing as Legion claimed to have overheard the assassins divulging Ingeol's whereabouts. Ingeol's fists clenched in anger at the mention of this betrayal. Legion added with an air of urgency that Ingeol should hurry to warn his father, suggesting that the threat could extend to him as well. Suspicion clouded Ingeol's mind, prompting him to demand why Legion was sharing this information. Legion's response was simple. He reminded Ingeol of his family's wealth and declared that life-saving information ought to come with a price, demanding 1,000 niang. Ingeol turned away, unsettled. The information was too dubious to trust completely, but too dangerous to ignore if it were true. Declaring that he had urgent matters to attend to, he dismissed Legion with a warning to speak no further nonsense, threatening to sever his neck should his claims prove false. Legion, indifferent to the threat, watched him leave. His plan was already in motion, and he would let Ingeol play his role to its inevitable conclusion. At the Palm Essence Union headquarters, Daesan reeled in shock as Ingeol relayed the supposed involvement of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Skepticism tinged his disbelief, as there had been no prior indications of such interference. Yet the bodies of their assassins had been found, and the circumstances seemed to align with Legion's account. Daesan's mind raced. The Righteous Sword Sect lacked the strength to fend off those assassins alone. If Legion's tale was true, the Northern Heaven Supreme family's intervention changed everything. Inoue, standing nearby, voiced her own doubts, questioning how such an alliance could have formed. If the two families were indeed united, she concluded their own demise was imminent. Daesan's thoughts grew darker. He knew too many of the Northern Heaven Supreme family's secrets, and now, their own lives hung by a thread. After a moment of frantic deliberation, he retrieved a wooden chest from its hiding place. As he opened it, a luminous glow filled the room, revealing its contents. He instructed his children to take the chest and flee to a safe house. Inoue gasped at the sight of the noctilucent pearls within, each worth 50,000 niang. Daesan explained that he had spent a lifetime amassing the fortune, which now held their best chance of survival. Ingeol listened in silence, his mind distant, though his empty stare betrayed an inner turmoil. When Inoue asked if their father would accompany them, Daesan revealed his intention to seek out Makwi of the Southern Peak Alliance. He believed that the Alliance would eagerly trade protection for the sensitive information he possessed about the Northern Heaven Supreme family. With resolve, he announced his decision to align with them, even if it meant betraying his former allies. Unbeknownst to them, Legion stood silently atop the roof, listening to every word. Moments later, Myong joined him, landing softly beside his young master. He reported that the Righteous Sword Sect's members had safely arrived at the New Wind Manor. Legion acknowledged his efforts, noting that events were proceeding exactly as planned. Daesan, he explained, had only one viable option left, and his choice would set the stage for the next move. Myong reflected silently, marveling at the layers of Legion's strategy. The plan not only targeted the Palm Essence Union, but also planted seeds of discord between the Northern Heaven Supreme family and the Southern Peak Alliance. He thought of how quickly Legion had adapted, weaving this opportunity into his broader goals. Legion, breaking the silence, admitted his curiosity about Ingeol's ultimate decision. Myong asked if Ingeol's fate would depend on his choice. After a moment's pause, Legion dismissed the notion. His tone grew colder as he recalled Ingeol's actions toward Chariot. No matter what he decides, that bastard will die tonight. In Legion's eyes, Ingeol was little more than a weed to be uprooted, and the time had come to ensure he would never harm anyone again. Some time later, the siblings arrived at the safe house that Daesan had prepared for emergencies. Inoue observed the place and remarked internally on the unexpected foresight of their father to maintain such a location. Stepping further inside, she noted its condition, mentally commenting that it appeared shabbier than she had anticipated. In contrast, Ingeol stood silently at the entrance, his expression darkened, suggesting that his thoughts were preoccupied with a firm resolution. Inoue wondered about their uncertain future, quietly questioning what might happen to them if things took a turn for the worse. Reflecting on the situation, she lamented how everything had spiraled into chaos overnight, and thought bitterly that this could have been avoided if the Righteous Sword Sect had been dealt with earlier. Continuing deeper into the house, her thoughts spilled into the open as she voiced her frustrations. She glanced at her brother, noting his lack of response, and questioned him about his silence. Before she could utter another word, a series of precise strikes landed on her acupoints, immobilizing her instantly and cutting her off mid-sentence. Ingeol stepped closer, his voice low as he leaned in. He coldly declared that she should inform their father of his intent to keep the noctilucent pearls for himself. Horror spread across Inoue's face as the realization set in. Her brother had chosen to betray their family. The scene shifted as Ingeol darted through the dense forest, shrouded in thick fog. His thoughts raced, acknowledging the dire consequences should his father's plan fail. He considered the possibility of spending the rest of his life fleeing from the wrath of the Northern Heaven Supreme family. Yet he rationalized his actions by focusing on the potential fortune awaiting him with the noctilucent pearls. Convinced that one survivor was preferable to the downfall of all, he justified his betrayal with grim determination. Suddenly, Fear overtook him as a man appeared in his path. The stranger's robe fluttered in the wind as he calmly observed Ingeol's movements. The man greeted him nonchalantly, commenting on the apparent good mood of his prey. Ingeol, alarmed, muttered in disbelief, realizing that this man, Legion, must have followed him undetected. Halting abruptly, Ingeol drew his sword with swift precision, aiming a strike at Legion. He declared that Legion had been a constant thorn in his side and vowed to kill him. However, before the blade could connect, Legion's fist collided with Ingeol's face, sending him flying into a nearby tree. Blood poured from Ingeol's broken nose as he struggled to recover, coughing violently on the ground. The chest containing the noctilucent pearls landed nearby. As Ingeol assessed the situation, he realized, with growing dread, that Legion had been concealing his true strength. Wide-eyed, he cursed his predicament, stretching out toward the chest. Before he could reach it, Legion's foot came down firmly on his hand. In a calm but menacing tone, Legion questioned whether Ingeol had truly intended to kill him, mocking the audacity of such a claim. He declared that the outcome would be quite the opposite. Ingeol's instincts screamed at him, warning that if he could not escape, he would surely meet his end. Summoning his remaining strength, he bolted back toward the safe house, hoping to find safety. Desperation clouded his mind as he reassured himself that his father would forgive him once more, just as he had done for countless past transgressions. Out of nowhere, Legion reappeared, unleashing a kick imbued with internal energy that shattered a nearby tree with terrifying ease. The blow, deliberately missing its target, served as a chilling reminder of the immense power Legion wielded. Watching Legion's calculated movements, Ingeol's expression darkened further, unable to hide his shock at the strength of a man he had dismissed as a mere thug. Legion landed with a sharp movement, barely pausing before dashing forward to close the distance between them. Ingeol's thoughts spiraled in panic, realizing the monster he faced. Every fiber of his being screamed that if he were caught, it would mean certain death. Out of nowhere, a stick imbued with inner energy sliced through the air, grazing Ingeol's cheek before embedding itself in a nearby tree. The stick vibrated momentarily before the immense energy within caused the tree to pulverize. A barrage of similar projectiles followed, tearing through the air and shattering trees along their path. Ingeol's desperation morphed into indignation as he cried out internally, questioning the motives behind his assailant's actions. His thoughts turned toward the righteous sword sect, suspecting Legion's intent might stem from an infatuation with Chariot. Even in the face of death, Ingeol's arrogance spurred him to deride her, referring to her dismissively. Legion, unfazed, responded calmly, remarking on Ingeol's choice of words. Sensing an opportunity, Ingeol pleaded, suggesting they could put an end to their conflict. He pointed out that his younger sister seemed fond of Legion and suggested that she would make a better match than Chariot. His words betrayed his lack of loyalty, as he had already wronged his sister before. Legion's reply was cutting and dismissive, stating that the siblings looked alike, and if that were the only justification, it was far from sufficient. Ingeol's outrage simmered, interpreting Legion's remarks as an insult to their family. Fueled by frustration, he pulled out a vial of poison from his robe. With a sudden shout, Ingeol hurled the substance toward Legion, confident in its potency. The poison, capable of dissolving flesh on contact, seemed to him a sure means of escape. Yet Legion countered with a fluid motion, his fingers cutting through the air with precision sharper than any blade. In a split second, Ingeol ducked just in time to avoid the strike, which instead struck a tree, shattering it completely. Confusion clouded Ingeol's mind as Legion maintained his pursuit, his movements deliberate yet unhurried. Each step closer brought another strike, narrowly missing Ingeol but destroying every tree in his wake. It dawned on Ingeol that Legion was playing a twisted game of cat and mouse, tormenting him with each calculated blow. Legion's voice cut through the chaos, calmly remarking on how entertaining the chase was. He added that this method seemed an appropriate way to deal with someone like Ingeol. Despite the mounting terror, Ingeol resolved not to surrender. Pushing his body to its limit, he directed all his strength toward reaching the safe house. Satisfied with the torment he had inflicted, Legion abruptly halted his pursuit. Watching Ingeol flee, he spoke to Myong, who had appeared silently on a nearby tree branch, observing the spectacle. Legion remarked that their prey had taken the bait entirely. Myong questioned Legion's decision to let Ingeol go, to which Legion responded with calculated cruelty, explaining that there were other ways to ensure a more painful demise. Myong reported that the Noctilucent pearls had been secured, ensuring their financial troubles were resolved for the foreseeable future. Legion gave a brief acknowledgement, his gaze fixed in the direction of Ingeol's retreat. Ingeol, having escaped the chase, muttered to himself in relief as the sight of his father and sister came into view. Deezen's raised voice, filled with disbelief, questioned Inoue about the truth behind the situation. Ingeol interrupted their conversation, throwing himself at his father's mercy and pleading for his life. Deezen's expression hardened as he reprimanded his son, cursing him for abandoning his sister in such peril. Ingeol, desperate to shift the blame, shouted that Legion was the real threat and accused him of stealing the Noctilucent pearls. He even suggested that Legion might have been responsible for the deaths of the Righteous Sword Sect assassin and Hyukki. Daesan pressed further, seeking clarification, his tone dark and skeptical. Ingeol insisted that the boy had somehow defeated all their experts and barely let him escape with his life. Daesan, however, grew suspicious of the lack of pursuing martial artists and questioned why no one seemed to be following. Turning around in confusion, Ingeol tried to justify the absence, claiming that Legion must have fled upon sensing Deezen's presence. His words were cut short as Daesan placed a hand imbued with inner energy against his chest. Ingeol's mind reeled with confusion as his father made a grim decision. Deezen's expression darkened, and without hesitation, he executed his son. Inoue gasped in horror, covering her mouth as her eyes widened in shock at the sight. Blood trickled from Ingeol's lips as he tried to call out to his father. Daesan had always known his son was reckless, but he had never imagined the boy would go so far as to deceive his own father, driven by selfish ambition. In doing so, he had betrayed his own blood. The light in his son's eyes dimmed as Daesan watched, the weight of his actions settling upon him. In the end, it had fallen upon him to take his own son's life. As Ingeol's body collapsed lifeless to the ground, Daesan acknowledged this grim reality. The Noctilucent pearls had to be hidden away nearby. That much was certain. But beyond that, it seemed his son had been scheming something more. The boy was no longer his child. Daesan announced these thoughts aloud, while Inoue remained frozen in shock. Ingeol lay there, his eyes open, yet devoid of life. From on top of the trees, Legion and Myong observed the moment Ingeol's fate was sealed. It was a fitting end for one as devious and cunning as he had been. Myong took a glance toward Legion to report. Myong had already sent both a map of the safe house and an anonymous letter. Anticipation stirred within Legion as he considered the unfolding events, a scenario of his own making. Inside, Daesan addressed the waiting figure, acknowledging the delay. A traitor had needed to be dealt with. Now that they had been brought to such a place, the guest finally spoke, questioning whether Daesan sought to join the Southern Peak Alliance's forces. Daesan pressed forward with his offer, reiterating that the Northern Heaven Supreme Alliance had turned against them. With the information he possessed, he would be an asset. Yet before he could say more, a sudden intrusion disrupted the exchange. A group of martial artists stormed inside. Demanding to know their identities, Deezen's voice rose in alarm. The leader of the intruders stepped forward, revealing that suspicious information had been received. Doubt had lingered, but the scene before him now confirmed the betrayal. Daesan had attempted to join the Southern Peak Alliance, yet it would not be so simple. The words belonged to Ban Nui, military advisor of the Northern Heaven Supreme. The accusation of betrayal caught Daesan off guard. From his perspective, it was they who had betrayed his family, not the other way around. Desperate to salvage the situation, he attempted to explain the misunderstanding. The Northern Heaven Supreme family had aided the Righteous Sword Sect, leading to the belief that they had been abandoned. Ban Nui interrupted with disbelief, dismissing the claim as nonsense. The reaction troubled Daesan. If it was not the Northern Heaven Supreme family, then another answer had to exist. His thoughts raced, recalling his son's suspicions. Legion, the one who might have killed the assassin in the Righteous Sword Sect, and Hyukki. Realization struck, but before he could voice another word, steel found his throat. A sword had already pierced his neck. Makui's face registered surprise at the swiftness of the attack, while Inoue grasped the reality only a moment too late. Daesan turned, bewildered, as the blade slid deeper, struggling to grasp the stranger's identity. He wondered if the Northern Heaven Supreme family truly possessed such a formidable warrior all along. The question remained unanswered as life drained from him. With one final swing, the masked swordsman ended the leader of the Palm Essence Union. Makwi shot to his feet as Inoue screamed, her cries lost in the inevitability of her father's demise. Ban Nui then shifted his attention, addressing Makwi directly. If he was indeed the White Tiger Squad leader of the Southern Peak Alliance, it would be unwise to interfere recklessly. A warning delivered with merciless tone. Frustration simmered within Makwi. He had been swept into matters beyond his control. A decision awaited regarding the woman. The masked man pointed his sword at Inoue's neck, awaiting orders. Ban Nui, sparing only a glance, gave his command. She was to be killed, the place burned. With that, the fate of the Palm Essence Union was sealed. Its leader, his son, and now his daughter, all perishing within their own safe house. Later, as the flames consumed what remained, Myong reported his next course of action. He would hire 50 reliable individuals, using them to maintain the new Wind Manor as a front, ensuring no suspicion arose. Legion acknowledged this with a brief response. The next steps were already set in motion. The businesses and clients once belonging to the Palm Essence Union would be seized. Myong was entrusted with handling it, with one caution. Attention from the four hegemons was to be avoided. Understanding the weight of the task, Myong gave his confirmation. Myong, after a glance toward his young master, questioned whether this ending was not to his liking. There was no hesitation in the response. One should get punished for one's crimes. Legion has no sympathy to spare for them. Yet, despite the certainty of his words, something weighed upon Legion's expression. Myong took notice, probing further. This Jianghu had once been the world his father spoke of, but that belief had eroded over time. Legion reflected on his past. His journey had begun at 10, a time of innocence when the world was still unknown. Back then, he had not even realized Myong had been following him. All he had wanted was to make his parents proud. Yet, the Jianghu he discovered bore no resemblance to the one his father had described. The truth had become evident. His father had been chasing nothing more than a dream. What he had truly learned through his wanderings was neither justice nor camaraderie. As he watched the building burn from atop the tree, the lesson solidified. It had only ever been about survival. How to avoid deception, how to deceive others, how to endure by any means necessary. Myong drifted into deep thought. Over the years, the young master had endured countless trials and suffered numerous wounds. His kindness toward Jianghu had been met only with sharp blades, and Myong could only hope those wounds had not scarred his heart too deeply. The young master had been so young then. Closing his eyes, he expressed his thought. Legion acknowledged this, noting that he had changed and was becoming an adult. Yet, Jianghu remained the same, where the righteous were made fools while the wicked prospered, a place where only the ruthless could survive. He saw no hope for change, not now, not ever. He questioned what his father had seen in Jianghu, whether there had been something he had failed to perceive. Myong listened as Legion declared his resolve, stating that he would not merely dream as his father had, but would turn his vision into reality. Inwardly, Myong considered how Legion, despite his actions, was perhaps trying his best to hate his father because Legion loved him the most. Even as he took wealth from the rich or lashed out at drunkard, he always tried to be searching for justification. This, Myong thought, was likely the last vestige of respect Legion still held for his father's ideals, a truly complicated emotion. The next morning at New Wind Manor, the spring breeze carried across the estate as Li Chu learned of the Palm Essence Union leader's demise and the fall of the Union itself. Suryan explained that Descendant had been punished for betraying the Northern Heaven Supreme family and aligning with the Southern Peak Alliance. Li Chu found the timing curious. Meanwhile, Ansu, seated beside her resting husband, marveled at Legion's martial prowess, crediting him for their survival. Suryan wondered how he had managed to construct such an impressive manor, and Ansu echoed the curiosity, expressing uncertainty about his origins as Li Chu gazed out the window. Li Chu then inquired about Cherion's whereabouts, to which Ansu revealed that she had gone to support Legion. He was participating in the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament. The scene shifted to the tournament grounds, where Legion stood on the raised arena before a massive-built martial artist, while Cherion watched from the crowd. She cheered for him, calling his name, and in response, he offered a warm, calm smile, relieved by her presence. Seeing this, she sighed in relief, knew he did not need her encouragement. The announcement commenced for the first match of the preliminary round. Lee Hyuk, the Wind Fist Demon, a renowned master of fist techniques from Guangdong, was introduced as the first contestant. Opposing him was a 20-year-old young man participating for the first time. Legion retained his warm, calm smile as he stretched his wrist. Among the spectators, some questioned his presence, while others shook their heads, doubting his survival in such a tournament. The moment his name was spoken, his demeanor shifted. Adopting a challenging stance, he raised his hand, signaling his opponent to come forward. Lee Hyuk made the first move, launching a powerful punch toward Legion with his fist. Feigning weakness, Legion dropped to the ground, narrowly evading the strike as it crashed onto the floor where he had stood, shattering the arena tiles. Lee Hyuk's eyes bore into Legion, his fighting spirit radiating from him. Meanwhile, Legion's face reflected both surprise and shock as he observed the immense power of the attack. In the next moment, Legion abruptly sprang to his feet and began to run, distancing himself from his opponent. The spectators burst into mockery at his behavior. One spectator shouted, remarking on how quick Legion was at running away. Another, laughing, wondered why Legion had entered the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament with such apparent lack of skill. A third added, questioning the purpose of the weapon on Legion's back, speculating it might be mere decoration. Without warning, Lee Hyuk executed a horizontal leg strike aimed at Legion. Once again, Legion dodged, narrowly avoiding the blow by rolling beneath the line of attack. Afterward, he quickly flipped onto his back and propelled himself into a crouching position. The spectators were surprised to see Legion perform the donkey roll, a move known among martial artists as a desperate and disgraceful attempt to evade an enemy's strike. A voice from the crowd called out, urging Legion to forfeit before he got seriously hurt, warning that he might die at this rate. Legion glanced briefly at the speaker. Another shouted at Lee Hyuk to end the fight quickly, addressing him as the Wind Fist Demon. Despite the spectators' harsh remarks, Lee Hyuk was silently impressed. Legion's movements, clumsy as they appeared, allowed him to dodge every one of Lee Hyuk's strikes by mere inches. Yet, Legion had not even attempted to strike back. In the next instant, Legion appeared right in front of Lee Hyuk, his arm extended and imbued with violet inner energy, poised to strike. To Lee Hyuk's surprise, Legion's fist landed with a soft tap on his forehead. The realization hit him. Legion had been playing with him the entire time. If he wished, Legion could have easily destroyed his head. Lee Hyuk collapsed to the ground, his gaze fixed on Legion, drawing laughter from the spectators. One of them wondered aloud about the peculiar fist technique Legion had used, while another remarked that even their 5-year-old child could throw a stronger punch. What the spectators didn't know was that Lee Hyuk was battling the invasion of inner energy within his body. As he struggled, blood poured from his mouth, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight. The spectators fell silent in an instant. Murmurs spread among them. One asked what had just happened, while another accused the fight of being rigged. The arena officers rushed to check on Lee Hyuk's condition. One man speculated that Lee Hyuk had suffered from chi deviation, a dangerous condition for any martial artists. Another suggested that the harmless blow from Legion must have been a heavy blow to Lee Hyuk's pride. Meanwhile, Cherian could only wonder, struggling to understand the events unfolding before her. The announcers declared Legion the winner of the round, though the spectators responded with mocking boos. One of them shouted, urging Legion to quit if he had any shame. Despite the discontent in the crowd, Legion wore a confident smile, leaving Cherian to wonder what he was plotting this time. Later that evening, the scene shifted to an extravagant pavilion where people gathered to gamble. Myong placed 100,000 Yang notes on the table, betting on Legion's victory. Behind him, Nain Li Sang, Cheon Wak, and Yang Huayang prepared to place their own bets as well. Unaware of their identities, the shop manager was confused as to why Myong was placing such a large bet on Legion. He questioned whether Myong was referring to the young fighter who had barely survived the first round by sheer luck. Myong and his companions, however, only returned a silent stare. Huayang also placed 3,000 Yang on Legion. She glanced at the manager when he remarked that the odds were incredible. If Legion won, they would make 59 times their wager. The manager nodded, explaining the situation with a hint of amusement that everyone seemed to enjoy gambling. Cheon-Wak rummaged through his robe and placed a box on the table, asking the shop manager if he could bet a blood poison pearl. The manager quickly confirmed, instructing them to wait while he verified the bet. Hwa-young, curious, asked when Cheon-Wak had hidden the blood poison pearl, commenting that the more they could bet, the better. Cheon-Wak replied briefly, stating that he wasn't betting on Legion. When asked who he was betting on, he answered, the Nameless Traveler. For a brief moment, both martial masters and Myung looked surprised at the mention of this name. Hwa-young asked again who the person was. Even Lee Sang and Myung were unfamiliar with him. It was only then that Cheon-Wak revealed he was joining the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament. The scene shifted to the New Wind Manor, where his face turned red with embarrassment. Hwa-young expressed her surprise, noting how this man had entered the competition without anyone knowing. Lee Sang commented on the strange name Nameless Traveler, calling it frumpy. Cheon-Wak explained that he had simply come up with it on the spot. As the evening light bathed them in a serene glow, they all sat down to eat, along with Legion and Cherian. Legion slammed his glass on the table, frustrated, demanding why they hadn't stopped Cheon-Wak from participating in the first place. Hwa-young reassured him, promising to ensure he was buried in a nice, sunny spot as she continued eating. Among them, Cherian felt out of place, especially with Hwa-young's piercing gaze fixed on her. Hwa-young remarked that Cherian reminded her of her younger self, causing Lee Sang and Cheon-Wak to spit their drinks out in surprise. Hwa-young then turned to the two men, asking if they agreed, as she assured Cherian to speak comfortably, prompting an exasperated reaction from Lee Sang and Cheon-Wak. Lee Sang, clearly tired of the conversation, admitted that Cherian did indeed resemble Hwa-young. Legion muttered about the irony of an old man with no interest in wealth or fame joining the tournament. He then accused Cheon-Wak of entering the competition just to fight him. The two elders, along with Cherian, turned toward Cheon-Wak, curious about his reasons for participating. A wide smile spread across Cheon-Wak's face as he responded that now that he knew Legion had inherited both the young ladies and Surin's martial arts, he could no longer hold back. Legion smiled back, feeling optimistic in the face of the Demon Swords Challenge. Later that evening, as if on a date, Legion and Cherian stood on a bridge overlooking the lake, bathed in the moonlight on one side and twilight on the other. Legion expressed that he was in big trouble, unsure if he could win the tournament. He explained that he had to win to make his sect known and secure funds to keep it running. Cherian asked what they should do, to which Legion responded that he needed to eat a lot of meat. This prompted a nervous expression from her. Cherian questioned whether it was really okay for him to eat so much meat every day, especially since he had already eaten plenty. Legion assured her it was fine, explaining that he had mastered a martial art that transformed meat into vegetables within his body. Cherian, stunned, thought to herself that such a martial art didn't exist. Just then, a person arrived on the roof. Cloaked in robes with a messenger eagle flew to his hand. Legion asked what brought him there. The mysterious man explained that Legion had crossed the line. Legion, unfazed, knowing it must be his father, he questioned who decided where that line was, leaving the man silent. Without waiting for a response, Legion commanded the man to tell his father that he would conquer Jianghu. The mysterious man sent the eagle away, flying off to deliver Legion's message. The animal flew tirelessly, overseeing the serene beauty of the city and the twilight horizon. The scene shifted to a vegetable and fruit stall near a city gate. An eagle landed on a man's hand, unfazed by its sharp claws. A letter was tied to the eagle's leg. The stall was named Drifting Clouds and Flowing Water. Upon seeing the letter, the man immediately knew it was news about Legion. He muttered to himself. The moment he realized his son had joined the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, he wondered if Legion had finally matured. Jeek Surin carried a dignified aura. His sharp eyes and the color of his pupils were a perfect match that of Legion's. In the end, it seemed his son was aiming to conquer Jianghu. The man spoke aloud, his voice laced with contemplation, as he pondered this realization. The morning of the next day, the fruit shop bustling with activity as people sorted goods and cleaned the area. Inside, Surin stood at the doorway while his wife pointed out that she knew the carrier hawk, assuming it was news regarding their son. Surin remarked in a nonchalant tone that Legion decided to conquer Jianghu. His wife expressed that, as their son, Legion was entitled to such ambitions and deserved to hold that kind of dream. Still, Surin maintained that such a dream was best left unfulfilled, well aware of the perilous path it would lead him down. Not only because evildoers ran rampant, but also because even the Orthodox faction, who claimed to uphold justice, proved no different. His wife offered no response. Surin then recalled that it had been 20 years since he and his wife had entered seclusion. Without delay, he turned toward her and proposed that they proceed to the central plain. At the same time, rain poured steadily at Divine Wind Manor. There, Myung reported to Legion that strange information had been gathered. Acting on prior instructions, they had been trading details with the Dark Arms merchant, who claimed that someone intended to sell 300 rounds of the exploding thunderbolt. Legion inquired, through his thoughts rather than words, if this weapon was the explosive device used by the Orthodox Alliance. Myung confirmed the reference and elaborated that even a single unit of the weapon possessed considerable power, suggesting that something was amiss. Determined to investigate further, Legion resolved to follow the Dark Arms merchant and discover the identity of the seller. Deep within the mountains, Bong Suchan advanced covertly through a dense forest amid the pouring rain, silently accepting that, now that he had sold the exploding thunderbolt, there was no turning back. For years, as an elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family, he had maintained a flawless double life as a secret agent for the Flying Swallowtail Association. However, after the failure of the Dragon and Phoenix tournament plan, the situation had shifted dramatically. The association had made him a scapegoat, placing the entire blame on his shoulders. Before him, one of the enforcers appeared and expressed profound disappointment. The man offered Suchan one last chance. He must detonate the exploding thunderbolts during the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament. The order struck Suchan as nearly impossible. He felt singled out with a task that defied logic. Manipulating the previous tournament had proven nearly unachievable on his own, prompting the question of how success could be achieved at an event that gathered the most skilled masters. Moreover, General Military Advisor Ban Nui already harbored suspicions due to the earlier debacle at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Whether caught betraying the Northern Heaven Supreme family or failing at the Grand Tournament, Suchan realized that his fate was sealed. His only option appeared to be escaping with the money earned from selling the exploding thunderbolt. Suddenly, a man emerged and launched a surprise horizontal sword attack. In the nick of time, Suchan took a half-step to avoid what could have been a fatal blow. His mind raced as he recalled the ways of the Flying Swallowtail Association, questioning the identity of this mysterious assailant. The attacker, with cool precision, accused Suchan of not only ruining the Dragon and Phoenix tournament, but also betraying the Flying Swallowtail Association as the mysterious man then effortlessly cut a tree trunk bridge into pieces. Then, with a fierce shout, swung his sword towards Suchan's head as if to ask whether he appeared an easy target. In that desperate moment, Suchan's thoughts were filled with the grim certainty that he was about to meet his end. Yet, the assailant halted abruptly, his eyes widening in bewilderment as he struggled to understand how someone could subdue him. Suchan questioned the reason behind the man's sudden halt, considering whether his paralyzing point had been compromised or if someone else had intervened. At that moment, Legion appeared, landing gracefully on a piece of wood afloat on the river despite his weight. His arrival was as unexpected as it was intriguing. He nonchalantly noted that an elder of the Northern Heaven Supreme family was responsible for the incident at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Legion had donned a mask to conceal his identity, with Myung standing silently behind him. In a state of panic, Suchan's questioned the identity of the two masked men, while the assassin's sword remained drawn as he could not move further, frozen in place. Legion then declared himself as Young Weedy of the Orthodox Path Alliance, a revelation that prompted a stunned reaction from Myung, who found himself at a loss for words. Suchan's mind raced with the possibility that the truth had already reached the Orthodox Path Alliance. Despite the obvious strangeness of the man from the Flying Swallowtail Association, Legion expressed mild amusement as he placed a hand on the man's head. Suddenly, an unexpected surge of energy emanated from within the man. His veins bulged, and his eyes swelled uncontrollably, leaving all present to confront a new and unforeseen development. In the next moment, the man's body exploded from within, sending surges of river water skyward. A torrent of blood poured in the rain, yet Legion remained unscathed despite his surprise at the spectacle. Myung observed the crimson downpour, while Suchan struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. The river, painted red, bore the scattered remnants of the man's dismembered body. Myung suggested that he must have been rigged with a self-destruct mechanism if subdued. Legion voiced his deep disdain for the Flying Swallowtail Association, referring to them in contempt. He then addressed Suchan, implying that the latter surely understood the true nature of that organization, though Suchan chose to feign ignorance. Finding the response all too obvious, Legion murmured that it was precisely for this reason he had prepared something special. Taking out a small, green, ominous pill, he warned that swallowing it would inflict considerable pain. As he forced the pill down Suchan's throat, Legion cursed him, adding bitterly that, like a rat gnawing away at its surroundings, Suchan had eradicated every pillar of Orthodox integrity. The moment the pill settled in his stomach, excruciating pains surged from the tips of his fingers to the top of his head. Suchan pleaded for mercy, exclaiming that his body felt as though it were being torn apart and promising to divulge everything he knew if spared. In response, Legion tossed him an antidote and remarked that if any words were to be uttered, they should have come sooner. He explained further that without a monthly dose of the antidote, this torment would recur. Almost immediately after taking the antidote, Suchan revealed that 12 years ago he had been approached by the association, subsequently rising to the rank of elder within the Northern Heaven Supreme family with their support. Since then, he had been receiving orders from them, a secret organization in which no one truly knew another. Disgusted, Legion exclaimed at the thoroughness of these bastards. Legion then imposed two demands upon Suchan. First, that every piece of information from within the Northern Heaven Supreme family be reported, and second, that any order from the Flying Swallowtail Association be immediately communicated. He promised that adherence to these orders would at least guarantee Suchan's survival. In response, Suchan declared his disbelief, insisting that such assurances were impossible. Legion fixed him with a dead-eyed stare, insisting that he simply need to believe. Inwardly, Suchan cursed his fate. He was now forced to serve as a secret agent for both the Northern Heaven Supreme family and the Orthodox Path Alliance under the banner of the Flying Swallowtail Association. Myung then transmitted a message to Legion, questioning the true aim of the Flying Swallowtail Association. For merely obliterating the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament with explosions seemed far too extreme. Legion concluded that a far greater objective must be at play, dismissing further speculation and urging Myung to focus on their own task. The tournament continued the next day amid a cacophony of bustling crowds. Up to that point, Legion had portrayed weakness and foolishness before the spectators, his victories appearing to be nothing more than strokes of luck. This led those wagering against him to condemn the bouts as invalid, while women, utterly captivated by his handsome features, cheered him on. In the subsequent match, Legion secured another win in the same unassuming manner and advanced to the main tournament, much to the astonishment of the onlookers. For the first round of the main tournament, Legion donned a red robe. The host announced that the fight would reveal whether Legion's wins was due to mere luck or genuine skill. Cherian, gazing in amazement, recognized his dear friend competing at this level. She mused that this was indeed the main tournament match, a spectacle that had drawn even the heirs of prestigious clans. Among the attendees were Yang Suchong of the Southern Peak Alliance with her Phoenix partner, the elegant Seol Bioqua of Greenwater Mountain, and E.M. Hagi of the Northern Heaven Supreme family accompanied by his Phoenix partner, the young Lady Sima. It was then declared that Legion, now revealed to hail from the Divine Wind Manor rather than the rootless martial artist he had previously claimed, would face Chusa of the Venomous Blade Sect. Chusa mocked him with a derisive remark, asserting that Legion remained as soft as a chick. Unperturbed, Legion turned to Cherian, who whispered concerns about the danger of the opponent who were using poison. She suggested to fight for real at such a critical moment. Legion explained that no further deception was needed. From the main stage onward, no new bets could be placed on the final winner. He added that the competition from that point on would be entirely started for real, his gaze shifting toward the pavilion reserved for VIPs. There, Cheon Mwak stood, brimming with anticipation at the prospect of trading blows with Legion. The young man shared the same excitement, eager for a bout with one of the top 10 martial masters known in the Central Plan, the infamous Demon Sword. Chusa, the deadly poisonous sword, lived up to his fearsome reputation. His blade, coated with venom, was as dangerous as his personality, and he was not well received by others. Yet, he was just as lethal as he was despised. Countless lives had been claimed by the slash of his venomous sword. A man nearby shook his head as he observed the situation, pitying the young fighter. He wondered why the young man had chosen to go up against Chusa. Beside him, Cherian watched in confusion, questioning whether the rumors were true. She asked if the man was really that dangerous. The man explained that even brushing against Chusa's venomous blade could prove fatal. He added that everyone who had faced Chusa in this tournament had met their end. Standing unfazed, Legion heard Chusa speak as he took his stance and brandished his poisonous blade, commenting that Legion must be lucky to come up to this stage. Legion, with a smirk forming on his lips, responded by pointing out that Chusa seemed to lack confidence in his swordsmanship, pointing out that Chusa had to coat his blade with venom to make it dangerous. In return, Chusa warned that everyone who provoked him this way had died, and with a manic smile, he attacked. The blur of motion was so fast that it seemed like Chusa had already struck Legion, but in an instant, Legion countered. With swift precision, he struck Chusa's wrist, causing the sword to slip from Chusa's grasp. Before Chusa could react, Legion took the venomous blade and stabbed it into Chusa's shoulder, sending him into a scream of agony. As if enjoying the pain he'd inflicted, Legion locked eyes with his opponent, his gaze cold, his smile chilling. In one smooth motion, he pulled the sword outward, cleaving through Chusa's arm. The entire sequence unfolded in a matter of seconds, leaving Chusa with no opportunity to retaliate. Legion stared down at his fallen opponent, showing no pity. He spoke coldly, telling Chusa that he would never be able to hold his sword again. As Chusa slumped to the ground, blood dripping from his wound, his vacant eyes stared down, unable to comprehend the strength of the boy before him. Cherian, along with the other spectators, watched in awe. The notorious deadly poisonous sword had been defeated in the blink of an eye. The crowd erupted into cheers, announcing Legion's victory. One spectator, still in shock, questioned how it had happened. Another explained that Legion had struck Chusa with a single blow. Suchong, unable to contain his disbelief, stood abruptly. His Phoenix partner, Seal Biokwa, remained seated, as though expecting this outcome. Suchong questioned Legion's immense strength, recalling how little he had stood out during the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. He also wondered about Legion's origins, questioning the reputation of the Divine Wind Manor, as he had never heard of it. Yet Legion displayed such martial prowess. Meanwhile, Mhagi, sitting in his seat, was deep in thought. He had already known that Legion was no ordinary up-and-coming fighter. He wondered where Legion had come from, and whether winning the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament was truly his goal. Legion waved and smiled at the cheering spectators, grateful for their support. Later that day, he and Cherian visited an inn to eat. A customer expressed satisfaction over Chusa's defeat, calling it deserved. Another complimented Legion, saying they had known he had a trick up his sleeve and encouraged him to make the next match just as thrilling. Legion greeted them with a smile, inviting everyone to come watch the next round. He sat down, appreciating the warmth of the recognition. He mused to himself that the popularity he had gained was certainly nice, chuckling lightly. Cherian observed him thoughtfully. Most people feared to approach those who made it to the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament finals, but Legion was different. She concluded that he was truly something extraordinary. Nearby, a man spoke aloud, wondering if one particular contestant had become the most popular contestant in the tournament. Another man confirmed that no one had been able to remove the hat that the nameless traveler wore, solidifying his mysterious persona. The conversation continued, one man recalling how he had heard the sound of the nameless traveler's sword being unsheathed and then quickly returned to its scabbard. In that brief moment, he had defeated his opponent, making it to the final round in the same swift manner each time. Contrast to how Legion had seemingly went to the final match with mere luck. Listening, Cherian found it hard to believe such a feat from the nameless traveler. On the other hand, Legion muttered that things were becoming troublesome, realizing something was amiss. When Cherian asked if he was worried, she mistook his concern for nervousness about the upcoming final round. Legion, feeling the emptiness in his pockets, explained that he had forgotten his money pouch, though hunger gnawed at him. Cherian, without hesitation, decided to treat him. Legion immediately began listing every dish he could think of, from chicken, duck, fish, beef, and drinks, not wanting to miss anything. However, Cherion's response deflated him when she revealed that she had only brought 2 Niang with her. Legion, ever the optimist, suggested that they eat then wash the dishes afterward, prompting Cherion to laugh in delight. Out of nowhere, Seol Biokwa appeared and offered to treat them to the food. Cherion, surprised, called her name aloud. Biokwa, turning to face her, congratulated her for becoming the Phoenix in the previous tournament. She then turned to Legion, thanking him for his actions at the Dragon and Phoenix tournament. Though she had passed out during the incident, she somehow realized that Legion had been the one to defeat the Demon Scourge. Uninterested, Legion suggested that Biokwa direct her thanks to Suchong, the young master, instead. Biokwa, not fooled by his suggestion, expressed her disbelief. Conceding, Legion told her to think whatever she wished. Meanwhile, Cherion, watching Biokwa start a conversation with Legion, couldn't help but be taken aback. Looking at her deep in thought, Legion reassured her with a grin, claiming that he was only devoted to one person. Cherion, startled by his comment, asked what he meant, and Legion laughed heartily in response. Before leaving, Biokwa called Legion over, calling him truly mysterious one. The day of the final round of the Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament arrived, and the spectator seats were packed to capacity. The excitement was palpable, and one spectator remarked on the surprises this year's tournament had brought. Another agreed, commenting that no one could have predicted the 2 combatants who had reached the final. Cherion, observing the change in atmosphere, thought to herself that the energy in the tournament hall felt different this time. Beside her, Weryong, standing with her, asked if Cherion was worried. She confirmed that she was, and they began discussing Legion's opponent's formidable martial arts skills. Weryong shared that it had been a long time since she had seen the demon sword abilities, expressing her anticipation to witness the fight. She further elaborated, explaining that among his peers, the demon sword had no equal for a long time. She added that no matter who won, it would not be an easy victory. On the arena stood Legion, facing Cheonwak, known throughout the world as the Demon Sword. Cheonwak had entered the tournament under the name of the Nameless Traveler. The crowd erupted in cheers, with one spectator shouting that they had bet on Nameless Traveler from start. Another yelled out that the Nameless Traveler would win. Cheonwak, a true warrior at heart, expressed that despite being the young Mrs. Blood, this was still a match, and he would fight with all his might. His inner energy surged, reflecting his determination to give his all in the fight. Legion closed his eyes, focusing his mind on the peerless master before him. He unveiled the demonic bladed on his back, an inheritance from his mother, a weapon he had carried for over a decade through the Jianghu. As he drew the blade, demonic energy surged from it, making the sword seem to burn with power. Legion's gaze locked on a Cheonwak as he prepared to give everything in this fight. In an instant, Legion disappeared, appearing before Cheonwak in the blink of an eye, his sword already swinging. The excitement on their faces was unmistakable, and finally, they would face each other in battle. Legion understood Cheonwak's feelings, and that understanding fueled his own resolve. This fight was not just about securing funding for his sect, because it was also an opportunity to test the true power of this peerless master. The instant their swords collided, a formation art was deployed. The Heavenly Dragon Grand Tournament arena shifted into a barren, dry, and empty land. Only the 4 who had come with Legion, Cherion, Weiyang, Nain Li Sang, and Myong, were able to witness the battle between him and the Demon Sword. Cheonwak could barely contain his excitement. He expressed that this was what he considered a real fight. Cherion, astonished, remarked that she had never seen a formation art that could alter the surroundings like this. Weiyang explained that, long ago, she had sought out the one known as the god of battle formations. She described how, for those outside the formation, an illusion was created showing a completely different battle from what was truly occurring. These martial arts techniques, she added, were not meant to be revealed carelessly to just anyone. She clarified that only those present could witness the real fight. Cherion silently wondered whether Legion and Elder Cheonwak had made it to the finals without revealing their true skills. Weiyang urged her to watch closely, warning that this would be a once-in-a-lifetime battle. On the arena, Legion brought his massive blade down, seemingly slicing the demon sword in half. The blade's impact struck the ground, destroying it. Appearing from behind, Cheonwak was filled with excitement as his sword readied for a strike. In an instant, Legion turned around and blocked the incoming strike. Legion mused that Cheonwak must have expected him to block it. Cheonwak agreed, stating it was only natural because it was Legion. The young master tightened his grip on his blade and began a barrage of attacks on the demon's sword. One strike after another, they traded blows. Legion refused to give in, while Cheonwak reveled in the battle's intensity. Cheonwak expressed that Legion was doing well and should continue pressing on. Legion swung his sword once more, but something felt wrong. Cheonwak was not holding back. Blood was drawn as the first wound was inflicted. Cherian watched in surprise, while Myong, Nain Li sang, and Wayang also realized what was happening. Legion took the blow to his left hand, staining his white robe with blood. The blood trickled from the wound as Legion's expression remained cold, his eyes locked onto his opponent. Cheonwak declared that when he had said he wouldn't regret killing Legion, he hadn't been making empty threats. He challenged Legion once again, his inner energy barely contained due to his excitement. He demanded that Legion use his martial art, or else he would die. Legion tightened his grip on his blade, and a particular type of inner energy surged forth. With a sinister smile, Legion asked if it was time to fight for real. His face lacked any trace of empathy, and a dark crimson aura began to envelop him. The sword's flame grew stronger. Legion assumed his stance, and the aura around him intensified, as if he were engulfed in fire. Cherian observed, realizing the energy was demonic energy. Her suspicions were confirmed that Legion had ties to the demonic cult. She reflected on her vague suspicion, and it deepened as she understood Legion's connection. Legion chanted that the demonic path begins with the wind. Cheonwak grinned widely, urging Legion to use the power. Cheonwak was thrilled, as every member of the demonic cult dreamed of witnessing the heavenly demon's special martial art, the 9 Calamities demon blade forms, at least once in their lifetime. Legion completed his chant and opened his eyes, unleashing the power of his technique. The first form, Wind Strike Force. As if commanding the wind, Legion's strike charged. Cheonwak raised his sword, gathering his inner energy in an attempt to block the strike. But the technique was so powerful that it sliced through his defense, cutting his shoulder. Despite Legion having less internal energy, the strike's potency was undeniable. Legion continued, chanting the next form, Thunder Strike Force. He hovered in the air, summoning thunder to strike Cheonwak. The thunder descended and hit the mark, decimating the ground beneath him. Legion waited for the dust to settle, watching to see the outcome of Cheonwak's defense. With a sudden burst of energy, Cheonwak leaped through the air toward Legion, his blade ready to strike, his eyes filled with determination. Legion acknowledged his opponent's excellence, while Cheonwak returned the compliment, stating that Legion had exceeded his expectations. In the air, they traded blows, each evenly matched despite Legion's lower internal energy. Legion stood firm, wielding both the technique and sword he had inherited from his mother. His dark crimson barrier of inner energy met Cheonwak's dark purple barrier, a testament to the immense experience and power that the demon sword possessed. To think martial artists of this caliber existed, Cherian thought, shivering as she considered her own abilities, which seemed like child's play in comparison. Her eyes widened as she watched Legion fight in the sky. She thought to herself, as though he were a heavenly deity. Legion chanted the 5th form, Dragon Strike Force, and performed a technique that allowed him to manifest a dragon of blood from the demonic inner energy he possessed. He waved his hand, commanding the dragon to swallow Cheonwak whole. The dragon charged, its mouth wide open. The old man stood still, initially surprised by Legion's mastery. When the dragon collided with the ground, an explosion erupted. The old man, Nain Li sang, tried to approach, but Wayang held him back, confident that everything would be fine. Cherian's eyes widened even further in surprise as she witnessed the sheer intensity of the martial technique exchange. Bloodied and battered, Cheonwak stood his ground, supporting himself with his sword. Once the dust settled, he turned his gaze upward to see Legion still hovering effortlessly in the air. To Legion's surprise, a hearty laugh burst from him. He laughed, acknowledging Legion's power, recognizing the bloodline that ran through him. Legion stared down silently, controlling his breathing after performing such a massive technique. Cheonwak then spoke with resolve, suggesting that they settle the fight with their ultimate technique. He brandished his sword, and his inner energy flared once again. Cherian wondered aloud what was happening. Wayang revealed that Cheonwak was preparing to use the Demon Sword's special martial art, the strongest sword technique that had earned him the title of Demon Sword. Wayang elaborated, noting that only if Legion unleashed the seventh and final form of the 9 Calamities Demon Blade forms would he be able to withstand the attack. However, doing so would come at a cost. The Demon Blade would consume him. Mountainous waves of inner energy surged from Cheonwak's body, focusing into his sword. Cheonwak showed fierce determination, signaling that he would not hold back with his strike. He swung his sword in an arc, sending forth a dark purple sword wave. Legion, poised and prepared, was ready with his own blade to counter. He chanted the 7th form, Demon Strike Force. With all the demonic inner energy he could muster, he combined it with the demon blade and swung it in retaliation. Elsewhere, Surin walked through a plain filled with blooming flowers, holding his wife's hand. She asked him what was on his mind as they walked. He mused that he had been pondering why Legion would chase such an impossible dream of conquering the world. His wife responded, holding a flower in her hand, explaining that Legion sought it because he carried her blood. She reminded Surin that she had once been called Rakshasa. Surin retorted, insisting that it was a stretch, though he looked at her fondly. She replied that one couldn't fool blood. Legion was driven by instinct because he carried her lineage. Something deep within him surged and consumed him, giving him an uncontrollable urge for destruction. Just as his mother intuition, Legion charged forward with that very urge to destroy that the demon blade had instilled in him. But instead of focusing on Cheonwak, his eyes shifted to Cherian. In that moment, the destructive urge within Legion were fading. Cherian was the one who reminded him of his father, someone who valued righteousness over Orthodox affiliation, just like his father. One who dreamed of a better world, the sentiment his father once told upon him. This realization enraged Cheonwak, who shouted in frustration, unable to understand Legion's sudden shift in focus. Legion met the wave of the demon's sword's attack head-on. However, he had already canceled the demonic inner energy he had mustered. Cherian widened her eyes in horror, fearing Legion might be hurt. Myong screamed for Legion, noticing that he was about to take the demon sword's strongest attack head-on. But just as the force of the demon sword's strength collided with him, a calm, serene inner energy emerged, like water flowing in Legion's sword swing. Myong was stunned. He had witnessed his young master unsheath his father's sword. Legion wielded the very blade he had sworn never to use in his ambitions. Chanting the greatest of all time, Gentleman's sword technique, the very one his father had bestowed upon him, Legion prepared for the final clash.